Gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to the third edition of India Gaming Summit 2022, hosted by the Financial Express Online. India Gaming Summit has been designed to focus on the road ahead for the online gaming industry in a post-COVID world. Before we start, we would like to thank our presenting partner, Dream Sports, our bronze partner, Western Digital. We would also like to thank our associate partner, GameZop, and exhibitor, Zenlair and Meteonic Innovation. We request you all to please remain connected with us throughout the course of the day via social media by the hashtag IGS2022. All right. So with the theme for the day being looking forward, I would request Mr. Sanjay Sindhwani, CEO, the Indian Express Online Media, to come on stage and share a few words with us.
Thank you. A very good morning to all of you who could physically make it here today, in spite of the warnings about rain in Noida and Gurgaon, as well to the hundreds of other people who have joined us virtually, not only from different corners of India, but from across the world. Welcome to the third edition of Financial Express's India Gaming Summit 2022. It's a pleasure for us to host the first hybrid summit after 2 years of pure virtual summits that we had in the past few years. The last two summits saw us reach out to 8,000 delegates in the gaming industry from across the world. This year, we are hoping with this conference we'll touch almost 5,000 people over the span of the day, and days after, because a lot of people also kind of keep consuming and watching these videos over a period of time. I would like to thank our sponsors, Dream11 Sports, Western Digital, GameZop, and all previous sponsors for supporting us in making India Gaming Summit a great success and a bellwether of the gaming industry. The gaming ecosystem is pretty complex. Its vast expanse can be gauged from the variety of products it offers, from casual solo games to multiplayer games, esports, real money, game of chance to game of skills. At one end of the spectrum, the industry shares its borders with gambling, while at the other end, it's put at par with reputed sports, and people talk about holding esports Olympics and international championships. The consumer side, we see India has about 390 million online gamers. Of course, most of them are casual. It is the second largest market in terms of the gaming consumers, and is growing at approximately 8 to 10% year on year. Of these, approximately 95 million gamers reportedly paid to play the game last year. The number looks large, but the average revenue per user is still very small. The industry hopes that this will grow up as the industry matures, and we hope so. Within online gaming, esports already has 150,000 professional players and generates viewership from 17 million people across 14 broadcast platforms. This is expected to grow to 1.5 million professional players and 85 million viewers, with more than 20 dedicated broadcasters by 2025. On the revenue front, the industry is still nascent. India is expected to be a 1,500 crore market in 2024. It was about 1,200 crores. It's expected to be about 1,200 crores in 2022. According to the latest data by market research firm Statista, this is what the numbers are. And just for perspective, it was about 650 crores in 2019 when we actually conceived about this event. In my opinion, more than the consumer side, I think the India opportunity lies in the content producer side. This industry can be a great place for job generation and employment. As per EY's latest report, Game On, about 4% of the mobile games available on the Play Store are from Indian publishers. I'm sure in the next couple of years, this percentage will move up significantly as we produce more content and more games within this country. As Indian game developers transition from developing social games to multiplayer games, Indian developers are expected to create games that are better suited for esports and tournaments. The number of Indian gaming studios have grown 5x since 2015. How do we create a conducive environment for this industry to create more jobs? Can India become a role model to export games, the game stack, just as we did it for payments, identity, and a lot of other things? India is uniquely positioned as a developing country where mobile penetration being very high, whatever we create is mobile-centric and mobile-first. And that creates a vast market for us in other developing countries. If I take the example of the gaming industry, for instance, US has largely been a console-based market. China is a PC-based market and India is a mobile-based market. Can we export what we create by our learnings from this market to entire Southeast Asia, Africa, and Latin America, where again mobile penetrations are decently high? In this edition, we'll try to find out how the gaming sector in India, despite its all challenges, is growing and can continue to grow. With this, I would like to introduce Mr. Vinay Thakur, MD, NIC, who will speak on the topic, India's gaming landscape. Mr. Thakur has more than 20 years of experience in implementing IT and e-governance projects. He has played an instrumental role in various e-governance projects such as land records computerization, NREGA workflow, mobile-based fertilizer monitoring system, GIS platform, among others. He has published around 30 papers on e-governance, land records, and social impacts of e-governance projects. Currently, he is working as a Director of Projects, National E-Governance Division, NEGD, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, where he has been instrumental in designing the government e-marketplace, GIS, for fast decision-making in government. Beyond Mr. Thakur, some of the other key speakers we have today is Mr. Vikram Sahai, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, Government of India. Mr. Abhishek Ravi, Chief Information Officer, Dream Sports. Mr. Arvind Neelkantan, Tech Evangelist, Epic Games. Mr. Jagannath Chelia, Senior Director, Marketing, India, Middle East and TIA, Western Digital. Mr. Kishore Kichli, Senior Vice President, Games and Country Head, Zynga, India, and several others. So without keeping you away for much long from Mr. Vinay Thakur, may I request him to please come and present his speech. Thank you.
Very good morning. Thank you so much for the introduction and inviting me for this wonderful event. I'll start a little since I've been working on the implementation of Digital India. So when we started working on Digital India in 2014, definitely the vision was to transform India and then move towards knowledge economy. So that was a vision which was laid out by Honorable Prime Minister. We had three major sub-vision areas, you can assume them. The infrastructure as a core utility to every citizen, where we started creating a lot of infrastructure in terms of taking the internet connectivity to Gram Panchayat and villages, which is the project known as BharatNet. We had the fast-paced implementation of Aadhaar ecosystem in the country. Then we had another very, very important aspect of delivery infrastructure in the country called common service centers. I don't know whether you are aware of, and we set up around 4.5 lakh common service centers in rural areas. Since we stay in urban areas, we have all the facilities and infrastructure and devices available with us, but the people in rural areas we must support. So we opened those common service centers. It is a PPP mode project where anyone can come and then set up the common service center and then hook onto a central server and then provide the services to the citizen. Then we also thought of that how we can provide a private space on cloud to each and every citizen. So DigiLocker was conceptualized and implemented. So these were major infrastructure level projects which we thought of that time. And in addition to infrastructure, we also started working on services. So earlier also some of the computerization projects were undertaken, but then they were all isolated. So we decided that why not to integrate them. Now that integration was started, integration like land record is integrated to registration, integrated to banking, integrated to revenue court, integrated to Gram Panchayat. So that integration which otherwise was not done earlier, so we thought of that the user, the citizen should get the integrated services as well as the personalized services. So number of services were also rolled out, and right now we are providing 4,000 plus services, e-services. And not only that services, we are also counting them. We have one platform called eTaal, E-T-A-A-L, where we are counting each and every service being delivered, and every day almost we are providing 36 crore services, e-services to the user. Services as you apply for passport, so that is one service. If you take the copy of record of rights, that is another service. So that is being counted. We also worked on few principles like mobile first, that since the penetration of mobile phones was increasing in the country, so we thought that why not these services should be provided on mobile. So that was the mobile first principle. Then we jotted on the cloud first principle, that all the services should be made available on cloud. We also had a principle of providing a single window for businesses. Even our ranking in that ease of doing business has improved almost from 143, now it is around 66. So number of initiatives were started in the era of services and digitization, since we feel that the changes and transformation only can be brought by the use of technology. So that was, we are right now working on PM Gati Shakti program, which was launched by Honorable Prime Minister last year, probably in December, where we are integrating all the departments together so that the infrastructure projects can be jointly handled. It can be synchronized, it can be gaps can be identified, and all the departments are now contributing to a single digital platform. So in case I'm a civil aviation, so I will plan that how many airports I'm going to make till 24 or 2047, so that other department is also aware of in case some developmental exercise is to be carried out. So similar type of programs using technologies have been started in the era of services and digitization. And very, very important third vision area was empowerment. The services and infrastructure has no probably value in case we cannot empower our citizen. So we started a lot of empowerment program in terms of converting the stuff into a digital form, digital originated documents, information, data. We also went ahead with number of capacity building programs, training program around digital literacy. We started a MyGov program where citizen can be engaged with the government. So that is a brief background around Digital India. I'll start with the main topic, which is the gaming is very, very important, and everyone is aware that Government of India is giving a lot of emphasis on this sector also. It is not only going to contribute in terms of the employment, but also going to contribute in terms of economy. And we have planned that we are going to achieve $1 trillion digital dollar economy by 2024-25. So this is going to be the huge contributed out there in this. India has been definitely, as Sir was just talking of, that it is a hotbed of online gaming with around 42 crore active gamer in the country. And with the technologies like 5G now coming, cloud enablement, and then multiple other aspects, it is definitely going to revolutionize the sector to great extent. And the government is fully committed to provide an ecosystem. I'll come to those points also during my discussion, so that this entire sector can be promoted, this entire sector, and we hope that we are going to lead the world in this sector also. We have planned a lot of planning around other sectors also, but this sector is also very, very important to us. And last 5 years definitely has been a great booster for us. because of our going from 2G, 3G to 4G, and then the spread and penetration of mobile phones in the country. We have around 82 crore smartphones users in the country. So that is a huge number, and we are going to cover that. We also have a lot of issues also around gaming sector, where everyone earlier used to think that this gaming is a gambling, or so there were, because sports and esports and everything around this is a state subject. States also had their own legislations. So we are coming out, we are trying, we set up various committees also, which you may be aware of. I was also a member of one of the committees for this, and the report of which is also how to promote this entire ecosystem in the country. So we have also proposed that there should be a legislation pan-India. It cannot be state by state. So that is the first recommendation. And gaming bill, which is likely to come, which has come in last session, which probably may be enacted soon. So there is a provision that how this entire regulation can be made pan-India. So we are working in that direction. And we had few other challenges that we need to include many more aspects related to this, aspects related to that how it can be dealt more clearly within IT Act, because the intermediary and other laws which has come. So these are also a platform, so they come around that gamut of IT Act in the country. So these are few of the things. I'll go on covering many more things which probably we will be. Yeah, can we have the presentation, please? So these were some of the aspects, and which I am going to. Yeah, can I have the presentation? Yeah. So many things probably under this. Yeah, can we have? Yeah, I can have this. So India right now holds the around 6th position out there in terms of the revenue using these gaming sector. So, but then we hope to pick up and then probably become number 1 or 2 very soon. The online gaming industry around this is going to be valued around 79 billion, was around 79 billion in the financial year 2021, and sector is going to expected to worth around 150 billion in 2024, and indicating the compound add-on type of increase annual growth. So that is a booster for us in this sector. Then similarly for employment, so this is not only the sector, we want to take this sector to grassroots level. We want to have the people using it, have the people creating it, and become partner with us. So it is going to definitely generate a lot of jobs. And in 2022 itself, we have around 40,000, which is an increase from 25,000 in 2017. So that is also a welcome step. And then the frequency with which the online gaming are played, so that has also increased to a great fold. The user played online gaming the daily basis, occasionally once or twice a month. So that number is also, so it is almost like a habit. They become in such a manner that 49% of the people are regularly playing it, daily playing it. And 20% are playing 3 to 6 days a week. So this is also a positive figure for us. Similarly, the spending around this is around India has around, this number is a little old, so around 420 million online gamers in the country, thereby registering around the growth of 8 to 10%, and out of which around 95 million of these gamers are paying also for the games. Some games are free also, but some are paying also. So total number of gamers is estimated to be around 500 million by 23-24. So that is the statistics is all on positive side, and definitely we have to give little push to this entire ecosystem. Similarly, the type of games, the casual games, the card games, the puzzles, the board games, the word games. So these are the casual games which probably everyone, the ladies, they are playing. So that market is also quite good. That India was valued at 60 billion Indian rupees, and out of this 36 billion was accounted through a advertisement, because these are generally the free games, so a lot of stuff around advertisement placed while playing these games. And this market is expected to be triple in around 2 to 3 years. So that is also a very positive sign for us. Similarly, for fantasy games, the games where we have the virtual teams, where we have the fantasy football, baseball, hockey, and these type of games. So this sector is also valued over 20 billion, and market size is going to exceed to 50 billion by 2024-25. And this industry is primarily working on the revenue earned from the commission in the year, and in subsequent year also in the year 2021. And similarly for esports, the next sector where the fighting games, the racing games, sports games, shooting games. So this is another sector where revenue in esports industry, which is valued at 2.5 billion in 2021. The major, the share of the revenue comes from streaming, how that data, how the games are streamed. So that major revenue comes from that. But then the prize money, the sponsorships, and other things also contribute to the esports arena. Similarly, the mobile games, which is a big contributor. Mobiles are, as I was talking, that 82 crores smartphones in the country. So a lot of people, 42, 45 crores are right now using it. So it is going to increase at a great pace. And right now, the mobile gaming sector is projected to be, not the projected, right, it is contributing around 50% of the gaming industry. And sector has the share of 49% altogether. So mobile, people using mobiles for the gaming are almost 50% in the country. And similarly, on the PC gaming, this is also very, very important. PC, if you are doing something on PC, it is definitely, you are seeing it on a bigger screen. You are getting a much more better quality, though it is little bit costing you in terms that you require a higher memory aspects, you require a better video cards also for this. So the graphics card and other this, but then it is definitely providing you a much better quality while you play these games. So value of the computer gaming market in India is projected to reach around 106 million by 2022, and marking the significant increase from 84 million dollars from 2016. Similarly, there was a survey conducted by HP that how many people wants to move from mobile to a PC-based gaming. So these figures are also very encouraging in terms that people saying that why I want to shift. So they say that it has, the power is no problem. They say that it has better sound effects. They say that processing speed definitely is much better in PCs. And overall it provides you a better gaming experience. So the total people, around 37% of the people wanted to change from mobile to a PC-based gaming. But then the younger generation, the 70% or they wanted to shift from mobile to a PC-based gaming. So that is also a welcome step, even for the manufacturer of desktop and computers. For them, it is encouraging news. Similarly, the console gaming market is projected to account for 36% of the Xbox, the PS5, and these type of the devices, which uses for video games, which uses a television set or some screen, and through those devices they play the game. So this is also going to be, the entire market is around 36% of the gaming market, and definitely the increase, an increase from about, so little increase out there in the console type of systems being used for this. The indie games, which are the independent and small games made by the groups, so that is also on the rise. The games are on rise in US, and study says that 70% of the PC and the console gamers, they are using and they are playing indie games. So that is the people who are making small games, and then the people using them. So this is also a good number, and then the increase in terms is almost a 4% for indie games in US. Another very, very important aspect with 3D systems coming up, Metaverse technologies coming in, so there is a huge drive towards this also. This entire market, the 38% of the gamers who are playing are in the age bracket of 10 to 20 years, and they are using this Metaverse gaming, which is giving them a huge experience, 3D experience, using 3D cameras. And so this is going to pick up in a greater manner in the future, and even we also want to try out these technologies in order to connect the people out there in the different places, in remote areas, while conducting virtual events, while conducting virtual meetings, while having graduation ceremonies. So this entire sector of Metaverse is going to pick up not only the gaming sector, but other aspects as well. So what exactly Government of India is doing, we under Atmanirbhar Bharat, where the focus of the of the government was to create more and more things within the country. So a lot of incentivization by the government, not only for this sector, but all the sectors, including semiconductor, including electronic manufacturing. We started with 2 mobile manufacturing or assembling unit in 2014, and right now we have more than 350 units, and almost all the mobiles which we use now, starting from Apple. So everything is being either manufactured or assembled in the country. So a lot of push from the government for all the sectors, especially the electronic sector, digitization sector. All the aspects of the governments are being digitized in order to enable the better governance and ease of living to the citizen. So under Atmanirbhar Bharat also, we in 2019, when the COVID was there, we had one app challenge. I don't know, many of you may have participated that time. We got 326 entries under that gaming app challenge. And so a lot of people are working in this area, are contributing in this area, and I'm sure in case we have many more challenges in this area, we are going to get more participation, more people coming into this. And recently the Indus game, which was created probably in Pune, has created a lot of ripples in social media. So probably I request that more and more people, you can also encourage the people around you so that they can also participate in expansion of this industry and taking the forward this entire concept. As we have very rich culture, and we have the stunning locations also around which you probably or the people who are working in this area can use those scenarios and then probably make this sector and take this sector forward. What exactly we are doing, I was talking that there was a lot of work around this. Niti Aayog had come out with the report probably in 2021, and then earlier also there was certain aspects where the government of India has been working. But then last year there was AVGC committee formed by the government, the Committee for Animation, Visual Effects, Gaming and Comics. So this has given its recommendation of around 120 pages, how to take this entire sector forward, how to upgrade this sector, what type of incentivization can be given, what all government has to do. So that is a very, very welcome step on behalf of the government. So we want to develop this entire ecosystem, want to see that how industry can further, because government can only support, industry has to play a lead role in this, and industry definitely is playing. So we also want to see that how to increase the involvement of industry into this. What type of capital support, what type of funding or some incentive, financial packages can also be rolled out in this sector. So that is also being looked into, like we are doing for other sectors. So what type of financial support packages, tax rebates, and other aspects which we are otherwise doing in other sectors. So those can also be brought under this. How the technology thing, because government is already, as I was talking, that BharatNet project is being taken, which is a high-speed broadband being taken up to Gram Panchayat, 2.5 lakh Gram Panchayat, which will be further providing that connectivity to the villages, around 6.5 lakh villages. So providing the sports system, providing the high-speed connectivity, so that people can play, as well as they can also contribute. The programming can be done by the people who are in rural areas as well. So that type of sport is also needed. What type of skills needed, in case some type of skills are needed, how these type of curriculum, mentorship programs can be started in schools, colleges, so that aspect is also being looked into, so that we can get the skilled labor force who can contribute to a greater extent into this. And definitely it is, as I was talking, that 40,000 number is a small number. We hope to increase it multifold. So we want to increase the employment around this sector, and not only contribute to the Indian user, but want to contribute to this sector to the world wide consumer of this particular aspects. And in addition to that, the entire regulatory framework, the bill which has come in the last session of Parliament, it talks of setting up of the commission, looking after how to bring about FDI investments around this, also how encouragement can be done, what type of packaging and sport can be done to this sector. So entire, and also certain provisions related to penalty and offenses, and also, so in case this bill get enacted, so we are going to get the entire regulatory framework out there, so that we can enhance and then take this sector forward. Awareness is very, very important, which I was talking of. So we are also in touch with the Ministry of Education, how to take this entire industry, not only while playing games, but while studying also probably. So around education, how to create the games so that the education can also become easy. People can learn while playing games. So that sector also probably we need to focus, and probably together we have to work and then take this sector forward and make India a world leader in this entire sector of online gaming. So that is all from my side right now, in case there are any questions. I don't work in this area, though I was a part of that committee, but otherwise I am working. I am MD Nixie, Managing Director of one company which provide IT support and IT procurement for the government. We are implementing major projects like Digital Sansad. We are implementing the projects like your driving license, vehicle licenses, and many more projects for the government. So since I was part of this committee and has been interacted on those accounts with the organizer of this conference, so they requested and I thought why not to work in this area also. So any support probably from the government, though government is already thinking around this, but then any suggestions are most welcome. And if there are useful suggestions on any area, starting from technology to financial support to building the entire ecosystem, so that is most welcome. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much for an insightful session, sir. We will now be breaking for a very small while for some tea break, and we'll be joining back again here, okay? Sorry, sir, I'd like you to join us back on the stage. There are a few questions which people would like to ask. Could we have the hand mics?
Hi. So I'll take about 10 minutes to just ask some specific questions, and in case anybody in the audience has also has questions, please raise your hand. I'll try and take a couple of questions from the audience. So after this very insightful and very data-led presentation that you had, I had one question, which is a little bit generic, but is India at a point where we are at a sweet spot? We have the demographic dividend of having so many young people. We have maybe the cheapest internet in the world, and the hardware costs in India are not that high, and the education levels are also quite high, especially among the young. So do you think that is the ideal breeding ground for a huge growth in the gaming sector?
Yeah. You are right that this entire ecosystem which is already built in, we have the cheapest of the internet which is available to us. Mobile phone penetration is at its peak, probably around 135 crore people using mobile, and out of which 82 crores are the smartphone users. So it is definitely the breeding ground, and the type of intellect which we have in the country. If you remember the statement of Honorable Prime Minister when he launched Digital India program, he said IT plus IT. So India's today plus information technology, India's talent plus information technology is India's tomorrow. So that talent which we have, and the IT industry which is not contributing to India but probably contributing to the entire world, is going to offer the huge push to this entire sector, and we are definitely going to, in next 2 to 3 years, we probably, which I was showing that it is 6, probably we are going to be number 2 or 3 in next 2 3 years.
So you also mentioned the opportunity from an employment perspective. But all said and done, even now in Indian families, if you say that aap kya karte ho, you're a gamer, it might not get a lot of support from the family. and also we are not also not yet seeing how the academic fraternity is taking the opportunity of gaming, right? No, we don't have a lot of courses which cater to this segment. So how do you think the government is going to nudge that?
So this is, yeah, you have raised the right question. Definitely, so awareness around that needs to be created. And government came into this, though there were some legislation of the state governments earlier also, but then government of India in last 2-3 years seriously started thinking around this. So as I was saying that these courses should be started in schools, there should be the mentorship programs in school, colleges and universities, and probably together we can build this entire ecosystem and see to it that this become a big industry as big as the other software industries, and we create our own IPRs in the country around this. And this is one area which may be much more easier for us to create our IPRs, our solutions, and then serve the entire world under these domains.
Sir, in your presentation, you showed that almost 1/4 of the gamers in India are paying for something. Yeah, but on the other hand, if you talk to the big, gaming publishers and developers, even out of India, they know that India is not their primary market from a monetization perspective, because in India people are still, not paying as easily as in other markets for gaming. And it is also like if you talk to them, you also hear that payment in gaming is often very impulsive. It has to happen in the flash of a second. But in India, the regulation is such that everything needs an OTP, everything needs two-factor authentication. So it sort of prevents that growth from happening. So is this something the government is aware of? Is this something that you're looking at?
Yeah, but then whatsoever we are doing, and even you are reading a lot of digital things. So a lot of contribution in terms of, and the fund flows through advertisement on a digital medium. Even if you are going through now a newspaper, you, while reading probably 10 lines, you get another promotional video or something like that. So that is a major contributor. But around this, definitely we need to see how. So India, in that sense, probably people don't want to pay also. So those aspects also needs to be seen from different aspects. And since we have started working in this, as I was saying that in last 2-3 years, various committees formed, various groups set up. So definitely this area is also going to be taking our attention. We have not thought exactly on these lines, but definitely that can be thought of. And we can work it out that how some nominal, so it cannot be very, very huge cost, but then some nominal charges or something around this can be worked out. And definitely the advertisement and promotion is going to be a huge contributor in this entire aspect.
So one last question before we ask for audience. In case of 5G, do you think that is also going to give a big boost to the gaming sector in India?
Yeah, surely. 5G is going to be the big boosting factor for everything. It is gaming probably comes at the top, but then all the aspects, even in the area of governance, in the area of knowledge, in the area of research. So everywhere it is going to be, and India has already taken the first instance and has already tested it. It is likely to be rolled out in major cities of the country. So it is going to be the big boost for entire digital India, digitization, and contributor to the use of technology in entire economy of the country, taking whether it is one sector or another sector, whether it is the education sector where we are forming the virtual universities now. So everywhere it is going to contribute and contribute to a great extent.
Any questions from the audience? Please raise your hand. Yeah. Please wait for the mic.
So, when we talk about online gaming or online, or maybe anything online, there's one major concern which comes up is information security and financial security, right? So we have seen cases where kids have blown up entire saving of their parents on online gaming and parents even did not know about it. So this is a major concern when we talk about and when we are grow exponentially, if we ignore this, may become a major threat for the growth of online gaming in India. So how we are going to address this, and is this in focus concern right now or not?
Yeah, definitely. Security is not only in gaming, but for all the sectors, it is very, very important aspect, even for the government. For government systems, so there are a lot of security provisions. We don't upload any of our systems without undergoing the security audits and security drills. There are certs set up at a Government of India level at different sectors. So probably for this sector also, while this act related to gaming is coming up, there will be a lot of directions related to going ahead and then implementing the security aspects, privacy aspects. So everything has to be dealt very, very nicely so that we don't get into that trap of, because while you are playing some game or doing some transaction online, so it should not land you in some trouble. So those all aspects will be part of probably in that legislation. And if not, then definitely my ministry will be definitely working on this to see that we provide a secure cyberspace to everyone.
We have one more question from the front.
Yeah. Hi, sir. We have a lot of curriculum coming out. So on the gaming space, AR, VR, and Metaverse. So what is the support we can get it from the government side? That is one. And followed up, like students, to those who are taking that course, there are a lot of, we are planning to make them as entrepreneurs. Again, what is the support from the government side we are getting in this?
Yeah, very good question. In the education sector, may not be gaming sector, so as I was saying that we are transitioning into, in few cases, entirely virtual type of education. So that is only possible in case you create a better content, AR, VR based content, animated content, so that is one. For further education, we are also trying to open 200 TV channels. And for each and every class, we will have a separate channel. For each and every language, we will have a separate channel. For each and every coaching, we will have a separate channel. For all this education, for this sector, definitely the content will come from industry. We don't have capabilities and capacity to create that content. So that is one big market. Second question was? You can ask like that. Yeah. So for entrepreneurship also there is a big boost from the government, and many unicorns in this sector itself, in online gaming sector itself, have come up recently. So we have the startup ecosystem in the country. In my ministry itself, we provide a financial support to the entrepreneurs and startups called MEETI Startup Hub. From Invest India, Department of Industrial Policy and Promotion, there is also a big program. We are trying that how these entrepreneurs and startups can contribute in entire procurement system of the government, whether it is the content or whether any other digital platform to be made by them. So everywhere we are looking for, and in last 2-3 years, definitely there is a big push, but in coming years, definitely there will be further more involvement of entrepreneurs and startups in entire governance mechanism and entire support systems of the government. Thank you.
We can take one more question if anybody has.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so as far as Metaverse is concerned, here sir, right at the back.
Okay.
As far as Metaverse is concerned, cryptocurrency is the core of Metaverse. But unfortunately in India, we have, very little or no push, no clarity towards cryptocurrency. The tax laws are harsh. We don't have a CBDC, a central bank digital currency till now. And if I just compare with the world, Mana is a wonderful metaverse. Mana and Sand are the two biggest metaverses of the world. They both have their tokens. So unless and until we as a country give a push towards cryptocurrency, the framework of metaverse would struggle to take off. We are excellent in IT. We have the kind of, artwork. We have fantastic artists. And of course, the history of India is something amazing that it'll make people salivate if we have a game on, the Indian characters, the Indian gods. But unfortunately, without the score of a cryptocurrency framework, so my question is basically that, where is the push towards cryptocurrency?
Yeah, that is a difficult question right now, but definitely, while that money laundering and those aspects definitely needs to be looked into while even implementing cryptocurrency and then seeing to it that the gaming industry also uses it. Definitely worldwide it is being used, but then, so that aspect also, I don't know how it is. I have not gone through that IT bill, this bill, gaming bill, entirety, but we will see to it that the aspects related to money laundering, not a cryptocurrency, but then other aspects related to this are handled in a nicer manner. And cryptocurrency, that is a call probably Ministry of Finance has to take, so I cannot offer any comments right now.
So thank you. In the interest of time, I think we will have to leave it at this. Thank you, sir, for being here.
Thank you so much, and wonderful questions which you have placed. So in case there are any other aspects related to digitization and all, my email address is vinay, vinay @gov.in. So you can reach back to me. My office is just behind this. vinay @gov.in, government ka gov.in. @gov.in. And name is Dr. Vinay Thakur. Right? So you can reach back to me on this or any other aspects related to computerization and digitization. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much for taking out your time, sir, and answering all the questions. Thank you so much. We will be taking a very short break for just about 10 minutes, and then we'll be resuming all the firesides as well. Thank you so much. We're about to start back again. So request everyone to please come back inside and settle down. We'll be starting shortly. All right, welcome guys. After the short tea break, I would request everyone or anyone else who's just left outside could just come back in. We're about to start. It's time for us to start with the first fireside chat session of the day, titled "PC Gamers Play Catch Up." In this session, the participants will discuss the dilemma of PC gamers in India. For this session, we would like to welcome Mr. Khalid Wani, Senior Director Sales India Western Digital, Mr. Nitin Goyal, Country Manager, Indian Subcontinent Game Loft. Also, this session will be moderated by Mr. Roshan Pavaiya, Editor, Financial Express Digital. Over to you, Roshan. Thank you.
Yeah, morning everyone, and welcome to IGS 2022 again. I think it's a very exciting summit to be in because I think all of us at some point in our lives have played games either on the PC or mobile phone or bought a console and played games over there. In this session, we're talking about PC gaming and how it is actually playing catch up at the moment. Just to set the context, I was trying to recollect the first time I played a PC game. And that was way back in 1986 when computers had just kind of come into India. And in fact, you had to have an entire room for the computer because there was a monochrome monitor and a huge CPU, an air conditioner just for the computer. You had to take your shoes off, walk into the room. So this was set up in my dad's office, and I was very excited to see this computer. I was a teenager at that time. And the first game I played on that PC was Snake. You had an MS-DOS floppy that you put in A drive, and then you went b:snake.exe, and you had this little square thing that opened up on the computer and a little dot that moved around. From there till now, where we have such immersive gameplay, VR, AR. There are times when you don't know whether you're in real life or you're still playing a game. I mean, if you play games, it's come to that extent right now. So the first question, actually, I wanted to just ask Nitin, since one of the games I have played recently on my phone is Minion Rush, which is part of Gameloft's titles. And then being an auto enthusiast, I also play Asphalt. For a while I played it, but I wasn't pretty good at it. I think I'm better in real life at driving cars than on a mobile phone. But Nitin, just to ask you, where does PC gaming stand today? Because I think mobile phones are probably the entrance to gaming. But PC gaming have kind of taken a backseat right now.
Yeah, basically, I would look at it from the perspective of the different markets. Like, say, if I were to take India as a market, right, so we are mobile first as a market, right, so, and that's what we have seen in the evolution of gaming happening in India over the last 1 decade or so, right, so with the kind of like disruption that we saw happening in this space, like when Google, Apple came across, and that's where we see today, right, so from virtually nowhere, right, so mobile gaming is more than like $100 billion, and actually better than the combined revenue of the console and the PC. Yes, so if you look at the PC evolution over the years, right, so globally, right, so it has tend to gotten stagnant for a certain while, and then now today we are seeing PCs actually starting to show some signs of recovery as a gaming. And so while the console as a space is still in a catch-up mode to do, but yeah, overall, if you look, right, so in terms of, right, so the revenues and the share, the PC gaming share is next best to mobile, and console being the distant third. Now, if you look from the Indian market perspective, what is really a fundamental reason why the PC gaming hasn't really propelled to the kind of like more massy kind of audiences is what I believe is the lack of enablers being there for more of mass audiences, right? So you have to have certain set of disruptions that we saw on mobile, right? So with the cheaper mobile devices, the greater bandwidth availability, cheaper data, which actually enable mobile to grow to the level which is seen today. But when it comes to the PC, those enablers are something which we are still struggling for from the Indian market perspective, and that's where we see a lot of aspirational gamers on mobile who want to actually evolve into the PC gaming. But yes, I believe, right, so as those enablers fall in place, we will see a massive growth coming across in PC specific to the Indian market as well.
Okay, just to shift to Khalid, you see a huge opportunity here now that, I mean, mobile is an entrance, but then when it comes to PCs, they've got to really build the hardware. I mean, since you have an opportunity in the hardware space, one, on local setups, like at home, and two, in the cloud space, what's the opportunity you see in PC gaming now?
Look, I've got a bit of a contradictory views than what Nitin has over here, right? While agree to the fact that we're a mobile-first market, there's no doubt about that, right? We've seen a massive growth when it comes to mobile gaming over the last many years. But when we look at the last few years and we see how the PC gaming environment has shaped up in the country, it has seen a phenomenal growth, right? And I'm sure, in the room we've got a lot of people associated with the gaming industry, gaming segments, and they would have seen how esports has evolved in the country, right? Which has led to a massive adoption of PC gaming, right? And then some of the researches that have been done particularly over the last couple of years, right? And Kanta did a research, Western Digital, we did our next-gen research, realized that on an average, 45 to 50% of mobile gamers would eventually shift to the PC gaming environment, primarily because of a much richer experience that you gain by being in the PC gaming environment. You're absolutely right. PC gaming environment does require your equipment to be built at a level that you are able to have a much better game experience. And as we go through the discussion, I'll talk briefly about how Western Digital is contributing towards that. Because when we did our research, we realized the three critical components, and the first one of them being lack of storage space and the performance of the storage makes a hell lot of a difference when it comes to PC gaming as an environment, right? And that's where we come into play. So yes, I completely agree with you. From a device-set perspective, it's a different ballgame altogether.
Okay, just a quick follow-up question to you as well. Storage, of course, is important, and the speed at which you can read, write from storage is obviously really important, especially in a competitive multiplayer environment or in esports.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
oh yes. You know, interestingly enough, at Western Digital, we looked at the gaming as a segment and many years ago, and we realized that the need for storage in order for this segment to be strongly adopted and give the users the performance is very important, to an extent that we ended up creating an entire product line, which is referred to as Western Digital Black, which is dedicated to the gaming environment. With products like the SN850s, which offer consumers up to 7,000 of read speed, 5,300 write speed, and up to 1 million IOPS, right? Significantly improving the performance that the gamers actually would need. Yeah.
Okay, we'll come back to that. Actually, you know, speaking about multiplayer games and multi-device games, you operate across mobile consoles and PCs. Do you see a shift of the same consumer? Is there like a journey that he moves from mobile to PC to console, or is that a trend?
Yeah, so for us, like, so basically the evolution and the trend that we are looking at happening is more about like the cross-platform gaming, right? So, and that's, well, easier said than done, right? So it's a complex challenge to actually address from the developer's standpoint. But yes, that's what we are actually pursuing on our side, because that's where we see the real opportunity in terms of the monetization would really come in, right? So from the game developer's standpoint, right? So when I say the mobile gaming being so big, right? So at the same time, we see certain challenges in the mobile gaming from the developer's standpoint in terms of the monetization being highly cluttered space, right? So it's very tough for you to actually churn out a blockbuster title over there, right? And this is where we see the potential coming across in terms of evolution of AAA titles with console first and mobile first as a strategy, followed by launching those particular titles on mobile. And you have umpteen number of examples of late, right? So wherein those titles who were the PC first have done extremely well on mobile, right? And like, just to give an example, is COD, right? So what's the kind of revenue that COD does on PC versus the revenue that the COD does on mobile is much higher, right? And that's where we believe the real opportunity lies in terms of having that cross-platform gaming experience with the AAA titles, right? So the audiences would be very different, right? So I would say, right? So for mobile-only titles, you need to have a different strategy altogether in terms of the genre of the titles that you would be actually building across versus what you would be developing as a cross-platform gaming.
Okay, but do you see people using the same title on PC?
Absolutely, that's what I'm saying, right? So this is where you see there are significant number of examples we have seen of late, right? So be it like the Fortnite or the COD or the PUBG mobile, right? So all being, right, the PC first titles, right? So, and they have done extremely good when you have actually ported them across onto the mobile, right? So that's the evolution that we have seen. The people actually are actually playing those titles while on PC. Probably in certain markets it's a PC first, right? And in certain markets mobile first, right? But in the markets where it's mobile first, right? So like India being in the Southeast Asian markets, the evolution that we are seeing is happening, and that's where when Khalid mentions about the esports and all, right? So across these titles being the Valorant and all, right? So you see those titles which are on PC being extremely successful, right? And that's what we are seeing in India as well, right? In terms of, right, so people evolving from mobile experience on those titles onto more of like a hardcore professional gamer experience onto the PC.
Right. Khalid, coming to you, in terms of the cost, now when someone actually takes up gaming as a career, or gets serious about gaming, that's when he's going to invest in a lot of hardware. I mean, it starts with your graphics cards upgrades to a bigger monitor, multiple monitors, and then of course storage, because you want a disk that can write faster, store more of your games on it. How is the cost journey been? Is cost coming down, or is it because SSDs, for example, were significantly far more expensive than HDDs? And as you get serious about gaming, you probably move from an HDD to an SSD if you want speed.
I think when you started off your talk, you talked about from being an era in the 80s when you played the Snake on the floppy and all. I belong to probably a similar era, maybe a little bit after that, but being whacked on my head for playing games, right? And I think a lot of us would have been there. But as the monetization opportunities become a lot more stronger in the gaming environment, you start realizing that a lot of people have started to choose gaming as an actual career option. The reason I'm dwelling on this is because, yes, the cost when you get into building a much more performance-laden PC rig would continue to go up, right? Because the limit keeps on going up in terms of how effective you can make your performance rig. But simultaneously, what is happening is the adoption at that level is coming in more for gamers who are choosing to get into professional gaming, right? And with those level of investments, the monetization opportunities that exist right now are quite phenomenal.
Right. Now with the opportunity of 5G coming in and probably cloud gaming taking off more than just standalone closed environment gaming, do you see a bigger opportunity there for the hardware space in
Absolutely, right? Look, at Western Digital, for us, whether it's in the cloud, whether it's in your phone, or whether it is in your automobiles, or in your gaming consoles, or in your PCs, our storage portfolio basically cuts across these. For us, yes, we do see cloud gaming as a significantly large opportunity which is going to come up with the 5G rollout happening. And at Western Digital, we are fully equipped to cater to that segment and that market as well.
Okay. Where do you see the opportunity for growth coming in PC gaming? Would it be standalone single-player games, or do you see multiplayer esports kind of setups actually driving growth in PC gaming?
No, for us, like, so what we see, I say yes, it's about, right? I would say it's not just limited to one. I'd say although right, so the space with regards to the multiplayer looks more exciting, and that's where we see significant success coming across globally across multiple titles. I'd say. But what really needs to be looked into, right? So it's basically, I was just taking a point from there. It's about like the PC gaming. If I talk about the Indian market, I say if you speak to the gamers, I say the passionate gamers, and they have that aspiration of having that PC gaming experience, but they don't have that kind of monetary support on their side to have that kind of experience for themselves, and they struggle to actually build up a PC for themselves, which would actually give them that experience. So that's, I think, is a critical element which will need to be looked into at some point. But with respect to like the cloud gaming as an area, which I potentially see has a significant potential in terms of disrupting the space. And I strongly believe in that. And I know the moment is not. We don't have the ideal moment at this moment to disrupt that whole space. But the way the evolution is happening on the cloud gaming space, I believe that's something which can really help propel the PC gaming experience for the users going forward, especially for the markets like India, when you will always have this constraint in terms of the investment onto the hardware, and also on the licensing of the games. And that's where, on our side, we have been like trying to experiment few things, like when we actually did the recent cross-platform gaming experience with a AAA title, Disney Dreamlight Valley, which is hugely successful on Xbox at launch. We are actually offering free-to-play kind of gaming experience. Right? So that's an additional way to look at it, right? So rather than just pure licensing model. So free-to-play is something which can really help address one of the barriers. And second, I think, so if cloud gaming can deliver the experience that you have onto the PC, yes, but that's a big if, right? So if you are able to deliver, I think that can actually really kill it, right?
Okay. Coming to the monetization side, you mentioned, one of the things is in-game purchases and all that you all also have. And then you mentioned the cost of the whole PC environment, and if something like sponsorship could happen. Do you see that happening, like professional career gamers actually reaching out and asking for sponsorship to build their rigs, and do you see that happening?
Yes, exactly. That's what is happening today. Right? And that's the way which is really propelling the esports space in India. Right? So there's so many esports companies who have actually come across who are managing the gamers right, today. But yes, that's with regards to the professional gaming space, right? So which is where you look at it more from the niche segment altogether. But more of a concern that we have with regards to, right, so the more of a massy audience. I say, the scale is very different, right? So we talk about so the mobile gamer being 300 million plus versus a very insignificant number with regards to the PC gamer. If that particular number has to grow to like 100 million, right? So, and like as Khalid said, as 40-45% would eventually evolve into the PC gaming. But how is something which we need to actually look into, how we are actually going to enable them into the PC gaming experience, which is where they need to actually invest that kind of money on their side together.
I just want to take a quick cue from that. It's a very, very interesting point that you made, right? And you see these things happening, and we've practically seen these things happening. Just around 3 years ago, we basically decided to announce our own gaming tournament called it's called the WD Black Cup, right? It eventually in the last 3 years became pretty prominent in the gaming fraternity and the gaming community to an extent that it's rated in the top 50 gaming tournaments across at this point in time. When we started, the engagement level was X, right? When we look at it fast forward now, we're anticipating the engagement level to be up to 10 million users on a single gaming tournament. Right? You're absolutely right. The economies of scale in terms of how larger impact as a PC gaming would make is when your user base compared to what you have on the mobile gaming right now really accelerates. And practically, when I look at the gaming, the PC gaming environment in the country right now, I genuinely believe it's a matter of time that it's going to get there, right? And yes, it is very, very important for us to make sure that we leverage and enable the growth of this segment. I was listening in to the previous session with regards to how the government is actually creating a lot of platforms and encouraging a lot of cross-platform engagement when it comes to gaming as a segment, and providing a lot of initiatives and support to homegrown gaming companies, right?
Right.
So, and I think that's going to be very, very important when we look at fueling the growth in that segment.
Just one question that I have, right? So I'd be curious, right? So basically, you see, right? So how basically the evolution, right? So I'm coming back to the cloud gaming more from the mass market perspective, right? So, and the Xbox Game Pass, right? So, and being very popular across multiple markets, and it's also going to be the case, like we believe to be the case in India, right? So how you as an industry, right, so view that as a challenge or as an opportunity for yourself?
So if I get your question right, you're talking about cross platforms. I'm not sure if I got the question.
The consoles and the opportunity.
Basically, the Game Pass, right, so which is about the cloud gaming experience, right, so that Microsoft Xbox does offer, and how it's gonna actually have an impact on the PC gaming, right, so per se.
You mean cloud gaming? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm not getting it right, quite right. Look, I honestly don't have a view on that right now. I mean, I think the adoption of the cloud gaming would actually come into play as soon as we start seeing that in real time, right? I mean, I'm not going to delve into the fact whether there are going to be challenges around cloud gaming or not with speeds, with performance, with experience, because a lot of that would also matter on your primary devices that you are actually holding on to, right? And we are a mobile-first market, but do we have enough of smartphone penetration, of high-end smartphone penetrations out there, which could deliver a seamless performance on cloud gaming using 5G? We'll have to see.
Yeah. Just one quick question before I take a couple of questions from the audience. VR gaming and the Metaverse. I think that's what everyone's going to be talking about. Probably at the next India Gaming Summit, we're probably going to have sessions in the Metaverse itself. Where do you see that going and the opportunity there?
Yeah, it's phenomenal, right? I mean, it is getting so exciting out there, right? So VR, and I'll give you a personal experience, right? My elder one, he's 10 years, right? And he's an avid gamer, right? Plays all the titles that he has, right? I mean, he has the liberty to actually store all the titles, because most of the console and PC gaming titles, would require an average of 200 plus gigabytes of storage, right? And when he adopted VR gaming, at that point in time, I had the old mentality. It's like, hey, you're gonna spoil your eyes and so on and so forth. Now, honestly, when I get a time, I get such a I do it at times, right? I get such an immersive and a real-time experience that I love doing that, right? And then you're absolutely right, with Metaverse, right? We're probably going to get into a lot more richer and an immersive experience. And of course, right, I mean, I think I want to go to the point that the earlier presenter made, right? With our country having the leadership and the vision which talks about IT, which is India's talent, India's technology is going to be India's tomorrow, is something we can deliver here and itself, right? So, and I think we're going to set the stage up for a lot of good things to come in from the country itself.
Yeah. Thanks for that. Any questions from the audience? Please feel free to ask right now. We have about 5 minutes left. No questions? Okay. I have one for you, Nitin. Yeah. Now with the VR world coming in, how are you adopting? Because GameLoft
Excuse me,
so far.
I have a question. Right here.
Okay, we have a question. We'll take this question and then I'll come back to mine. Yeah.
So like you talked, yeah, Ajay. So you talked about taking games from PC gaming probably and converting into mobile game. So do you see technological challenges in converting that? Because as I believe that they are made from different perspectives in mind, and sometimes the engine itself differs. So I see there are technological challenges. How do you see that? Like what kind of challenges you get?
No, you're right, Ajay. It's basically, yes, to put the title from the PC onto the mobile, it requires actually a totally ground-up development to be done altogether. It's not the task which can be delivered with little resources. Right? So their development time and the effort is significant. And second aspect also happens to be, right, the monetization varies, right? So when the PC versus what you have onto the mobile, right? So wherein you have more of a free-to-play experience. So you have to take those into consideration while you are actually porting the title from PC to mobile. But that's what we see as an opportunity for us when I'm talking about like a newer titles that we're doing, which we are actually developing as a free-to-play itself, right? So for the console and the PC, and that makes like much more easier for us to actually put it across onto the mobile. And this is where we are also looking at trying to experiment if the free-to-play kind of opportunity would give us more audiences across onto the console and the PC as we launch those titles.
Yeah, one question here in the front. And then after that, then gentleman there. I see more hands at the back as well. So yeah.
Hi, my question is to Mr. Nitin. I'm basically from the education sector. So we see a lot of students very interested in developing PC games and mobile games. So is there an opportunity from Gameloft that any students program which could support them and come out with a lot of interesting games directly to Gameloft so that you don't miss a lot of interesting ideas coming from the students' side?
It's a difficult question for me in a sense because we are primarily, when we look at it from the Indian market perspective, we are primarily into the sales and marketing out here. Right? So we don't have a development studio out here, but hopefully, right, so in future we can have a development studio based out of India as well. Unfortunately, we used to have a development studio about a decade back in India, and we had to actually close it down, right, and we shifted the operations to other markets. But yeah, I think the way things are actually progressing and evolving in the Indian market, and as we see the space, I think there is a definite opportunity going forward which can come across in terms of having a studio out here in India. So
it's about time, Nitin.
Yeah. There's one question here from this gentleman here, the black T-shirt. Yeah.
Well, myself Vishal. Well, we more talked about PC game, mobile game, and certainly a couple of questions you had on virtual reality. That's an upcoming generation, and a lot of excitements are there. My question is how mature Indian market is in terms of absorbing this upcoming VR-related solutions in game, in the various sector, educations, business, and specifically in Metaverse.
You want to take that?
You know, if you look at practically, if you look at the statistics, and I'm not sure if you were here in the previous session, but a lot of work which is being done with regards to developing the metaverse ecosystem is actually being done here,
Really?
right? A lot of technology work in the metaverse space is also being done out of India, right? Now that's an important thing to look at, right? While from a technology perspective, we're doing a lot of work and startups are coming up and doing a lot of work in that space, the progress at which an adoption would happen with regards to VR gaming is also an interesting thing to look at, right? Every market would adopt a technology, right? And every market would have a timeline window in terms of what it could be. With the infrastructure, if you look at, you know, we are practically the cheapest internet cost globally, right? Which has allowed us to deploy a massive infrastructure, right, across the country. I genuinely believe that the adoption of VR and even AR is going to be a lot more faster in the country. Right. I think we're going to get there.
Yeah. So I think we are out of time. So yeah, you had a follow-up?
Honestly, I don't have statistics. I don't have real-time statistics that I can share with you in terms of how fast and in what particular year things are going to get there. But
well, yeah. One thing that I can say is, so looking at the evolution, right, so, and you can be very gung-ho about the Indian consumer space altogether, right? And the way the adoption happens for the new technology in India, I haven't seen it happening across in the Western markets, right? And
yeah, I agree.
I think that leaves no doubt to us. I said that it should be massive adoption, right? So yes, it's for the industry to ensure that you are actually enabling it at the right at the right price, the right product for the consumers. I think consumers are up there to lap it up.
I think we have.
Time's up.
So I have a quick question.
Time's up right now. So a couple of more questions that we had, we can take just offline maybe. So I just want to quickly thank Khalid and Nitin for joining me in this fireside chat. And if you have any more questions, they are around, and you can ask them offline as well.
So I have
Thank
a
you.
question that
Thank you
can
very much.
actually
Thank you.
benefit.
Thank you everyone.
Thank you so much to all our panelists. I'm sure the session was quite brilliant that people still have questions. You guys can take it offline. It's now time for us to start our first panel discussion of the day, which is adapting to new technological changes in gaming. In this session, panelists will share their views on how technology has helped evolve the gaming industry. For this session, we would like to invite Yogvendra Singh, Head Technology with Zeal Technologies, Seemant Shankar, Executive Director and CTO, Nazara Technologies, Abhishek Ravi, Chief Information Officer, Dream Sports, Arvind Nilakantan, Tech Evangelist, Epic Games. And to moderate this session, we have Vivan Sharan, Partner, Quan Advisory. So I would request all the panelists and moderators to join us. Can we get more hand mics, please?
Thank you, and good afternoon to everyone. I'm pretty excited about this session because it's very rare to have such a diverse mix of companies on one panel. And thank you also to Arvind to join online, and hopefully you can hear us loud and clear. So, without further ado, I think I'll just I think everyone is familiar with the fact that India is a very large gaming market, smartphone-led market. We have, depending on the numbers, between 300 to 500 million users or gamers, some of them casual, some of them serious. And I think that heterogeneity of users and consumption patterns is very unique in a sense because you don't have it at that scale anywhere else in the world, perhaps outside of China. And that in itself, is both an immense opportunity as well as a responsibility. And the other layer that I think I'll just put up front, it's for all of us to confront and work on is that though we are a very large market for gamers, we're also at the beginnings of this industry in many ways because it's, again, depending on the numbers you want to believe, it's somewhere between 1.5 to $2 billion, which is maybe about half of the digital advertising market in the country. And so there's a lot of room to grow. And I'm delighted to have the chance to discuss this with all of you. And so without further ado, if I can maybe call on Yogvinder first. Because Yogvinder, in this context of, so many hundreds of millions of users, you have quietly built this company which has somewhere close to 30 million users. And how have you done it quietly without really channeling the traditional ways of distribution in a sense? And what role has technology played in that democratization of consumption around your games?
Hello. So when we, started building Big Cash, obviously we had this, initially we thought, let's make some money, start putting money into marketing, and that's how we'll grow the organization. But pretty soon we realized that we are going to burn a lot of money. We cannot compete with the bigger players, and we'll run out of money, and probably we'll run out of business as well. At that time, we decided to use our users as our brand ambassadors. So we built a lot of features. Obviously, everybody has referral. We built the referral engine. Then we added more features where our users can actually serve as our brand ambassador as well. We built our own community of users. Those users were engaging with the employees directly. For example, the time it used to take for an issue to reach our CRM team to the issue actually getting resolved was minutes. And obviously, we can't keep on scaling the same model from when we were doing 1 crore business to doing 10 crore or 100 crore business. But that has led to a lot of trust in our user base. And even now, we continue to have a very large user base that's not really recent. It's been, people are playing with us for years. And we believe that we understand the tier 2 and tier 3 market pretty well. And that is where the whole scale game is.
Thank you. Seemant, if I can take that over to you and, maybe talk about, since Nazara has a wide footprint, you straddle real money games as well as, subscription and advertising-based games. Do you feel like the Indian market is, or the kinds of businesses in the Indian market are preparing for some element of consolidation going forward, where there is platformization of the gaming industry? I think the previous, speakers were, speaking to this point. There is, I mean, in the gaming community, things like Google Stadia or Microsoft's Game Pass. When you look at their CTOs and what they are saying, in the public sphere, a lot of the messaging is around the platformization of gaming companies and of gaming ecosystems. Is that something that you feel the Indian market is also moving towards, or is this an exceptional market?
I think what you're saying is absolutely correct. I feel, and I mean, as an organization and my own personal opinion, that the future of gaming is going to be via building very strong ecosystems amongst games. And when we say ecosystems, they're very different from marketplaces that you generally see. It's not like an app, a super app, which will have 25 games in it. But ecosystems are more of providing a homogeneous experience to a gamer who is playing game A and moving on from game A to game B to game C to game D. So can he take the assets that he has purchased in game A and use them in game B, in game C, so on and so forth, so that he can have a higher life cycle of the investment that he's made. On top of that, social also adds a very, very big aspect. So if I have a certain friends or a group of friends that I play with in game A, there's a very high propensity I also take them along with me to game B. Now, if that can happen within an ecosystem, that it makes it more seamless, makes it far free from friction. Having common guidelines of how your wallets are going to work, how your deposits and winnings are going to port from game A to game B is also something that I believe is going to create a very, very strong reinforcing elements on how gaming as an industry is also going to pan out. Now, that can either happen internally by building your own IPs, but that's not a very scalable model. What a lot of companies like us are exploring is starting by way of acquisitions, but then eventually opening it up to third-party game developers to come on board and just basically become a part of the ecosystem and get the benefits of users, get the benefits of stickiness, and also the benefits of interoperability of assets. So I think that is something that we are also personally looking at. It is still a little while to go, understanding how it will be regulated within the ecosystem, how user behavior is going to be ported from A, analytics are going to be ported from A to B to C. But I think that is where the entire industry is going.
Seemant, how do you reconcile this with the demands on standardized hardware, for instance? You talked about AR, VR, XR, for instance, or even, edge computing, cloud computing, hardware. Is there a degree of standardization or homogenization that you need there, which is a potential risk to competition in the sector?
yes, in a way, I would say that a lot of standardization are already being enforced by a lot of large hardware providers. For example, NVIDIA chipsets are there in phones, they're there in PCs, they're there in consoles, so on and so forth. I believe from a hardware perspective, there is also a very strong conglomerate of hardware providers which are actually trying to reinforce a consortium and standardization on their own as well. I think we can, as of now, we're just looking at borrowing that particular infrastructure. We believe, yes, there are a certain amount of standardization which are already set into place and certain which I think will come as time passes.
So if I can just take that question over to Arvind first, and then I'll come to you, Abhishek, because Arvind, if you take a global sort of vantage point, I mean, you are at a global vantage point as Epic Games, one of the largest, I suppose, publishers in the world. What are the sort of trends that you see in India vis-a-vis platformization? Are they distinct from what you see globally? What are the challenges from a technological sort of standpoint, whether it be around adoption by users or, of course, on the supply side?
Well, first off, thanks for having me, and I feel that I'm looming large behind all of you, but I am regular sized for sure. To answer your question, as Unreal Engine, which is the engine that powers most of the games that like Fortnite and a whole bunch of console games, we are agnostic. We are trying to be agnostic to the platform in which we are going to be publishing, or developers are going to be publishing their games to. Anecdotally speaking, pretty much anything that has a screen is being supported through Unreal Engine, be it AR, VR, console, PC, and so on. And and you need to really have this platform to show off your game, especially if you're a mid to small gaming studio. And at the same time, we also try to be fair to the game developers, so that revenue from the investors and even revenue from the game go back to the development of the game and to the developers. One example of that is, of course, the Epic Games Store, where we settled on this 12% revenue cut for titles published through the store, and as well as dropping the license fees for games built on their Unreal Engine, which is normally 5% of their revenue. So as Epic Games and as Unreal Engine, we are trying to reduce the entry barrier for game developers to wanting to make games, so that all of the questions that you're asking about platformization and integration, all of those things would be questions that will, I guess, will get solved as more and more game developers start making games with the lowest entry barrier or lowest hurdles.
Thank you. I mean, I think probably it's a never-ending debate between, whether companies feel like open innovation is the way to really platformize in a sense, or bank on closed ecosystems. We see that, of course, playing out across devices, across digital services, and so on and so forth. But if I can now maybe bring another additional dimension, Abhishek, with you. Whenever you talk to any of the ITES tech majors that we're so dependent on for our foreign exchange, now more so than ever, and you ask them what is your biggest problem, all of them will say human beings, human capital, lack of a skilled workforce, etc., etc. And now, as you guys are reaching escape velocity, and you guys are large companies in yourself, you have large companies in themselves. Is this a sort of a barrier now to scale or to growth? How do you overcome it as someone who runs a very profitable gaming company? And which ways can you partner with the wider ecosystem to create some sort of a clustering effect here in the gaming ecosystem skilling debate?
Sure. First of all, thank you for having me here. And I think it's a very pertinent question, right? Because of the fact that you said it's a 2 billion industry, and in terms of revenue generation, and the Deloitte report says that it'll go to 5 billion. So this industry has a lot of potential, and skill demand is a problem that I think everybody is facing, and the future challenges that it might have. However, I will say that there are very bright talent in India who are actually working on different domains of gaming aspects. And they are probably doing some path-breaking work. In that sense, to have the skill gap demand fulfilled, we have to, I mean, we think that there are two-pronged strategy that we should be having. One is, of course, that you have to train people, right? You have to internalize your own talent and make them into the mainstream of gaming, giving them this idea that this could be your primary career options, and there are a lot of growth into that. And secondly, of course, this is a global world, right? There are global talents. We are actually competing with global companies, right, in terms of standard performance
Absolutely.
and scale.
Everyone is in the midst of digital transformation, it seems. So there's a huge demand on...
And that also goes to the skill availability, right? You have the opportunity to learn, to engage global talent and get them to train and probably get the in-house talent to come to that standard. Also, I mean, it also goes with the kind of employment generations that we are having with the government initiatives like AVGC and things like that, which is very hand in hand in terms of skill generation. So I think it's a very bright prospect with addition of newer technologies like AR, VR, Metaverse, scale, performance, and users now want everything. So that integrated approach of seeing technology and the ancillary technologies around gaming, I think all of them would be required to be developed as a skill, and I see good prospect of skill getting developed out here. Of course, we need to learn a lot from the global standards.
And how do you retain talent in this environment?
One of the things is by the nature of this domain, it's very exciting. So the current talent has an inherent interest to solve the problems that this industry is posing to them in terms of personalized experience, use of AI, AR, VR, giving users an experience that is impeccable, global standards. So these problems by itself are very exciting to the talent. So one is that. Secondly, as you have already, as I mentioned to you, right, this industry is going to be a big booming industry in the coming future. So the career options are actually opening up. I mean, gone are the days when our parents used to think gaming, probably, what would you do in this industry? Now people are taking this as a prime career options and doing pretty well, right? And they're figuring out and they're actually solving problems which can have a large implication. So I think retaining talent, if you just give them the option of doing and solving problems, which this industry has, that is a good enough incentive for them, besides the fact that it has got a good professional growth opportunity.
Absolutely. I think this is a great opportunity for the government as well, because as you said, gaming has an intrinsic appeal for young people. So if you can get people to start thinking about larger concepts of product design and product thinking in this segment of the digital market, maybe there are spillover impacts on others which have been shy of productizing or thinking of those larger design skilling challenges, in a sense of making people think of product design and so on. But I think, Arvind, you had a point to make. You had your hand raised.
Oh yeah, no, I just wanted to add to that. One of the stats saying the 10-year projected growth rate in the demand for AR, VR, and real-time engine itself is over 120%. In fact, for Unreal Engine alone, it's 122%. And you're seeing the jobs that utilize skill sets like real-time 3D are growing faster than the job market overall. And new jobs are also emerging. And like it was rightly mentioned, the workers who are interested in career mobility and students who are mastering these 3D skills or folks that are solving these problems, solving problems for the gaming industry, which keeps them really sticking to this industry and to their own companies. And and training is also important. I just wanted to just chime in and say, yeah, absolutely, because we are seeing a shortage of developers. We're also providing the entry barrier to learn gaming skills itself has never been lower than ever. The software is free, engine is free, license is free, the training is free, and even the hardware is free through virtual machines. So it's an exciting time to be here.
Yogwinder, if I can turn it over to you on perhaps some bread and butter issues, monetization and commercialization. You are not yet sort of raising money from, let's say, the external market, and you have been able to sustain on the back of your organic growth and momentum. But what do you feel is the future for companies like yours and other up-and-coming companies in terms of commercialization opportunities? Should they be looking at India as the end market, or looking at, taking a more international perspective at this juncture? What would you think is the future? Is it advertising, subscriptions, real money gaming?
Well, for us, and in general, I would say that main thing is to understand the market. If you understand the market, then you can, it does not matter which country you are in. For us, we believe that we understood the tier 2 and tier 3 market very well. And that is why we are still operating in India. But at the same time, we are also exploring global opportunities. At the end of the day, it's still, any gaming company is still a product company. So we need a good product, good gameplay, and good policies around data security and all. And if we specifically talk about India, the market is still going to grow. There's still opportunity in India. It's not like we have reached the level that we can't grow in India. The gaming industry is still going to grow to maybe more than 5-6 billion in next 2-3 years. So there's enough opportunity in India as well. So we'll continue to explore both Indian market as well as the global market.
And Seemant, just on that question, you have a mix of games that represent all possible monetization models. What is doing well? Does that, is there a particular focus of the company in terms of monetization? And how does that link to the way that you, at a technology layer, focus?
I think we're still, I would say, early days as an industry in the country to really find the absolute perfect product market fit. But real money gaming in terms of fantasy and card-based games are showing very good progress. So we believe that is something that continues to keep the engagement alive. Hyper-casual is also growing. I think ever since the pandemic, we have seen at least a 5x to 6x boost in our hyper-casual businesses, especially in models where there is a lot of social play involved. So I think the future of monetization here is just going to be essentially via in-game assets and a little bit of real money gaming, because people do have that, I would say, chaska of multiplying their capital, and that is going to continue to grow, in my opinion. As a subscription business, we're seeing that there's a very strong decline in that.
Strong decline?
Yeah, there is a decline in subscription per se. People do want to, people are okay, like for example, if you look at the success of PUBG and similar kind of games, people want your game to be played for free, but that sort of allows them to invest in other areas like buying assets, buying merch for your characters inside. A Metaverse kind of a system will also make a very, very big entry here. Not that anyone has figured it out yet, but I think that is also going to be an area, because people, we've seen, tend to spend more on in-app purchases, more for decorative means than for core mechanic means.
And do you also feel like it's essential, if you're wanting to keep users in your platform, that you give them things other than gaming as an experience within that? Social networks?
Yeah, social as their e-gaming and a lot of competitive, mass competitive, and I would say mass, okay, let me just put it this way, spectator gaming is actually also coming up in a very big way. If you look at a slew of new YouTube channels that are being started up by gaming influencers and the growth rate that they have experienced, we believe social has a very, very strong part.
So then what role do brands play in monetization and commercial, and non-gaming brands that may be advertising? And
Absolutely. So we are, in fact, in talks with a lot of brands and looking at a lot of different ideas that we can incorporate.
Are they hesitant about engaging with an industry which is...
Actually not. They're coming up to us and asking us for ways in which they can. And they are ready to actually commit a very reasonable corpus and to experimentation in this area. For example, an Adidas would want an avatar to wear an Adidas shoe, because that is what the rest of the world sees as your avatar walks around and competes with other competitors. So they believe visibility is there. Digital merchandise is actually on a growth path, and we're seeing a lot of high value brands like Louis Vuitton also looking into this particular space.
And of course, don't forget Nike. But Abhishek, if I can turn it over to you, one of the interesting things that Seeman said was that RMGs still remain very important as a fulcrum of monetization in the gaming industry. How do you take that monetization and channel it into emerging technologies, new sort of gaming ecosystems, whether they're based on Web3 or blockchain or metaverses? And what are you doing in that sphere? Because obviously, RMGs themselves will evolve. That's one track over the next 5 or 10 years. And they will also perhaps catalyze these new ecosystems. And we've seen that again and again and again in different market contexts. So for instance, in India, you have about 50 video-on-demand platforms. And some of the bigger ones are, investees of large broadcasting majors. So you see that sort of pattern where surpluses are channeled into adjacencies, and you also feel like that's a way forward for your company?
Yeah, so just to give you a statistical data, there are 200 fantasy sports players in India, as of now, right? Which already says about the game of skill, how is it evolving, right? So I would try to position this question that this is not one versus other. I think in whatever game of skill, RMG that we have talked about, they would also evolve, because we feel that the kind of future-looking technologies that are evolving in terms of real-timeness, in terms of clubbing, streaming while the game is on and seeing your leaderboard, these are some of the technologies which would evolve and give great user experience. However, having said that, there are other aspects where gamers are evolving into, right? Mid-core gaming, esports, based out of metaverse technologies and things like that. And we are also conscious of this fact that we have to also evolve as the market is demanding. So
what are the top 3 or 4 technologies that you feel are common, in a sense, to the emerging gaming world and your world?
So one is definitely esports, right? I think the people are getting a lot of, gamers are showing a lot of interest into that, and that is one area that we are looking at very, very closely. Of course, Web3 and Metaverse are some of the areas that has good potential. I think what Simant has told, people are still figuring it out, experimenting it out with what it could achieve, because at the end of the day, these are very decentral and democratized technologies, right? But a lot of potential can be harped upon on that part. And of course, AR, VR is the way forward, because people would now like to have an alternate world view while playing. And with ever-evolving 5G coming into and ever-evolving technologies, that they will be seeing at a different kind of an experience. So I think these are the 4 pillars that I will...
It's going to be dizzying for all of us, whether we're using a VR headset or not. But Arvind, if I can bring you in on this question, a lot of the Web3 gatherings that one may go to, there's often a common refrain in India that, we're a country of Web3 developers, not of Web3 consumers yet. How do you see that switch flipping, and how has it happened in other parts of the world?
That's a great question. What we are observing right now is games are becoming platforms for developer economies, and we are also going the way of video, it is becoming user-generated content. We are seeing either Unreal Engine itself providing a whole host of features around it to enable developers to create their own games, or even platforms like Fortnite Creative or Roblox or Minecraft and even Facebook's Horizon World, all becoming sandboxes in which developers can then make their own interactive content on top of it. So I think we are seeing developer economy growing and consumer economies who are consuming this content, not just in India, but serving to a global audience, which is happening. And on that topic, essentially there's 3 parts to to world building or to this kind of metaverse kind of application itself. There's world building, there is designing, which is the game design part, and then you have marketing, including influencers and community. And India being very strong in the services sector, we have like over 90,000 registered architects firms, and we have in the Animation Express article, India has about 300 animation and 40 VFX and 85 game development studios with more than 15,000 professionals. All of these folks are going to be coming together either through an engine which provides them with all the features that they need in order to develop their game or their metaverse kind of application, or jump into the sandbox like Fortnite Creative or Roblox in order to then be more UGC, user-generated content, like what you see as YouTube creators doing.
If I can turn that over to Yogvinder, you have, as you said, your sort of community-led distribution so far. To what extent can you, in a sense, weaponize that community to also act as a consumer awareness community to adopt new forms of gameplay, new forms of user interface, new technology-based games?
What I feel is that when we listen to our users, users are looking for immersive gameplay, an immersive experience. And when I look at Metaverse, it seems to be a natural progression for us. Like a lot of our user base wants to experience casinos. Like you don't get that in India. And even though the travel has opened up and a lot of people are traveling, still a lot of our users from tier 2 or tier 3 cities don't get a chance to travel that much. I'm not talking about Indian casino, I'm talking about like going to Vegas or Miami. So we are listening to them, we want to build something for them in the virtual world that they can experience. Another example I would give is that we enabled audio and video in some of our games, just for an experiment. And so for the same entry fee, the user will opt for a video or audio enabled table, where they can actually socialize with other gamers. And the engagement was not just about the game, it was also about their personal experiences and all that. So we believe that Metaverse is going to help us. It's a natural progression for us for RMG, especially in card games. And also, when I talk about Web3, NFTs is where a lot of our users are asking for it. Like we need to have NFTs. So that's, we are listening to our users. We will gradually build some features on it. We have set up an R&D innovation team, which is specifically working on AR, VR, blockchain, and figuring out how to go about on the Metaverse as well.
Seeman, that's very interesting, whatever Yogvinder has said, and I want to build on that. Why do Indian consumers or users want, like the rest of the advanced markets, want to own NFTs, etc.? Because at some level, we still come with this sort of almost paternal worldview on the Indian user that, we want things that are free, we want sampling, we don't want to be binding ourselves to any world, we're promiscuous. So thoughts on this?
Absolutely, and I think that's a great question. So we also are seeing a lot of influx in demand for the usage of NFTs within games. We believe the prime reason for that is the ownership of an asset. Right now, if you look at a gaming experience, it is a very, I come inside a shop, I would, or maybe an arcade, I will come and play something and get out and take nothing back with me. I think the absolute fundamental behind NFTs of it being an asset that is potentially going to increase in value and also act as a memorabilia of what you have done inside the game. For example, let's just say that if I'm a battle-based game like PUBG, right? And instead of buying a gun, which is a digital gun and in-game consumable, I'm now buying that gun as an NFT. And the more kills I have using that gun, I can have certain badges that I can associate that will make my NFT stand out from the rest of the NFTs of the same asset, right? So there's a certain amount of sweat that has also gone inside in building the value of that NFT. Now, if I use that gun more, and if my gun can increase in power, then other users may just want to buy that gun right off of me so that they can come at the same level as I am. And there are people who are ready to pay for that. We have seen a lot of instances where in some of our games, you can level up to level, let's say 45, and people are selling their user credentials to other users for actual cash, so that they don't have to spend that 3, 4, 5 months that I have spent in order to upgrade my profile to come to that particular level.
There's an OTC market that's developing.
Yes, absolutely. So NFTs kind of help structure that, I would say, in a more understandable fashion.
Very interesting. Again, before I jump to you, Abhishek, if I can bring Arvind in on the same question. Do you feel like there is some sort of a contradiction, or do you feel like there is a larger responsibility, much larger responsibility on gaming companies and platforms and so on in this new world of NFTs where people are owning parts of the development of a world, or generating new worlds, as you said, UGC and so on and so forth, for the company to be sustained, for it to be for servers not to shut down one fine day. It's almost like you've already IPO'd before IPOing, because you've given away game assets, and to me it seems like it means a whole lot, a different responsibility paradigm for gaming companies.
Yeah, I think I really cannot comment on decentralization or blockchain technologies or token-based economics and whatnot, because that's, it's, in my opinion, it's very new. In fact, recently in the Epic Game Store, we did okay to publish an NFT game through a third-party publisher. But as Epic Games, I think it's still new, and there's not a lot that I can talk about on this particular front, unfortunately.
No problem. If I can turn over to Abhishek on another related note, since Yogwinder mentioned that tourism, for instance, is a desire that people have that is now integrating with the desire to play RNGs or skill-based games. And similarly, in your world, there's a huge intersection between sports and gaming. And how do you see that playing out in the context of the use of immersive, emerging technologies? In some ways, one can argue that you've already created a bit of a metaverse, because you have people sitting in drawing rooms watching a match on a second screen, also engaging with the match in their own way, and perhaps in a third screen also communicating and networking and socializing on personal networks around their activities. So it's almost already a metaverse, but what is the direction in which metaverses can give a fillip to sports-based gaming as you have a penchant for?
I think it's a question of access, right? Our tagline of the company also is "Make sports better," right? And it's an endless goal to chase on, right? You can always make sports better, right? And Metaverse is one of the parts which is an emerging technology. People nowadays want to socialize and have an ability to demo their ability of, okay, this is what my level is in this game, or this is how I'm good about this game. And we all are figuring it out. Right, I think Metaverse, before I completely agree with Arvind, sorry, about before we can think about a business model, as you told, almost like IPOing people, right? I think we have to figure out the market dynamics. Where is it gravitating to? As long as it is a user-first, something that solves real user problem, and they probably start enjoying it, then probably monetization and business models would evolve out of it. So our submission is that this metaverse, this AR, VR, everything actually gives you a better reach to socialize, because gamers love to socialize, right? And that's how you give them the good experience. Business models out of this would evolve.
My question was also that there are a lot of moving parts and a lot of, let's say, nodes that you'll have to integrate in a sports-led technology business like yours, where you're working with leagues, you're working with associations of sports and so on and so forth. So you have to bring them all up to a certain level for them to participate in this, let's not call it a metaverse, this immersive world. So is that something that you guys have been actively working on? How do we bring people up to speed? How does a BCCI, maybe not BCCI is the wrong example, maybe a Kabaddi league or whatever, how does it start to think at the level of an NFL or a one of these franchises abroad that are already adopting and adapting and promoting many of these immersive technologies?
I think it's very early days, right? I think we all are learning as of now what it would lead to, right? So I think let it firstly get synced in people's mindset that how it can be a great value to people in general, right? Because these things takes time, right? Having all the stakeholders coming to the same platform, there is a lot of thinking process goes behind that, right? So I think,
but let me counter that, and maybe Arvind can bring you in for 1 minute. People thought this about smartphones and the Indian user too, that it will take time for our moms and dads to start WhatsApping fake news to each other, but it took no time. So is this a misconception? I mean, that we are somehow going to be in a sort of a digital divide sort of space where development of games is concerned?
No, actually, one of the interesting things that's happening right now is games is going beyond just games. We are seeing a broad adoption of gaming technology across enterprises. So industries like automotive, AEC, film and animation, broadcast, fashion, retail, all of them are adopting real-time technology, which is the DNA of games itself, using this tech for their own means. So, I don't think the adoption of gaming or gaming technology itself is going to take too long, because once enterprises start using it, everyone is using it. I just want to particularly say that when it comes to user-generated content like Fortnite Creative or Roblox, it becomes interesting at that point of time, because the folks who are playing the game, who are the younger generation folks, would be more inclined towards using the same kind of medium when they become professionals. Like today, I'm on Zoom. I'm speaking from a very, very large screen, but it will be much cooler and much intuitive if I was a real-time 3D avatar standing next to you, and so on. And that is already happening in these kind of virtual worlds that you're seeing, which we have seen. I'm sure everyone has nephews or children who are playing these kinds of games, and they are already doing homework in that world rather than just playing. And that's kind of where, and so with the enterprise world, with the professional world adopting real-time technologies for their professional work, for their real work to get done, and as the kids who are virtual world natives coming into the workforce in the next 5 or 10 years, who are naturally inclined towards using this, I think we will see that merge of gaming technologies, and of course, as a, I would say side effect, but as a result of them also starting to play games and accepting it to be part of their everyday lives.
Sure. At this point, there are 2 minutes left, so maybe we can do 2 quick questions if there are any in the audience. We have one here, sir, and there's another one here. Sorry, he raised his hand earlier. We only have time for 2. Please make it a question and not a comment. Someone can get a mic.
Well, my question would be for Arvind, since he been part with Unity and Unreal Engine both, and if anything comes in developing a game or related AR/VR solution, the engine comes into picture very first. So choosing right engine is very critical and important. Now coming to the point, what are the effort being done by either Unity or Unreal or any other open engine provider or solution provider to formalize game engine related degrees, certification, and make it more standard? Because there is a stigma that from university.
Good question, thank you. This gentleman over here, please.
Is that an answer? Should I give an answer? Yeah.
Arvind, we'll just take the other question and we'll come.
Oh, okay, got it.
Hi. My general question is, like, we're talking about Web3 and what is happening in Web3, and the best use case example we see in today's time was probably Philippines. But when we're talking about India, I believe people are still yet to adopt to NFTs and to Web3. It's still in a very nascent stage in the country right now. However, when we look at RMGs and the casual scale games and all these regular games that we play on mobiles, those have a lot of traction. So how important is the tier 2, tier 3 market for you with that respect is what I wanted to understand.
Okay, thank you. I suspect we'll get different answers for that second question, but Arvind, if you can take a quick shot. Time's up, it says on the screen, so very quick.
Very quickly, yeah. No, we are acutely aware that certification is something that at least emerging markets like us it takes care of. But we also believe that skilling is important, and that's why at Epic Games, I'm repeating myself from earlier, we are reducing the entry barrier to learning as much as possible, because it's about doing than just getting I guess a certificate, I guess. So we have been working very closely with universities and educational institutions to provide free training, and of course the engine is free, the hardware is free, and 200 hours of training and usage is what makes someone an expert in any field, and we are trying to provide that kind of training and connect them to the community so that they're able to use Unreal Engine as a skill. So and we want to drive that, and happy to continue that conversation, but it's still evolving for sure.
Thank you. If we can just go across the panel, I think the gentleman posed a question which is an overarching theme for us anyway. We are in the midst of a transition of this market already, even as it's just started. So just last, a couple of thoughts from each of you in terms of how you look at this transition process for your company. What is it that is the most important goal for you to achieve at this phase of transition? Perhaps you can start in reverse order with you, Abhishek.
I think it's a very great question and very interesting one. Game of skill-based gaming to tier 2 to tier 3 city and adoption of it would be a priority for the coming years, right? Because that's still an evolving market, and I think we all agree to that it is still growing in those markets. However, as I said in my previous statement, it's not one versus other, right? The other thing is also some of the things, because the market, as you said, that we never thought that our grandparents would adopt to WhatsApp that soon, right? So you never know how the market is going to adopt the emerging technologies, especially when you are enabling them with 5Gs and better phones at a very low cost and things like that. So this technology, you probably have to club it much sooner than what it was for the last 10 years. The emerging tech has to be integrated with that.
Siman.
First of all, thank you for the question. I think that further to what has been the common sentiment here, we believe that RMG itself is like a midway step between Web 2 and Web 3, because there is an economy that's linked. People are adopting that economy. They have been able to ramp up to understand how the entire mechanics work, and they have been able to ramp themselves up to have trusts in platforms like Dream11 and others, right? I think Web3 is going to be a very big trust market. Eventually, like I said, it is still an asset investment. And the other big area that I believe is a very big point of friction, because we explore a lot of these platforms, is that as of now, technologically, the adaptation of Web3 infrastructure is a little difficult. It is not very seamless for a regular user. Understanding how to create a crypto wallet, how to load it with assets, so on and so forth. Understanding private keys, secret keys, so on and so forth. I think what is really the big vacuum element in the market is of a bridge technology, which kind of helps a Web 2 user ramp up to a Web 3 infrastructure without the friction being a problem.
I would love that technology too, to just keep pace. Yogvinder, is that something you'll do, or is there another area of focus?
Very similar approach, I would say. Our innovation team is working on figuring out how to basically bypass this cost barrier, especially on the new emerging tech AR, VR. Again, we are using the community-driven approach where specifically in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, we're engaging with our end users to find out exactly what will work. Obviously, we are looking for a natural transfer of whatever we are using right now in RMG to use something from Web3 to actually give a better or a more immersive experience.
Thank you, and thank you everyone, including the audience. This has been a very rich session, at least for me, and hope to do this again with you, gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to our moderators and our panelists for joining us. And now, with that, I would like to also thank our sponsors, presenting partner Dream Sport, our bronze partner Western Digital. We would also like to thank our associate partner GameZop and exhibitor ZenLayer and Meteonic Innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be taking a short lunch break. So thank you so much. We'll be joining you back again.
friend feature to seek help. As they earn Azadi Veer card along the way, they can also share them on their social media platforms. With successful completion of the Azadi Quest, the games will offer the players a certificate to recognize their accomplishment. Playable in both English and Hindi, the games are now available in India and will be launched worldwide in September 2022. Select winners of the games will also get a chance to win exciting prizes along with a unique experience to get featured on Doordarshan and All India Radio. So what are you waiting for? Download the game now on your Android and iOS devices and become a part of this fun-filled learning experience as you witness the story of Azadi unfold. And of course, have a lot of fun along the way. तो शुरू करते हैं Azadi Quest. Let the Azadi Quest begin.
Thank you. So this is just a short promo which we prepared, just trying to make you understand what it is. In fact, this is extremely interesting and unique for a government to have ventured into such a project. And it has several significance. The first is, of course, you recognize that gaming is a very, very important aspect. We recognize that, and we know that a large number of, we have about 900 companies who are involved in game, about 15,000 game developers. Now this was prepared, I would thank Zynga for having come up, and they have done it at their own cost. So the government, they have given to the government the content which we gave to them with the vetting of the Indian Council of Historical Research. But more importantly, I think it is anybody who's been a student of history or whose children are studying history or anybody who's otherwise interested in our freedom struggle, and I think everybody would be interested as we Indians are. This is a real good game. I have been playing it myself, several others who have been playing, and the robustness of the game is very good. The music is nice, the features are very pleasant. So all of you can just take some time off and try to play this game. And I can tell you how we have collaborated. We had a team of young professionals, some of them are sitting here. They, in a way, revised the NCERT books, and they developed about 750 multiple choice questions. And these were then sent to the Zynga team. Our team went over to Bangalore. We sat with them. So it was an exercise which was done in a record time. Usually, I'm told, I'm no expert, but I'm told that it takes around a year or so to develop games of this sort. And this was developed in less than 3 months to 4 months' time. So because there were certain deadlines which were meeting, but it has come out really well. And this is, in a way, trying to point towards certain things which the government is trying to do. Number one, as I said, that we feel that this gaming industry, the way it has developed over the last several years, it is now making its mark not only within the country, but internationally. It requires that support, that push, not only from people across the world, but also from the government. And many of you would be aware that few things are happening. The AVGC task force had been formulated within the Ministry of Information Broadcasting. The task force has gone through several deliberations, and we had prepared several type of recommendations for propelling the growth of the sector, for inviting investment. And side by side, we also had an intermediate task force which looked at the regulatory aspect, because this is a unique sector where the game developers and the gaming companies came forward to the government that please have a soft touch regulation, trying to blur the differences between what is a game of skill and a game of chance, because usually that is where the problem starts and the problem really deepens. If a person who has developed a game of skill is somehow not branded, but understood as a game of chance, so all other consequences follow, which are not really healthy. That is one aspect, of course. Another aspect, of course, is you have a lot of offshore games, offshore betting sites, which are trying to distort the entire market. So for all these reasons, and several others, it was felt that the government should step in, and the government has been very keen talking to all of you. Many of you would have been invited into the stakeholders consultation, which we've had in the past, and we have been very, very, I would say, we have become very wise in terms of getting your views and your comments and your insights into what this entire sector is and how do we regulate, like a soft touch regulation, much like a self-regulating mechanism. All these things are being worked out. So we look forward to a great cooperative and coordinated systems of working together in this industry. Thank you. And I'll just leave you with one small promo, which we prepared for this game. You will like it. It's a rap. Ankita, can you play that? We made it because this game would be played by youngsters, so they like rap. They don't like the usual typical Hindustani.
मोबाइल पे आजादी क्वेस्ट आया जाति का इतिहास डाउनलोड कर रे आजादी क्वेस्ट खेलो जीतो ढेरों इनाम मौका पाए जुड़ने का रेडियो और डीडी के साथ सिर्फ खेल नहीं उत्सव है आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव है आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव है
डाउनलोड करें आजादी क्वेस्ट ऐप और पाएं ढेरों इनाम.
So you will find this on All India Radio, very soon on private FM, because we want the youngsters to really start downloading this app. And really it is important for those boys and girls who are there in schools, in colleges, because when we studied history, I remember it was a very rigorous history which we studied, and we still remember all those things which we studied at that time. Now, because of the fact that you have internet, you have Googling, so the rigor in the textbooks, in the classrooms is now getting a bit diluted. So it is important for them to go back and understand the rigor. And I think especially those of your relatives or somebody who's trying to give civil services, whether at the state level or central level, it will be very, very useful. I know my brothers who studied history, they were playing it and they said, oh, how did I not remember that? So it's like that. It's very interesting. It really challenges you in terms of your knowledge, understanding, and the questions are really good. So full marks to Zynga and full marks to all the young professionals and other officers in the ministry who try to bring it together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, I would request you to please have a seat here. We would also like to invite Rishi Raj, who's the executive editor of Financial Express, to moderate a session with us. Also, we'll be joining Kishore Kichli, Senior Vice President, Games and Country Head for Zynga India. Over to you, Rishi.
Thank you everybody for coming here. You all must have, I won't take much of your time because you all must have seen an excellent presentation which Mr. Sahay has already given and introduced you to the entire game, the concept behind it and the work which went behind it. But of course, all of you must be having a lot of questions in and around it, around the game, around the subject, around the issues which surround it. So I will start with these things so that maybe I am able to raise some of the issues which and get pertinent answers from Mr. Sahay, which may be in the minds of all of you. So Mr. Sahay, this was a really an unique concept, I think the first by Information and Broadcasting Ministry. Meaning all these years in journalism, we always thought that Ministry of Information and Broadcasting basically oversees content. It regulates content. But I think here it has in a way created content. So that's actually a very novel thing, and the timing of it is also noteworthy. But I would like to know, meaning, how did the idea come about? In the sense, normally people don't relate these kind of very innovative ideas with the government. Generally, these things are outsourced. But here, as you presented, the idea seems to have come from the government, and the content also has been given by the government. So if you could just tell what went behind it, how did the idea come?
Yeah, I mean, the classical perception is that government and innovation don't go together. But things have changed now, and definitely, And it all happened in a chance meeting by this person, Kishore Kichli. He's the head of the company in India. He keeps on traveling between India and America. And we had a discussion with him in Dubai Expo. And there we floated this idea that you have a gaming company, a game developing company in India. And we, when we are trying to do so many things on a Jan Bhagidari for Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, let us do something for the young generation. And mobile gaming is something so popular. In India, 94% of games are played on mobiles. And the young generation, courtesy the low internet prices, so we wanted something to be developed on the mobile. And that is how this idea germinated. And then we had this team, we started working upon what should be done. And it should be then, we started with 1857 to 1947, but we are going to enrich it, because if somebody's played the game, won certain prizes, then he doesn't go back on that mobile, on that app, unless there's something more to offer. So all those who want to play, keep on playing, and 1 month down the line, you will see some new features there, and new games there, new challenges, new content. So it's an ongoing exercise for the entire 1 year, and that is how we plan to take it forward.
Can I bring in, I would like to bring in Kishore over here. Hi, Kishore.
Hi, how are you?
Mr. Sai just explained exactly, how they got in touch with you and how the idea developed. But it would be interesting to know from you, in the sense, normally people have a little bit of hesitation in working with the government on any project. So what was your experience, and were you, when you approached with the idea, with the subject, did it excite you, or were there some reservations or inhibitions?
Before I answer the question, I just want to thank Vikramji for the awesome rap song. So yes, it's going to excite a lot of younger generation. So to answer your question, like Vikramji said, it all started, on a car ride that I had with Vikramji from our hotel to the Dubai Expo. It all germinated there, and for me, look, I've been living in the US for about 25 years now, and when Vikramji said that, for me, at least personally, it was for me a way of giving back. So, like Vikramji said, we didn't charge anything, and also Vikramji mentioned this, which is building games it's 1 year is a short period of time. It takes at least a year and a half or 2 years, but we built this in 45 days, and we built this on top of our day jobs that people had. So for people that worked on this, it was a moment of pride and a way of giving back. So especially because it was tied to the India's journey of independence. So for them, it was let's contribute to something that our kids, our friends' kids, our relatives can go back and say, hey, this is how my uncle, my aunt, my chacha, chachi, who have contributed to this game. So that was the motivation behind it. But honestly, I never expected the level of dedication, the level of hard work from Vikramji's team and the rest of the government. It was just an exceptional experience for me and the folks in India.
That's really encouraging to hear. That means government has really started working very innovatively and differently than what it was earlier. But Mrs. Hai, as you talked about in your presentation, short presentation which you gave, that basically it needs to be scaled up, because people will cross a particular level and all. And so far, it's confined to a subject, and that also up to a specific period, 1857 to 1947, as I said. So there are two issues. How do you scale up? In the sense, do you get into different genres of, meaning this subject-wise kind of a thing, say history, science, or whatever, that way, or in history, different periods coming forward to the more modern and contemporary times? How is the scaling mapped out?
See, we are looking at different genres. One, we are looking at women freedom fighters. I mean, somehow that is unsung heroes of, because usually very few women freedom fighters we actually know, even when we read history. Very few of them we knew about, right, Lakshmi Bai and a few others. over that period. So one is to have an exclusive thing on that. The other is looking at the cultural history of India. I mean, the type of monuments, the range of monuments which have been built across the entire history period. Let us look at the cultural history, the architectural history of India. Third, you have a large number of peasants who have really participated in the freedom movement. Now that also has been an unsung, I mean, people have not really talked about that. So we are looking at different genodes. We may also go back from 1857, but essentially we are looking at areas which have not really, or today they are not really being talked about. Those areas we need to recapture and tell the people of the world, not only in India but outside. As I said, this is going to be a global launch, and as we speak, the preparations are on. So even in countries in America and Canada, this will be launched. So there are a lot of Indian diaspora is there, and they would like their children to know about how India got independence. So, and I think those children would be, might as well be interested in knowing. Because one feature in this game is when you're playing that game of Heroes of Bharat, there are 10 questions for a particular level. And if you answer them right, it's a green button. If you answer them wrong, it's a red button. But the right answer is also clicked. So if you're moving on those 10 questions, if you have answered less than 5, then the game tells you, please repeat. So you go back and do those 10 questions. And if you, again, only when you go beyond 5, you go to the next level, which means that it is not only a game, it is also trying to make you learn about certain important personalities and events which have taken place. So that is a good thing which they have featured, and we have the silver cards and the golden cards just to make it interesting. And more importantly, you can share on your Facebook and WhatsApp, you can share about these trivia cards and personalities. So we are trying to, and also there would be some more features, like you have faster fingers first, so 5 people can play together, somebody who plays the fastest gets a trophy or gets a, so that also those features, and actually Zynga team is, at times I feel sorry for them because they never expected that this will take so much of their labor and workload, but they have done an excellent job and they have committed themselves. They will add more features, they'll add more content.
So Kishore, in the sense, since you are from the gaming industry, I ask you, you may be dealing with all other kind of games also apart from this. So in that context, though Mr. Sahay gave in the presentation the number of downloads and the figures and all, but how does it compare with other forms of games?
Yeah, so look, if you look at this is more on the if I have to classify this as more like educational games, right? So you know, and educational games, it takes time for these games to sort of, you know, achieve the same levels of downloads that the classic games that you see people play, you know, whether it's you know, a shooting genre, whether it's you know, battle royale genre, whatever it is, and these are educational games. So the, you know, in partnership with the Ministry of Information Broadcasting, you know, we are doing everything to make sure that, you know, we are making it easier for people to discover this game, so that, you know, they can download and educate themselves. As you know, it typically education or the need to learn is, you know, not something that comes to mind when you think of playing games, right? So it's you know, this whole area is about, you know, you play a game, but while doing that, you know, you are learning something, right? So the installs that you see here, to answer your question, the installs you see here are fairly good compared to you know, the installs of classic games. But remember, we are not spending, unlike other games where a lot of money is spent on user acquisition. We are not. We are just driving a lot of this. A lot of acquisitions is through organic installs, and a lot of them are through organic installs. So and that's why you see a relatively less number, but we believe that slowly through numerous channels, we're pushing the discovery of these games. We will see some decent installs.
That's fine. Mr. Sahib, this is the game part has been a success. Information, it's learning with pleasure. But with the success, do you have any plans to, you know, also make it an audio-visual medium, like something like the quiz programs like Kaun Badega Crorepati, and if I go to yesteryears, that quiz time and all have been very successful, which were also very similar kind of a thing, learning with experience, meaning it's a general knowledge kind of a thing. This game also, as far as I understand, is something like that, you know, and the way you said different genres, it's about getting to know. In a way, it's a general awareness, general knowledge thing also. So is there any plan or any thought to make it, you know, a kind of a similar kind of an, you know, partnership model with some kind of a, so that this can be broadcast as a program on television channels or so, which...
Well, we can always work upon it, but I think the point which I want to make to my colleagues here and friends here who are from the gaming industry, you see, this applied games is something which is very relevant for this country, not only in education, in health, in defense. So other than the fun games and the pay-to-play games, etc., we also need to develop some games like this where it actually improves and really helps the country in so many ways in various sectors. So we would look at greater collaboration from other companies, why only Zynga? But other companies, we can look at collaborations, or they can be encouraged into trying to develop new games, especially because, you see, what is happening is most of the games which we are having in India, they are in a way trying to see what's happening in the West. We need to develop our own unique identity in the gaming industry in terms of the content. This is the content which is the Indian content. Similarly, we need to pick up topics, pick up subjects which are Indian in nature and develop that content, brand it, and sell it to the world. There is something which I throw it to the gaming industry in India, where they try to develop issues which are relevant to this country, which are of Indian nature, and that can then be taken forward.
That's interesting in the sense that's an Indian model, an Indian content, Indian game. That's interesting. But isn't content too overbearing in it in terms of the research, or to fish out the content? How do you go about it?
No, I agree with you. See, we were, when the EVGC task force, which has been set up in the Ministry of I&B, and I was looking at one aspect of that of gaming. One issue which we have been trying to talk about is R&D, research and development, and trying to create that environment within the country. We still have to develop that type of environment in the country of acceptability towards the healthy aspects of gaming. That is very, very important. The moment we develop that type of environment in the country, there will be greater acceptability to the game developers. And also, it is important that in school curriculum, in such other forums, we try to inculcate and try to include such matters so that children who are in senior secondary or secondary classes, they understand the healthy aspects of gaming. And that then leads to skilling in future. We also have looked at how we can develop more incubation centers, research centers, where in a way we get a fillip to our Indian gaming companies to develop more on content, and also to see how we can use the advantages which some of the Western countries have, trying to develop some technology transfer, which can then develop our own country.
That's an interesting thing, but what is the regulatory landscape with regard to gaming? Meaning, there are a lot of issues which come with regard to gaming. You yourself spoke about game of skill, game of chance. Meaning, it's very nice for the government to basically bring out something like this. It's very nice that, you know, industry people, industry person, and industry has basically partnered with government on this. It is also very encouraging to see the number of downloads, the way it is being received. But what about the ones which are not that much welcome, which has created some state governments had banned also online gaming or so. So how does one tackle that? How does one regulate it? Does it need a regulation? If it needs regulation, what form of it? And does it require, you know, A is allowed, B is not allowed, ABC is allowed, D is not allowed? How does one go about it?
Yeah, that's the challenge which we are facing. And I think there are no easy answers, or yes or no answers to this. But definitely those who are sitting here, all of you would be aware that there was an interministerial task force formed by the government. And this task force, of which Ministry of Electronics Information Technology was the convener. We had several rounds of consultations. We also had a big stakeholders meeting. Some of you might have participated in the meeting. And I think in that meeting, which I was there, it went on for about an hour or two. We were quite happy to accept and take into account the views of the industry. It was, in fact, industry which was trying to say, this should be the architecture of the regulation in terms of whether it's grievance, whether it's trying to use technology to decipher between what is a game of skill, what is a game of chance, as against having a committee which somebody's proposal is brought before the committee and the committee says, okay, let me examine whether it's game of skill or game of chance, as against having a technological set of parameters and your own game goes through those parameters and the results come out. So, which is also done in other parts of the world. So we're trying to learn from other parts of the world, but we are in the government quite serious about the fact that this industry needs that soft touch type of regulation, taking the experience of what's happening in other countries, taking the experience of the self-regulating mechanisms which the gaming industry in India already has, and trying to develop that overall environment. Also trying to ensure that the problems which they're facing or have faced with the state governments, that needs to be settled. So some matters are in the court, some matters are still there. So we are taking a view. We also, the task force also had a discussion with the state governments. So very soon something should be there in the horizon.
That's good. A soft touch regulation is always better, and it gives the industry also to basically play a responsible role and come out with their own initiatives in checking unhealthy practices. But Kishore, you being an industry person, meaning what are your inputs on this to the government? If you were to suggest like what should be the way forward, what will you say?
I am part of the AVGC task force, so I've definitely given the inputs to Vikramji, lengthy inputs. We've spent a lot of time in meetings, and yes, I've done my part. I don't think it's appropriate to just list it out here. So.
No, but if you are not this exactly the task, keep the task force recommendations aside or the inputs. In general, what are your thoughts which you can share with?
Oh, sure. I mean, from that standpoint, I think I just want to elaborate on what Vikramji said, which is, if you look at, when, there have been many cases, many times when people ask me, Kishore, when do you plan to launch games for India market, right? And my answer to that is, why limit to India market, right? So we have content, we have stories, we have movies that are popular across the world. So why limit to Indian market? So what I've been pushing for, and that's what I've been doing within our teams in India as well, is to push for ideas, concepts, and therefore games that are attractive for the global audience, and that can be a success in the global market. Because once they are successful in the global market, then you can just go customize, localize, culturalize for different markets across the globe. So once it's a hit globally, in many cases you just have to make finer adjustments to so that it's more apt to any regional markets you want to launch. So we have stories. We have stories from from our folklores, from Mahabharata, from Ramayana, whatever you do, or movies. Like I keep on referring to an example. When you look at the Black Panther movie that came out a few years ago, it's all about couple of brothers trying to fight for a kingdom who has got a couple of sons, right? So with that story, we have so many movies in Bollywood with that storyline, right? So that's just an example. So the point I'm trying to make is, we have the stories, we have the content. You just need to make sure that there is right level of creative juices combined with game design, and boom, you will be able to make games for the global market that are coming out of India. And that's where some of the R&D efforts that Vikramji suggested are going to come in, and partnerships with the movie industry are going to come in, with the tech sector are going to come in. So yeah, those are a few things that I want to share here.
That gave me an idea in the sense that, Mr. Sai, I can ask you, in the sense, as you talked about this, the different genres in history which you talked about will be quite relevant, but what about like touching the Indian, say, mythologies? Like we all know that Ramayana and Mahabharata, when they ran on TVs in much before the satellite TV came, were a huge success, this thing. A game kind of a thing which basically tests one's knowledge or makes them unlearn, don't you think would be a great success?
Absolutely. So are there any takers here for Mahabharata and Ramayana? I mean, we would happy to work around with you. Great, I see a hand there. So I think that point is important, that we need to pick up the Indian content which is something which is understood and appreciated and resonates with a large section of the society, large part of the population. And we could pick up that and then take those themes forward and the country forward. Yeah.
I see, meaning I can see some people in the audience are interested in asking, I think, a few questions. We can take a few questions if anybody wants to address a question to Mr. Sai or Kishore or anybody. Yes, I see you, gentlemen. Yes.
Yeah, just keep it convenient for me, yeah.
Sure thing. So my question is basically a comment which I'm packaging it as a question. But the game that you mentioned is more of a quiz format, and I completely agree it's for the learning purpose from school students and even some UPSC aspirants. But just to make it more interesting, can some kind of trivia be added? So for example, if we have a question like, when did Dandi March happen? And it happened on X date. If the person answers it correctly, or even if he doesn't, maybe an additional pop-up can come that it was like the longest peaceful march in the world. Did you know that it was the longest peaceful march in the world against, for freedom? So this kind of a trivia, or maybe an original photograph of the same, which the person would not find in a textbook. I feel that would be a great value add. So if this probably could be added.
Thank you so much. In fact, if you play the game, you will see a lot of trivia cards. We have a lot of trivia cards. Not only it has that information which you're talking about, you can also share it with your friends, so they also come to know. And the photographs which we have taken, it is not only from the NCRT. We also went back to the Indian Council of Historical Research, and we picked up some photographs, some scripts from there, because this was a big challenge in trying to summarize, because suppose about Dandi March, 10 pages have been written, but to condense it in 5 sentences as a part of the trivia, this young professionals who are sitting here, they did a wonderful job, because any content, any 3 words which is wrongly spelled, that can lead to be disastrous. So we have been very, very careful, but you get your trivia cards, you start playing, you will win a lot of trivia cards.
Yes.
Good afternoon. So it's so interesting to learn that we've introduced something which is informative as well as fun in the form of quiz. One suggestion I'd like to make is that while we've launched an app now, why restrict it just to the app? There are so many government portals with so much traffic, so many users, right? The exact same plugin could also be added to government websites. Like you said, and you remarked that government and innovation may not go hand in hand. Now, things like these could change that, make the government portals fun. And if the idea is to educate the masses, create discovery of the same content on all the government portals, that could possibly be a great way to disseminate information, as well as all the aspirants for all the various exams. I'm sure they're used to visiting these portals. Let's say the IRCTC website. So many users, right? Why let them just come for the singular purpose of booking a ticket, but take that one step further? Also add the dynamics of quizzing there, and the same product could, then serve multiple purposes. Is some suggestions?
It's a wonderful idea. Let me take it back to the office, to our drawing board, and see how we can take it forward. It's a wonderful idea. Thank you so much. Yeah. Can you take the mic somewhere? Yeah.
Hello. Yeah. Am I audible? Sir, I have a question. Like, I am a founder of a Designo Metaverse tech company, and I have seen Indian companies, Indian Defense Ministry and all of other ministries are taking interest into Metaverse companies, right? Like, Defense Ministry has created a platform where they called as IDEX, right? So IDEX has its own problems where we are finding the solutions for them. What about the Education Ministry and, how Education Ministry is taking Metaverse for them? Like, is there any platform that Education Ministry wants to, put a problem where we can solve a solution out of it? Like, we have also developed a product which is for education, like for the youngsters and for the college students, basically, where they can develop skills through our platform, Metaverse platform, which can help them learning and earning and, exploring out India. So like, I just want to know where we can approach to the education ministry and whether education ministry is still interested into the metaverse as well. So that is
Okay,
my question.
sure. I think you come to me, I'll take you to the education ministry. Surely, I mean, we are in the same building, so no problem. Because, I mean, offhand, I would not know who's dealing with it.
Yeah.
But this, again, is the content is essentially educational content.
Exactly.
If you have that enthusiasm, you please come over to me. My coordinates are known to people here. So come over, I'll try to find out who's there in the education ministry and we'll take it forward, definitely.
Thank you, sir.
Well, you did mention to the crowd that we should more create such kind of game that is more related to our history and the glory of that. The major problem with the indies game developer in working in that area is the funding. And everyone cannot be like Zynga to make that free. So is there any government initiative in that direction to encourage and let that accelerate this area where the funding shouldn't be a major barrier?
No, that's a valid point. I know. I mean, it's not that, I mean, Zynga did it for free, that's fine. But definitely the young lot, I mean, the young generation, especially startups, they would definitely require funding in order to develop certain games. And just wait for the certain recommendations which would come for the task force. We do believe that there has to be some type of, I mean, that has been the recommendations of several of the stakeholders that some type of financing things would help. So wait for that, let's see. If things can happen, then definitely we'll be looking forward to that, yeah.
But Mr. Sai, if I can just come in again over here, because of the funding thing. Funding is one aspect, but what about monetizing? If the game is successful and it is gaining currency and it feed up, shouldn't it be monetized in some way or the other? Meaning it is up to the government in whichever form. There are various ways which it can be, but is there a thought to?
I think that's a valid point because you see, today, the Indian games which are there, which are not for, I mean, which are not, don't have to pay any money, the monetization is just about $3 to $10. As against the games in USA or other countries, the monetization about $60 to $70. Which means that we still have to get into the genre where people try to put money, whether it is advertising agencies or others. But gradually, as the content becomes good, as the content becomes popular, you will have a lot of people who are trying to jump in and trying to put money into it. So that in the future, we can see a lot of monetization of content taking place in this games.
So we are back to basically content is the king. And that is...
Absolutely.
That is where, meaning it's the core competency of INB ministry. So we are in safe hands when it comes to that.
Thank you.
Okay, then thanks, Mr.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Kishore, for joining us.
And before I can, Ankita is there. You see, since we are celebrating Azadi Amrit Mahotsav, we thought...
Mr. Sai would actually like to give a token to Mr. Raj. Could we please get it?
Yeah. So this is a small token, Azadi Amrit Mahotsav, years of 75, which we want to present to Financial Express. And there's something more. What is that? Yeah. It's already time. It says time's up, so just get it quickly. Yeah, this is a small thing. You can open it so that I can tell you what it is.
Not some form of a Zynga game.
No. made that presentation, we thought there would be some good gifts, attractive gifts for children. So we are preempting it. We are giving a gift to him. He has not yet played or won. So this is a gift on the Azadi Quest. And my information is that he's been a student of history. So I am reasonably certain he would win once he plays. So in advance, and to promote this game and to encourage him to play this game, we are giving a small gift to him. It's a souvenir, it's a mug. It has the game, it has Azadi Amrit Mahotsav on that. So you can keep it as a memory, you can give it to your children. And a few other gifts also for a few, like lucky draws out here. So I'll share it with you before I leave. Thank you so much. It's been a real pleasure being with you and spending time and sharing my thoughts. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much for coming. Thanks for these gifts. True, I am a student of history, but the rigorous history which Mr. Sai mentioned in his opening remarks. So maybe this game will test my memory once again.
Thank you so much. Now we would like to go on to the next fireside chat of the day. It's titled The Game of GST in Gaming. In this session, we will explore different issues on GST in gaming communities. For this session, we have L. Badri Narayanan, Executive Partner, Lakshmi Kumaran and Sridharan, Gauri Gokhale, Partner, Nishit Desai Associates. The session will be moderated by Ramesh Kailasam, President and CEO, India Tech. Over to you, Ramesh. Yeah.
Am I audible? Hello? Audible? Yes. Gauri is behind us. Hi, Gauri.
Hi.
Okay. You will have to see our back, but we will try to turn around towards you. Okay, there. Good afternoon. I think we have had great sessions so far, but this session is slightly something we all need to be happy and worried about, because this is around taxation. Something that dreads us after earning all the money. Where does this money go? That is direct taxation, but this is indirect taxation at the time of playing. What happens next? So I represent IndiaTech.org, which is an industry body representing founders of Indian startups. And we do this sector by sector, where we keep engaging with the government, not fighting with them, but engaging with them, saying, please don't tax it this way, do not tax it this way, do not kill this business model, do not force us to go outside the country and still operate it happily. We want to happily operate here. And therefore, taxation has a huge bearing on the life and death or moving out of a startup. And therefore, gaming, which is an emerging area and which is an important place, the GST on gaming was never established. So therefore, the government set up a group of ministers to say, okay, let's decide on horse racing, casinos, and online gaming, what needs to be the rate of tax. Till now, the industry has been diligently and sincerely being a tech-oriented entity, putting 18% into the account of the government as GST. So it is not that there was no GST. The industry on its own has been paying 18% GST. But then this group of ministers got together and they are deliberating on it. They are still deliberating on it, which is good news, because the longer the discussion takes, there is still scope for us to put forth well laid out arguments. There is a discussion that they might move it to 28%, because this is not something like necessary for you. It falls in slightly the entertainment category. So there is a widespread kind of a discussion going on that this might be in 28%. But then on what becomes important, because 28 is high, but even 18 is high, but on what is the decider? Should I put it on the whole pot of money? Should I say it is on X percentage, I put this percentage? Or should I follow what is currently being followed, which is on the platform fee or the gross gaming revenue and so on? So For this, we have two distinguished guests, Badri and Gauri. So welcome to both of you. I will start with someone who is physically next to me. I'll come to Gauri next. So you see this whole debate going around 28%. And you also see this debate going around which says there's one crowd. I mean, obviously, as an industry grows, there are various thought processes and schools of thought that emerge. One school of thought says, hey, I'm a game of skill. I should be in 18. Maybe games of chance could be at 28. Or people would say, we all are one industry together, but I mean, whatever is the percentage, but don't put it on the total amount. And there are various debates going around this. From a legal standpoint, having seen the GST law and also various international precedences, what do you think should be the right way forward? Because right now the GOM is discussing and it's gone to the law committee and so on. So what would be your advice, one point, and you have been advising, but if you want to enlighten the audience on this, what should be the way forward?
Thanks, Ramesh. And again, thank you for having me here. And I must say that one of the areas of contention in GST has been this taxation of gaming. And I had the occasion of representing the gaming industry twice before the group of ministers, specifically with respect to what should be the method of taxation. So I'll give a perspective of what I think is probably a fair level of taxation, and then we'll come to what the government is thinking and what internationally things are happening. And Gauri, please feel free to chip in. You're as much an expert and you've seen this as closely as I have. From my perspective, as you know, that GST is a tax on supply, which is basically what is the income that you're earning by making money from the activities that you undertake. And as you know, any money which is received on gaming has got two components. There is the platform fee or the income that you earn from running the games, a fixed fee that is taken away from the pot. And then there is a deposit or a prize pool, which is kept for the purpose of being able to distribute back. And that prize pool never becomes part of your income at any point of time. It comes, you are merely a caretaker during the time when you receive this money and you distribute it back. We've always believed that the GST, if it's really in the nature of a taxation on your income and not what you deal with. For example, you don't tax a bank on the entire deposits that it keeps in itself, but merely the fee or the interest that it earns. So my belief has always been that the taxation should always be on the consideration, which is the platform fee or the gross gaming revenue as we speak about, and that should be the basis on which the taxation should be. The rate is something which is up for debate. I've always been a person who said that we should have a lower rate of taxation because it ensures compliance and it ensures people coming forth and giving your dues. I've always found that whenever you had high levels of taxation, people go underground, and it also negatively impacts the SME sectors in an industry rather than the big players. Big players are able to still pass on, they have margins, their ability to do so. SMEs typically tend to have that. So on that basis, I've always held the view, and I've always expressed this openly, that it should be 18%, which is what for all services, and it should be on the gross gaming revenue. That's the basis on which I have kind of this thing. I think before I kind of go further and tell you a little bit about what the government is thinking, and I think we can take this thing. I don't know if Gauri has anything to say on this or anything to add on this at this point of time.
No, I completely, first of all, taxation, right? It is a part of your policy as a whole of any country, right? So when you're looking at taxation, we also need to understand in parallel what are the elements that the government is looking at in relation to that industry. Now, when you have these parallel, ABCG task force, interministerial committee, all of them, and I have been to some of these roundtables, the voice out there from the government seems very encouraging for the industry in terms of supporting the industry, trying to look at, as Mr. Sahai said before, having a nodal central law in place, etc., etc. So whatever we are doing insofar as in furtherance of that industry in the other regulations, tax cannot talk differently than what we want to do, overall for the industry, right? So whatever the points that you made, I just wanted to add this perspective to say that the taxation policy should sit well within the overall industry policy. And therefore, I completely echo. I know that, I have been told that the discussion of 28 versus 18 is, almost over. It is 28, but I still want to insist it has to continue to be 18, and on the, on just the fee that the platform charges. And Badri, you have explained the legal basis very well in terms of actionable claim and all those case laws that we have seen, right? One other element maybe I also want to add, which is not getting discussed enough, is horse racing. I feel that the discussion is games of skill, betting, gambling, and horse racing separately, or some of those discussions. Maybe I'm jumping the gun here, but I thought I'll just clarify that horse racing also is held to be a game of skill by the Supreme Court. So somewhere in the drafting of the rules, and when we saw the GST provisions, somewhere horse racing is getting clubbed with betting and gambling, which I feel also needs some discussion, because it is equally a game of skill held by the Supreme Court, and on the basis of that judgment, all the other games are currently being held as a game of skill. So I'll over back to you, both of you. Yeah.
Yeah, so I just wanted to add and ask this question to both of you. Since Gauri already brought up my next question, you had 3 different things being looked at by the group of ministers. And Gauri just mentioned horse racing is a game of skill. And if you look at online gaming, you have a large chunk of it which may qualify depending on skill predominance being proven that they are games of skill. So I have 2 questions here. One is, of course, and we'll start with the first one, which is a short answer I expect from both of you, is do you think there is merit in a game of skill versus game of chance story here, considering that you mentioned horse racing is a game of skill, and why is it with gambling and betting, which is a game of chance, and online gaming, of course, which has both elements of skill predominance as well as those which have been proven by courts as game of skill, like in the case of fantasy, or for that matter, other games which are being questioned, like Rummy went through and has been held in various courts as well. So do you think there is merit in government looking at to treat game of skill differently and game of chance differently? It's a short question, so a short answer. Please.
Gauri, you want to take that first? I do very bad with short answers, so anyway.
I would say it will also goes hand in hand with the policy of the government. So tomorrow, if they say that, okay, we want to promote game of chance, we are okay with game of chance, then you have to look at it differently, right? Today, if the story is we want to promote games of skill, so at least support that industry. That's the way I want to answer it.
So I think, like I said, not in any this thing. So a few things. One is, today, for example, I'm just going to give from the government perspective where they are really stuck. Okay. So they are what is before the group of ministers is not to amend the law. Okay. So they have 2 parallel issues going on. There is one set of industries where they are taxing not just on the platform fee, but on the entire amount which they receive. Okay. And then there is another industry which is only paying fee on platform fee or the income that it is earning. And there is an industry like horse racing which is in the middle. Okay. Which seems to be covered under the rules in a particular way, but under the act, it seems to be going somewhere else. Okay, that's really where the horse racing really is kind of got stuck in the middle of it. Now, when trying to solve this, the government is trying to come up with a policy of how to kind of cover this, these games. And the law basically provides that actionable claims other than betting, gambling, and all of this is there, except clear cases of games of skill where they feel we can try and keep it outside. So games of skill versus games of chance becomes of paramount importance in being able to decide. And the government today is trying to find, is there a mechanism or a standard by which they can make out a difference between a game of skill and a game of chance. And that's really one of the areas where the GOM is stuck and divided with respect to how to go forward on taxation of this.
Well, that's interesting to know, because I always had this presumption and notion that for the taxman it is money, where the money is, whether you are saving money, leaking money, or whatever, I'll go after you, irrespective of the fact that the other side, there might be a statesman like you saying this is an industry that needs hand-holding. But coming back to the same GOM argument on, one of the things that came out was that, I mean, in the beginning when the GOM was getting discussed, there was this thought that, do we look at each of these three separately? And then they traveled the whole thing saying, no, all three are same, let's look at it together. And now there has been again some murmurs coming around to say, maybe we look at these three differently. Also, you've got a group of ministers having members who have in their backyard large, I mean, the casino industry is big in one of the states. They have their own state interests also at stake. So the question that comes in is the method of taxing and whether we demarcate these three and treat them differently. Do you see that as a possibility?
I think ultimately we'll come to that, Ramesh. I think, Gauri, please correct me if I'm wrong. I think I don't like where there is a single bucket where you're trying to tax everything and you're trying to put everything, because each of these games have evolved differently, have different considerations and different people playing it. So what's really happening? So if you kind of put all of these games in one bucket, then there are particularities which are getting created which are becoming problematic. For example, if I go to a casino and I go and play on a table, I'm sure you don't want the commissioner of GST sitting next to the table and saying, इस game में इतना जीता है, इतना tax भरो, नहीं ना? तो उसमें क्या है? You want to be able to have a system by which whatever chips you take, you play, whatever you check chips back, difference is what is they are winning. You end up paying some income tax, you pay some GST, and then move on with life. So that cannot be a taxation where it's in line with, for example, something like online gaming, or for that matter, lottery. So I think over a period of time, there is an understanding, I think, and a lot of it is people like you and others have written so extensively, including Gauri, on this topic, where I've explained why these are to be looked at differently and you cannot have that. And I think to some extent, one of the things that if you can take any credit is that in our meetings, we've been able to emphasize and bring to fore the fact that you cannot have a single kind of use for the purpose of being able to tax all. And I hope that going forward, there will be some wisdom which will prevail, which will kind of allow these buckets to be created, not very wide buckets, but enough buckets to be able to figure out what should be falling in what and how the taxation of these should each be looked at.
So I may, Ramesh, if I may come in here, I completely sort of echo, on what Badri said, and I'll add a perspective here. See, any tax regime that, that gets implemented has to be actually implementable, right? So, for example, if you say, okay, tax so and so on a game of skill, but so and so on a game of chance, if the taxman is not able to distinguish, at the time of, levying or, at the time of assessment, then how does one, sort of actually implement that regime, right? And that is why, as Mr. Sahai said before, I know for a fact, and I don't know whether I can talk much about it due to confidentiality, but the industry is actually worked on a system to make that distinction. Now, if in parallel, and all these luckily are, things happening in parallel, if we are able to actually provide that solution to say that, yes, you can in fact distinguish, right, by these technical methods or whatever the method that the gaming industry and the government, puts together, it will become the taxman's life, easier, because they will know that there is an identifiable regime because of which you are able to make the distinction. Today they are stuck because they don't know, because only few games have to be, held by the courts to be a game of skill. So if in parallel that clarity is brought out, then it will help. And in fact, I've written an article on this, as Badri said, where we have said that, try to finalize this approach along with the, the approach that you're finalizing in terms of regulation. Only then you will have a proper solution. Otherwise, it will always be confusing, what goes first. The taxation, like we saw in the virtual digital currency, right? They have taxed it, but nobody knows what is the definition and all that confusion that is arising, right? So let it not happen for this industry.
Well, I think valid point, Gauri, and this is something which, on behalf of the startup industry, we keep telling that let clarity emerge on the industry, then you figure out a way to tax it. You're beginning to tax it, and then there is another clarity emerging somewhere, and then you are left with no choice. And it is the most toughest thing to tell a taxman to reverse his or her decision once a tax is prescribed. So going on to the next bit of the question, which is around banking. See, we have a large number of startups in the gaming space which bank it differently also. For example, you have certain companies which maintain an escrow account. The entire pot money goes there. People play, they win, and then those monies get credited into their accounts, and what is left over as the platform fee then goes into the platform, and then therefore it is clearly demarcated and identifiable. You have a second set of companies who cannot afford an escrow but have multiple bank accounts, which are again clearly demarcating the flow of money. One of the discussions that keeps coming in finance ministry and tax research units and others is to say, where is the money getting deployed? Because there are some companies who take the whole money on one account, they may deploy it somewhere, and then it comes back when the payment has to be made, and if the payment doesn't get paid on time, people complain and it lands in Consumer Affairs Ministry to say, I played and I didn't get my money and so on and so forth, which is the reason why the Consumer Affairs is also in the task force. So my question is that, assuming companies maintained proper trail, would that be a good solution for the taxman to say, okay, you have a clearly demarcated flow of money, I would therefore go after this?
Gauri, you want to take this?
Yeah, sure. So yes, for the skill gaming industry, especially which is online, right? I think the flow of funds is pretty clear. Now, whether separate bank account, no separate bank account, also it will be determined, as Ramesh, basis how the law evolves. Because today, on a self-regulatory basis, people are having separate escrow accounts, right? And some people may not be doing so. Maybe SMEs, they are not able to sort of bear that bank charges or otherwise. But ultimately, if the regulations mandate a segregation of the account, right, which is a player protection measure as well, right? So this will tie in into sort of the taxation element, because automatically you will need to maintain that separate fund and you will not be allowed to use that for your operational purposes, right? Because the whole idea that you're not actually, as Badri right at the start mentioned, it is not your income, right? So if it is not in your income, you're not noting that as your income, you better not touch it. Let the player protection measure be taken in that regard, and automatically that clarity will emerge. But I also want to address on that game of chance point that Badri mentioned, when it is physical, right? And that is where most of the games which are casino games and all today which are being played physically, that is where the confusion arises in so far as keeping that entire account. And there, the simpler the approach, the better. But I think in an online world, at least you have that complete trail and clarity.
I think, like I said, Gauri is spot on as usual. So the only thing that I had in mind is that, for example, one of the reasons why I've been advocating, and so also Gauri and others, is to kind of, at some point of time, the government is struggling to figure out who's going to regulate this industry. It's better to come up with a self-regulating industry which puts across certain clear guidelines with respect to how you must play. Okay, that addresses not just the issue relating to consumer protection, but also consumer awareness. You have situations where, like you said, a few rotten eggs tend to kind of create a problem for the whole industry. So we have all these examples in Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh when we go for these cases, saying that so many people have died because they've lost all their income playing these games. Okay, maybe completely, maybe like not even like 0.1% of the entire population, but it becomes a big issue because when someone dies, it becomes front page news. So I think self-regulation is probably an important thing. And like I said, I think if you're able to clearly show to the taxman that there is this fund which is mine and this fund which is not mine, makes it easier for him to be able to manage it. But the minute you're able to show, you're showing everything is commingled, that's always a losing battle at that point of time at any policy level.
We just have last 3-4 minutes. I just had one more question. This is a journey of taxation where you tend to tax the whole thing, then realize, okay, maybe this is not right. And I've been reading, and generally the perception has been many countries have gone through this churn. And they first said, okay, the industry was paying tax on the platform. Then they said, no, it's on the whole amount. Then they have now migrated back into the same old way. What is your experience? I mean, both of you, if you can tell some international case studies which have, where the right approach has been on platform rather than the whole thing.
I think internationally, if you look at countries like Australia, so there are kind of, if you look at the countries, there are 2 or 3 different ones. You have the old world countries, the Europe, UK, and then you have the completely off the chart US kind of regulations. And there's the new world, which is more like Southeast Asia, Australia, South Africa, and those kind of countries. So if you take, for example, the new world, Australia, they found that having a reasonable level of taxation on GGR is a way forward for them. It allows for people to be able to register with them. It allows people to be able to pay this amount. It's also reasonable and they can go forward from there. Some other countries where betting and gambling is legalized. Say for example, in the UK, you have most of the football clubs now being sponsored by betting companies and so on and so forth. You do have a distinct requirement that again, they tried taxing in different ways, but ultimately came to a conclusion that taxing on the income that you have received, plus charging you licensing fee for taking registration is probably an ideal way in which they can do so. Today, for example, we don't have any licensing regime at all, okay? So for example, you're running a gaming operations, you don't have to go and take a gaming license from a licensing body, okay? In the UK, in the US, you need to go and take a license from a licensing body, even if it's a game of skill, okay? And that's the typically. But if you look at GST, which is what we are talking about, uniformly the world over, they've come to the conclusion that applying tax on GGR, whatever the rate may be, is probably a fair and equitable and a sustainable way of taxing. And I think that should be what I think we should also adopt. But of course, there are greater minds at work. So that's what I can say on this.
You want to add something?
No, I completely agree, and I think Badri alluded to this before. The moment you go into the taxation, and we have seen this industry in India develop last over decade. And if at all you go with 28% on the entire amount, quite a few SMEs may sort of have that issue, right? And as we have seen in other countries as well. And in other countries also the experience has been then the underground market, starts, right? And in an underground market, the player protection, all these measures have actually, sort of almost absent, right? So even from that perspective, you want the industry to stay above board, even for player protection. And that is why it is important in the other countries. That is what they realized as well, right? And therefore, they have somewhere come back to this, on the commission or a platform fee model rather than the full amount on the entire amount model.
Well, I think beautifully summed up by both Badri and Gauri. We can take audience questions? Yeah, probably 2 questions, quick succession, just ask and we'll answer it at once. Any questions? Or it was a crystal clear section? It's crystal clear. Okay, so we'll bring the session to a close, but I think the takeaway that I've had is we have fabulous people like Badri and Gauri discussing with the government, so we are hopeful that the government will come with something which is practical, which is something that the industry would love and not drive them away from the country. At the same time, they will also grow, thrive, create livelihoods. There'll be more engagement models which are more legitimate, and at the same time contribute to the coffers of the government and revenue for the government as this industry grows to a multi-billion-dollar industry. So thank you for having us here today, and thank you Gauri and Badri for a fabulous session.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the wonderful session. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Okay, so now we move on to our next panel discussion of the day, which is titled Esports, part of mainstream gaming culture. For this, we have Rohit Jagasia, founder, CEO, Revenant Esports, Yash Bhanushali, founder, Orangutang, Pranav Panpalia, founder, Opera FX, Supreet Raju, co-founder, One Rare, Anurag Khurana, founder and CEO, New Gen Gaming. And this session will be moderated by Vanavi Mahendra, senior correspondent, FE Digital. Over to you, Vanavi.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to a panel discussion on esports, a part of mainstream gaming culture. So, as per a report, esports is estimated to, surpass the biggest sport franchisee by 2025 in terms of prize pool money by bringing in rupees $1 billion. In that case, before we go ahead and talk about esports and the mainstream gaming culture, I would first like to, set forth the definition of esports and how is it different from online gaming. And anybody from this panel who would like to set forth that, the difference between the two in a crisp manner, please go ahead. Anurag?
So, I knew it would come to me. So, esports is basically a tournament using a video game, and which is like broadcasted as a spectator sport. So that's according to me the definition of esport. It's not playing fantasy games or casual games, etc. It's using a video game as the tool for doing the tournament.
As you've already defined it, my first thing is, when we talk about esports and we talk about gamers in the whole esports culture, the biggest factor of esports not getting recognition, and when I say recognition, I mean recognition in a household, in a common middle class, low middle class household as a legitimate career. It has a lot to do with the fact that the government in itself has unable to clearly legitimize and define it. So it gained prominence, to be very honest, after the inclusion in Tokyo Olympics. Now in Commonwealth Games with the medal event. But going forth, how do you see the whole esports landscape evolving? And this is basically for the three, Yash, Rohit, and Pranav, for you guys basically. We have one talent management and two teams representing us here. So if you guys could tell us what's the landscape you see in terms of gamers coming on board, in terms of shoutcasters coming on board, how do you see it expanding and getting that legitimate space?
So I honestly think that esports is just exactly like a traditional sport. From just athletes, I think there are shoutcasters, there are coaches, there are mental coaches. Everything that a professional cricket team or a football team requires, I think every professional athlete who plays under us or any other team, require the same resources like as a cricket, like a cricket team. And also, people speak a lot about esports at least having a small shelf life. But again, right now, eventually, after people are done playing competitively, they get a lot of other opportunities in terms of managing teams, in terms of, becoming a coach in the future. So I think it's a great, career, career opportunity for everyone who gets into esports, not only as athletes, but everything else, even, psychiatrists to do mental coaching for players and all of that.
My next question is for basically Pranav and Yash. So I have been in talks with Jay, I'm guessing Yash, and we've been talking about the fact that even esports players have a very small shelf life. Not more than, I believe, beyond 28, 29, that they're actually able to sustain being a professional player. So in that case, your revenue streams become either sponsorship or streaming. Now that we have NFT stepping in, how do you see NFT playing a big role for gamers?
What I really feel is that NFT is a way for a esports player to monetize, and it's still on the verge of being big in India. It's not really accepted by everyone, but in the near future it might be, with the Web3 space developing as it is. I think it will take about 12 months until the whole market stabilizes and everyone actually knows what an NFT is. A lot of times the industry has to go through a 12-month span just to understand and make the audience, inform the audience about what actually the product is and what benefits do you get out of it. So you wouldn't just buy an NFT because you think it's your favorite player's player card or NFT, but you buy it because you want to have a Web3 experience where NFT is connected with some kind of perks by meeting a player, by having a meet and greet, by having a signed jersey, or just having a much more personal connect is why I think, it's still 12 months away, but it's not really as accepted as in Western countries, but we are on the verge where NFTs will be a mainstream revenue source for esports players and organizations.
Understood. While we're talking about Web 3.0, so when you have a metaverse, a food metaverse company, right, where you also have introduced a casual gaming. So globally, metaverse and gaming goes hand in hand. How do you see that landscape turning out, or rather, booming in India? What are the lacking parts that you've seen here, and how do you see it becoming better?
So I believe the metaverse is the next iteration of the internet, right? We've had internet 1.0, we've seen internet 2.0. 10 years ago, we bought a phone because we wanted to call someone. Now we buy a phone because we want to click a good picture and upload it. The hardware will always follow the software. Like Pranav rightly said, NFTs were in a discovery phase in 2021. You bought them as a collectible and it made sense to people. 2022 is all about adding utility to it. So when it comes to gaming and the metaverse, the interest is rising, and so products are being built around that, but it will take that bit of time. It will take a learning curve for people to get there, but it is going to be the next wavy game, because it's more immersive, it's more interactive, it brings assorted tools for any gamer, any esports to be put together in one place and have a more community-based experience. So that's where I see it going, and I think India is extremely tech forward. So the teams here, people here will be embracing it faster than others.
Understood. Pranav, we were talking about the fact you have a talent management where you are actually managing professional players as well as gamers, right? So what I want to understand that when we talk about gaming influencers, as of right now, most of the gaming influencers are more, the streamers who are not actually playing at professional level. So how do you see about bringing forth an era, or rather, how do you go about promoting your professional gamers and make them more known than your basic streamers? Because, if we have to draw a parallel, let's draw a parallel between cricket and esports, right? So your Virat Kohlis of the world are known, but your basic streamers are not so much. So how do you see that gap being bridged and your professional gamers getting that same kind of recognition that they actually deserve?
So I feel like content creators in the... Hello. Yeah. Sorry. So content creators in the gaming space are basically someone who will go hand in hand with the professional organizations, right? Because these guys have like a very high viewership because they create long form content and they spend X number of hours creating a particular piece of content, wherein your professional esports players are super focused in their skills, right, and winning tournaments, and they don't have that sort of time to create content, right? So any esports organization has to sort of partner with your content creators, right, wherein these people will bring in that media value for that esports organization, which in turn will help the esports organization to monetize their esports teams in terms of recognitions and monetary values. So I feel like content creators are, or globally as well, for example, FaZe Clan is one of the most famous esports organization, right? And that's because 50% of their esports, they are being repped by content creators. And not just content creators, they have reached a place where international rappers, NBA players are joining their organization. So I feel content creators in the gaming space is going to be a start, but eventually we're going to see like someone like a Virat Kohli partnering with a esports organization in the future as well.
My next question is again to the three of you, basically, Rohit, Yash, and Pranav. Number one would be, how young have you seen gamers actually interested and going forth with the idea of becoming a professional gamer? How young do they start? And when you take them on board, how is the infrastructure, the training infrastructure like? Because it is in a way lacking from the government side, right? So within you, and both of you have teams, right? So how have you put forth that infrastructure? And again, how do you manage the cash burn of that as opposed to your revenue?
So to take that question, I think there are three phases of a esports athlete. It usually starts at around 8, 9 years old when he kind of tries his hand on the game and he gets good at it. It's usually 3 years until he kind of matures enough, until 12, 13, where he knows how the game is played, who are the players he has to play with, what the maps are, what the game graphics are, etc., etc. And usually at around 14, they have been scouted by esports organizations. Our esports organizations have academy rosters. So basically, it's like a feeder for us to get our academy players into the main teams. So how a India under-19 functions and the India A and the main Indian cricket team function is the same in esports, just that, gamers start at a very early age at about 14, 15. You can officially play tournaments once you're 16, and usually your career span is about 8 years. So from about 16 to 24 is your peak, and then the last 2 years is when you have to convert yourself, or you have to be a content creator more and not really focus much on esports because there are younger people who will be coming for your sport.
What about you?
So we've had players of the age of 13 to 14 also join us. We have not had anyone younger as such. Then going forward, what really happens is, like, for example, take an example of Call of Duty Mobile. A player can only play tournaments professionally in Call of Duty Mobile after they are 18. In a couple of games, it's 16. So generally, what we have seen is, we try to actually sign players who are at the, who are 16 for specific games or 18 for the other games. Apart from that, we have a training facility right now. We have mental coaches, we have game coaches at our training facilities in Bombay. It's a 15,000 square feet facility. We also give, our athletes proper gaming setups and everything to create content. Because when they are peaking as an esports athlete, they get views, and they get views, and when they're streaming, they get a lot of fan engagement offers from brands as well. So that's how we actually work with the athletes. We've not really been in the whole content creator spaces as such. We've only been having professional athletes join us, but that's what we generally do. And twice a week we also have mental coaching sessions for our players, because recently we played the Pokemon Unite World Championship in London, and we had 3 players who had never really played in front of an audience, and it was really,
Stage fright.
Yeah, it was really difficult with them to, So we've been trying to work on all of those aspects.
Speaking of how young they start, Anurag, you have collegiate level tournaments, right? And you have amateur tournaments. With respect to that, you have introduced tournaments at grassroots level. You're giving opportunity to amateur gamers and those who want to try this as a professional career, giving them a stage, an opportunity to see where they stand and to better themselves. How has that journey been?
According to me, to bring esports to the mainstream, we need 2 things. One is give the opportunity and the stage to grassroots talent, which is I am doing it. Second is we need 1983 moment, which Yash and Rohit gonna do it. So combination of these two gonna do it. Just mentioning that as I mentioned backstage also, the winner of our amateur league, where none of the pro players or pro teams are allowed to participate. That is the only requirement we have. The winner of that league, Rohit picked up that team and gave them the Revenant name. So that is of the piece we are doing. The response has been brilliant, like amount of players who participate. And because we have such kind of schemes, so I'm not saying that other tournament operators are not giving them opportunity. Yes, they are. But in those tournaments, you have professional players and amateur players both playing. So when the time comes to be on the stage, on the broadcast, it's generally the pro players already there. So in our tournament, none of the pro players are allowed. So we give the center stage to all the amateur players. So we are doing our bit. I would, even Rohit and Yash are doing their bit to do that 1983 moment. And that's where the big success for esports will come. That's where I believe that esports will become mainstream.
So a basic level question, this is for all those who want to become a professional gamer. Rohit and Yash and even Pranav, how do you go about picking your players or the people you, manage? Professional esports gamers.
So basically, it comes from three things. One is there has to be a vacant space in an org for you to be picked up, which is the most important. So a lot of teams now are already stacked. So as of now, having a 4-man roster, we have a 6-man roster. So usually BGMI, which is the most popular game in India, has a 4-man playing roster. We already have 6 players, so to get someone else in is a big headache because we already can't fit in the players we already have. So one is to scout the right team. Second is to have the right teammates while you're starting up. So anytime you start, you grind with your team and make sure that your team is performing at such amateur events from where you get recognition. So where our coaches and our scouts pick up players is usually from these amateur leagues and the other tournaments which are happening. And the third being, how strong are you mentally? Because esports is a game of skill, but it requires a lot of mental toughness and sharpness where, everyone is on the same playing field, everyone has the same skill set, but what determines a player is how strong is he in here. If he's strong here, he can make sure that he's, playing the best tournaments and winning those tournaments as well. Because all these teams, all our teams are stacked with quality talent in India, but the one thing which India misses is good strategy and great coordination, which the other teams abroad have, and that's our goal with esports teams in India as well. As owners, we talk as well, and for us, the primary goal is to get a gold medal for India in any of the world championships. We were close by finishing 8th, by finishing 5th, but we still lack the first finish, which will be the 1983 moment, as Anurag sir mentioned. So that's what we are aiming for. That's our vision, our goal. And not really only mine, but I think all esports organizations in India, they have one common goal, that get a gold medal for India and things will turn around.
Isn't that common with every player out there?
Of course, that's everyone's dream. So as a player, the only thing you want to do is win. So even if you finish second, it's not good enough.
Rohit?
Yeah, I agree with Yash completely. With our entire, with picking up players, as Anurag sir said, we picked up the team that actually won their event. Obviously, we got really good talent. We shuffled around, got a couple of more, players with a lot of experience and all of that. But apart from that, when we are scouting, it's generally our scouts and our coaches who really get players for us. Ideally, again, if there is a spot free, then only we actually go and pick a player up. Otherwise, now what we started doing is we started getting young talent, and we've started, grooming them at the backstage, and then, eventually making them play where we actually really fall short of in a specific role. So that's what we've been doing right now.
In that case, would you say it's still niche as a sport?
No, I don't think so. I mean, who expected esports to get a primetime slot on Star Sports?
Just adding there one, in 2004, by the way, esports in India is there before esports as a term has been in the industry. That is 2003-04. I remember my friend Vishal Gondal used to organize World Cyber Games. At that time it was niche. I remember at that time there was no YouTube, no broadcast mechanism. He used to struggle to get 100 people to come and sit and watch because it had to be all physical. With new broadcast mechanics like Loco, YouTube, Facebook, other things coming up, at least it's no longer niche that it was. Yes, it is yet to still go mainstream according to me, because my vision is a parent asking his kid, have you studied for 4 hours? Kid says yes. Have you practiced for 2 hours? That is when I think it would no longer be niche. That is
at least not berated the kid for being on a computer or mobile.
Yeah. So the same issue at my home. My kid is 8-year-old. My wife is okay paying money for his football training, but if he plays for 2 hours, you're spoiling your eyes. Why are you wasting your time? That's my house. A guy who has been in gaming since 99, who has been playing since 86. So this is my house. So I can understand what's happening at other houses. But yes, things are improving on there, but it is still not, it's still a niche, according to me. What's your opinion, Rohit? Yash and Pranav.
So I think that has changed quite a lot because we have an extensive gaming roster. And so this information is of course spread through the family as well, right? So I keep on getting call across that please help our sons enter gaming and do it right. Because if they're spending hours and hours playing games, let's make sure that there's some outcome at the end of the day, right? So I feel like if there are mass recognition and parents are aware as to how to go about and what's the right way for them to be successful in this field, I think even the parents at this point are getting aware about, and that's because so many of our gamers have become successful, so there are some success stories out there now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think to add on to Pranav's point, one more thing missing in India, which we are trying to solve as an organization as well, is esports education. So I was one of the first people from India to do a esports management course from Canada. So in the lockdown, when I was about to start, my company was my thesis. So what we are trying to do is basically go to these schools and make sure that you get rights for the courses from either Canada or China and Korea, the mecca of esports, and you make sure that it can be a part of the syllabus in the schools from the very beginning so that everyone is well informed about what is it that you're in for if you're getting into esports and gaming. So I think that's it from my end, that education is really important, and if we want grassroots level stuff to happen, it starts from education. So people have to be educated about what the industry is about, what are different career options. Everyone thinks playing games is only esports. It's not that. So maybe gamers or maybe professional athletes are 10% of what an organization has. Today, if we have 70 people in an organization, there might be 14 esports athletes. Everyone else is just support staff who helps them to go to a stage where they are.
Just 2 points I want to add here. By the way, your point, education is being started in India. I don't know whether he's here, but a friend of mine, Ajay, is from here, from Hero Wired, and they are launching a course for esports and gaming. So that is already happening. Secondly, what you said that it's only percentage of athletes. There's a lot of sports staff required, which is happening. So yeah.
True. So, speaking of education, there are two parts to my next question. Number one is, with the AVGC task force that's been set up, when we talk about education, A, there's education about the sector. B, there's education towards a kid who's 8 years old, who's 7 years old, and is interested in gaming and given the right education at that time to become a professional, player. We lack that infrastructure, right? So how do you see, or what would be your recommendation to the government to develop that particular infrastructure as well? We have, the government has, with the new NEP, they have put in coders, right? You have coding as a legitimate or rather proper curriculum. It's there in the curriculum from 6th standard itself. So if coding can be there, why not esports?
I think the only answer to this is that it's high time that the government recognizes e-sport as official sport, which they have not done. So there were talks 6 months back that it might happen very soon. There was a AVGC task force headed by Mr. Neeraj Roy from Hangama, but I don't think it's happening anytime soon. But we are trying to put in some kind of word inside the ministry to make sure that they recognize it as official sport. Once they do that, the football has the AIFF, the cricket has the BCCI, esports has no regulatory body. So today everyone is into a cat and dog fight every time. There are either two tournament organizers fighting for slots and dates. So I think there has to be some kind of regulation which comes in, and it can only start with the sports ministry. So I think as esports organizations, stand management agencies and tournament organizers, we all have to come together and make sure that we put in a letter and put in a word into the ministry that something like this is severely needed.
Because I think the infrastructure is there, right? Because we also, our youngest gamer that we represent is 7-year-old, right? And even in terms of education from his parents' standpoint, both of his parents have quit their jobs to support and turn him into a professional esports athlete. So, and there are talent management agencies like mine and esports agencies like his to support talents like these, right? So of course, there has to be, at this point, recognition from the government because the infrastructure is ready. Yeah.
I am okay, even if in some places infrastructure is not ready. Infrastructure will come. It's government giving their directive that, yes, we recognize esports the same we recognize other sports like football, cricket, table tennis, kabaddi, kho-kho, and yoga also. So that is the recognition we need.
Rohit, do you have anything to add on that?
I think they covered most of it, but yeah, I mean, I think infrastructure will come, and I mean, it's already there. I mean, even Yash's team, our team, we have really good training facilities for at least the players who made it. And I think eventually, with collegiate programs and when, probably non-endemic brands get into the space, I'm sure they'll also support the entire cause. But obviously, it depends a lot on the government and, the regulatory body that actually comes into esports.
Okay, considering we are short on time, quick last-minute thoughts from everybody, in terms of, while we're talking on the subject on the government, esports, and your normal households, how do you see the whole esports, again, coming up as a mainstream gaming, and not just in the gaming culture, but a mainstream sport itself, getting the same platform as cricket, as football, because the same level of physical skill goes there, the same level of dedication goes, and it has the same shelf life. In fact, smaller shelf life. So your 2 points towards either government or the people, how do you want them to understand or change the landscape in a way?
So I would request two things. One, getting the recognition like any other sport, very critical, because that's how even with our content, the messages, we produce content also, apart from doing tournament. Message is simple, gaming is not bad if done in moderation. That is what we want to pass on. And secondly, if government recognizes it as a sport, it becomes easy for him to identify new talent, for us to bring that talent to mainstream, and for him to manage that talent. So I think these are the two things which we need to make clear. And as Yash already mentioned, right now, I'm saying we TOs are fighting for the spots, timings, etc. We need a regulatory body also. It only can happen once government gives it recognition.
Just a minute. I want to ask you a follow-up question on that. You said gaming is okay while done in moderation. The problem which I find in that sentence, and that's just me, is that we never say that for cricket. Cricket is okay if done in moderation. Or for that matter, football is not okay if done in moderation.
So the problem for that is the image of gaming, because gaming is a very wide subject, okay? That's the problem. If you talk about esports, then I'm okay. The wording I've used is gaming, which includes all kind of gaming. Anything in excess is bad. Even you want to drink 10 liters of water, you know what will happen. You want to exercise for 10 hours, you know what will happen. But since gaming already has so much negativity around it, for right reason, I'm not blaming anyone, because incidents have happened, other stuff has happened, so I understand that. So where the message is gaming, not esports, gaming done in moderation is not bad.
But then isn't gaming the first step towards esports? You're playing, that's when, it's not that you decide that I want to be a professional player.
Gaming, streaming, and esports are three different segments for us. Gaming is general gaming. You're playing for fun. Streaming...
Again, it starts with that, right?
No, it doesn't.
For a 7-year-old, it will start with that.
Those are exceptions, okay? Like when I started playing, I was 10 years old. Have I become an esports athlete? No. Okay, but I want the culture in India where we say, like when you start playing cricket, you don't know whether you're going to represent India or not. But you play cricket not for fun only. There's a different regiment when you're playing for fun and when you're practicing for it. That is the difference between gaming and esports. Esports is a dedicated regime where playing is only part of it. Mental health, physical health. Like, my point is, if you're playing computer games, why do you need physical health? It is required because you are an athlete. Yeah. So that is the difference.
Pranav.
We can continue.
No, because my point point was going to be that when I'm talking about gaming, I'm talking at that level, that when you start playing, for you at that time is gaming. It's fun. That's when you think of, oh, I'm good at it. It's fun for me. I enjoy doing this. I want to make a professional career out of it. Right? And that starts with practically everything. It starts with cricket as well. It's not like you've held the bat the first time and you're like, oh, I'm going to be a professional cricketer. Right? So again, that was my point. But Pranav.
Yeah, so I think our major focus is to mainstream gaming, right? So what we do is we try to co-collaborate with content creators outside of gaming. We try to partner with celebrities. We try to partner with cricketers. We try to partner with even people like Chef. We're basically collecting audiences from different sets of audiences that are there out in the market, right? And once we have all sorts of different audiences and they're aware about what's happening in the gaming industry, that's when we are going to collaborate with esports organization and get all that audience towards esports organization. And that's my idea of making gaming mainstream, right? And I feel like all these esports organizations and people like Anurag are going to do the hard fight with the governments and make gaming mainstream and make it official.
Yash?
For me, I think our focus, our goal is very simple, that esports excellence is what we crave. So for us, it's not numbers, it's not audiences. All of those things are important, but our number one priority is esports excellence. So until unless you're not winning and you're not making rosters or teams which are not winning, you're not doing your job right. So our primary focus is to make sure that someday we might be the first team to get an international gold for India at a world championship in any game. It could be a console game, a PC game, a mobile game, but that is our singular focus, and everything else kind of goes with it. So once you reach there, once you have the 1983 moment, everything else follows, and then I think I might just retire.
Spreet?
I think I'm sitting
Well,
on the
not
wrong
about
panel
esports,
of esport experts here. So I don't think I would have a very strong opinion, as I think they've already covered all of that. But yeah, I mean, with the advent of Web3 and shared ownership that comes through NFTs, maybe there's a whole new avenue for esports to explore as well in India.
Rohit?
Again, for us, we've been an esports first organization. We have not really focused too much on our numbers and everything. We've been focusing on trying to get a trophy for India, or at least be one of the best teams in India in every title we participate. We started as a mobile first organization, but we've started getting into PC as well. So I think that's the common goal for every organization or every team in India, to make it mainstream, and that will only happen once we have the moment where we get probably a gold, be it in a publisher event or any other tournament.
Okay. Thank you so much, everybody. I'm so sorry we are short on time, so we won't be able to take audience questions. But thank you, everybody on this panel. I have many questions, but we don't have the time for it.
Thanks, Andy.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, guys. We will now take the time to go ahead and we'll start the next panel discussion titled Gaming Enters a New Era, Experience-Centric with AR and VR. In this session, panelists will talk about how the rise in AR and VR technology is changing the gaming industry and creating better experiences for gamers. For this session, we have Shrey Mishra, co-founder XR Central, Pushpak Kaipuram, co-founder and director NextMeet, Nindan Chaya, co-founder and chief metaverse officer Go Phygital, Siddharth Jain, chief creative director Playware Studios Asia. The session will be moderated by Dipankar Mukherjee, creative director and India-led Deloitte Digital India.
Hello, check, check. Hi, everybody. A very good evening. And for all the folks from around Delhi and Gurgaon, I don't know if you've been enjoying the drive of late, but for the past 36 hours, it's been crazy. I don't even remember seeing rain like this during the monsoons. Okay? All right. I can see a lot of people nodding. Okay. So let's get back to the conversation. I think we are at that point in time where the entire AR, VR gaming industry is going through the roof, and especially, this part of the world, and being such a large sample size, and on every possible category and every possible platform. Okay, and I mean, if you look at the sheer numbers, and till about the end of 2021. We're looking at AR, VR gaming industry with numbers over $180 billion. That's the end of 2021. And the console games alone have generated more than $50 billion. And like I said, I mean, it's been such a amazing and exciting stage for gaming, especially with AR and VR. And I think it just transcends across ages and across genders. And I think it's a very exciting time. So, I mean, going forward, I think what we're looking at in terms of numbers for 2024 is something around $73 billion. So these are the projections as per Statista. And let's just start off our discussion with our panelists. I mean, we've done the introductions, and joining us in person are Ninad and Siddharth, and joining us remotely. Sorry, I have my back towards you, but I think we'll have to live with that for now. Okay, so top of mind, last 2.5 years. So March 2020 onwards, I mean, what has the pandemic provided in terms of maybe a fertile ground, or how has it been?
Hi, I'm Shrey, and I think the pandemic has been a blessing in disguise. That's certainly something which I would say, because a lot of, I would say a lot of applications which we were thinking would take a few more years to be adopted sort of got fast-tracked. So for us, I think it's been a blessing in disguise. So certainly the adoption increased. In terms of VR per se, we were already working on WebXR or web-based, technologies, so that you don't really need the hardware. So I think, and that's usually been the journey for any startup, right? When a problem arises, then you figure out the solutions. So I think that's been the prime thing for us. And yeah, I think it's been a blessing in disguise. It has fast-tracked a lot of things. Of course, some things go on the back burner, especially device-based stuff. But now it's sort of coming back as well. That's my 2 cents. I'll let Nad take
Sure.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Shrey. So yeah, like Shrey said, right? I mean, the past 2 years, purely from a gaming perspective, and not just limited to AR and VR, gaming did see a very sharp uptake, because when you're sitting at home and you don't have much to do in terms of leisure activities, gaming and OTT, the 2 industries really grew, both globally as well as in India. AR, VR also grew significantly globally as well. I mean, while India is still on the growth curve for those 2 technologies, VR gaming was something which really took off in the Western markets, especially if you look at fitness games where you can put on a VR headset, and Beat Saber is one of the most popular games, which is like a rhythm-based music game, or you have VR boxing or those kind of games, right? I mean, people had to kill time sitting at home, and gaming provided that outlet. And VR gives that immersive experience, which takes you right into a different world. I mean, for me, if I were to compare AR and VR, AR is like what Tony Stark sees in his lab, right? I mean, the holographic projection which merges with your real life. Whereas VR is what the Matrix is all about. And then you get transported into a different world. And these two technologies really help even deliver that experience through gaming to the end users. So there is a sharp uptake. I mean, the Quest 2, which was launched by Meta, has been the most successful VR device to date. I mean, it's sold numbers of headsets, and that's what's also the price point in the US they actually had to bump up the price point to make sure that, okay, the demand had to be catered to. So AR, VR, and gaming really go hand in hand to deliver that cohesive, immersive experience.
Thanks. And Pushpak, Siddharth, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, thank you for having me here. So with my experience working with corporations, I have seen the rise in AR for remote collaboration more than the VR, because VR is something during the pandemic people were not comfortable wearing because it comes right onto your face, and it's something you already have the mask and you have to wear a VR headset. It can be very suffocating. But the augmented reality, because everybody had the mobile phones, everybody had their tablets, and kind of be it a maintenance or an industrial collaboration, people wanted to avoid traveling. So if somebody had to train on an aircraft engine, and the engineers are in India, and you have the suppliers in Germany, they would collaborate using the AR. So that's the kind of technology which has increased by many times during the pandemic. And I'm sure by the end of the pandemic, we have started seeing a sharp rise in the adoption of virtual reality, because people had enough time to actually explore, understand, read, analyze, and then find the right use case for the industry. So I think all the industries which have been waiting, they took off very well during the pandemic.
Sure.
Dipankar, I think Shrey was very modest when he said it's been a good thing, it's a blessing. It has been like a bumper lottery reward. It's been awesome. I think one major thing that we'll have to do is define what we mean when we say AR, VR, right? Because I think that already changes a lot of things. So we ourselves do a lot of work with training, simulation, games. We work with the police, military, hospitals, and things like that. And suddenly, during the pandemic, nobody could go and train and in fact, do anything in a physical location. And so all of that budget got routed into what we do. And that was like feast for us. We had to grow our team close to like 5 to 7 times what it was pre-pandemic days. So I guess what I'd like to say is like, virtual reality or augmented reality. I mean, like, there are so many forms of these things. When we talk about the metaverse, for instance, later, what it is anybody's guess, right? Or it could be anything that you want it to be, right? So I think, but to answer your question specifically, it has been a tremendous opportunity, I think, for everybody in this space.
Cool. Thanks, Siddharth. Okay. India being such a huge market, have you seen any sort of change in terms of government policies and things which will boost the entire gaming, AR, VR, particularly in India, this part of the world?
So yeah, there's actually a task force which has been set up, the AVGC task force. The government has set it up to promote animation, video games, comics. And as a part of that, AR, VR also is an integral part of that. And there was another panel where the panelists spoke about the policies being put into place. In fact, Meta in India is doing a lot of initiatives with various states to bring AR right down to the grassroots level. It could be gamifying or giving an AR experience to education, or promoting tourism locations, or gamifying the entire retail experience. I mean, encouraging small businesses to leverage the Facebook platform across Instagram, Facebook, using Spark AR, which is Meta's platform, to deliver AR experiences. So there is change happening both at the government level, at the private level. Companies are looking at how we can leverage AR, VR. It could be for training simulations like Siddharth mentioned. It could be for marketing activations, gaming, all of that. So it's a matter of getting the hardware at an affordable cost and ensuring that the content is relevant to the user. I mean, it's similar to what gaming is. I mean, apart from Go Digital, I'm also now associated with Reliance Games, and we have quite a few gaming IPs which really lend themselves to AR, VR. And we are looking at how we can get them to these platforms going forward. But it needs to make sense from a ROI perspective, right? I mean, the consumer needs to afford the headset in the first place. So while AR is, like Siddharth was saying, and it's more mobile focused, VR needs a separate device. So from that perspective, all these factors need to come into play, and obviously the government backing it would be helpful in scaling this ecosystem.
Thanks. And since the four of you have been like serial entrepreneurs, what seems to be the blockers in this particular industries for you? I mean, if I were to call out maybe around talent or any other places you feel that could be blockers for you?
I think the first bit is the awareness in general, which customers have about the kind of products which we have in the market, right? So I'm sure for all four of us, the first bit is actually the awareness, because when we go out in the market, the first bit which usually comes to us is, ye POC kar doge kya? So I think that's one. And then of course, there's a lot of talent crunch. I wouldn't say it's not the number of people, it's also the quality of I would say, game devs. And it's a niche field also, right? So that's something which we grappled with, we're still grappling with, but I think we all are able to figure out ways and jugards to solve that. And I think that's where we are. But I think these are some of the bits which we do find as challenges. I think first for us has been awareness. Second, of course, has been finding the
I like the way your eyes light up when I say blockers. It's almost like a game within another game.
Yeah, exactly. Isn't
Just
it?
another obstacle. So, yeah, something around budgets and timelines and unrealistic expectations.
Yeah, I mean, like, if I may, you have Ninana on the podium there with you, Shreyas, Pushpak, myself. Ayushman was on, Anurag was on earlier. Khurana, sorry, got confused. Anurag was on earlier. Collectively, we are all old men of gaming, but we are all in our 40s, I guess. And in this time, there has been a massive shift already. All of us, I guess, in our own way, struggled with perceptions. Getting into the industry was hard. Getting recognized as the industry was hard. I think times are changing now. There was a time when I used to tell people that I'm a game developer. I was getting married, actually. My father-in-law was introducing me to everyone, saying, this is my to-be son-in-law, he makes toys. He didn't know what a video game was, right? So times have changed. Today, esports are big things. We are talking about government regulation around esports. In the previous panel, right, people debate whether games are good for you, bad for you, or something like that. When I was young, people used to spank boys for playing out in the playground too much, not for video games, right? So there has been a perception change, but that perception change hasn't necessarily been favorable, right? People still look at this with a lot of suspicion, just like with any new media, any new paradigm of human experience. There are the doubters, there are the people who are the naysayers and things like that. People think about all the ills of this and basically magnify that. Media magnifies that as if this is the only thing that you can do. I think Anurag mentioned very, very well, that if you just drink 10 liters of water, what is going to happen to you, right? So anything in excess is bad, but new things get called out for it. So one major problem that we have in terms of talent is, in fact, that some of the top talent that could come into the gaming industry, where we pay well as well. I mean, game companies pay extremely well. It's work that you do with passion. It's work that you can enjoy. It's safe, and all of those things. It's not looked at as your first option often, right? Other than for a fringe few who are really, really driven, and often for the wrong reasons, right? I think another thing that was raised in the panel earlier is playing games the same as making games. It's not, right? It's as much not the same thing as cooking is to eating, right? So you have to have the need inside you to tell a story. So talent has been an issue, and I think it continues to be an issue. Things are changing a little bit. Sometimes I get a bit sour about the fact that esports, parents are more, eager to send their kids to do esports than to become game developers or VR developers or AR developers. So I think we are still lagging there, but it is a major thing. So I think definitely a change in perception in society would help. I think the next thing what Shrey mentioned is also kind of very pertinent. Often when people have their first contact with games, they have contact with AAA titles because those are the ones that get noticed. The AAA titles today cost anywhere between 200 million to 300 million to make. And so sometimes when, I'm here in Singapore, even in Singapore when we have, corporates come to us and say, can you make me something like Fortnite, and my budget is $200,000. It's a laughable experience because they're actually not going to be happy with whatever I deliver. But and not just me, anybody, right? So expectations, budgets, I think there's a lot of, I think before this whole golden dawn of the metaverse can truly unfold, I think we all need to look at this activity that all humans are doing today. 2.5 billion people on the planet play games. Almost 1/3 of all population is doing that. It's more than most other activities that people do. We need to start kind of according it certain respect, perhaps. I don't know. Thank you.
I couldn't agree with you more. And I think, just before coming on stage, I think we were having a chat aside. And so this is almost like the new dream job. Gone are the days. I know what you're saying, that it's probably still a little uphill. And okay, doctors, medicine, lawyers, those kinds of things, joining the civil services and ISS have always been there. But this has also been knocking on the door for a while. So let's see how it goes. What about, brands and, marketers who can leverage this entire platform? Do you think they're doing enough?
So I think brands are still, especially at least in India, right? Brands are still coming to grasp with the power of gaming. I'm not even talking AR gaming, VR gaming, mobile gaming. Is this the engagement that a game can deliver to their audience from a sheer ROI perspective? I think brands are still trying to realize that. For them, it's just another, for a very long time, it has been that it's another checkbox in their digital strategy. I'm spending on YouTube, I'm spending on Facebook. Oh, how many views will a game give me? They don't realize that it's not about views, it's about engagement. And like Sid mentioned, if you want to build something like a Fortnite, it takes years of research to begin with, and then development, right? I've had calls from agencies. This was when Pokemon Go just exploded globally, right? And then people were playing, and I would get calls saying, we want something like Pokemon Go. हमारा 2 week में launch है. कुछ है क्या आपके पास? And I was like, नहीं sir, Pokemon Go नहीं है. वो बंदे ने 20 साल लगाए हैं उस game बनाने में. What you're seeing is 20 years of hard work. I can't give it to you in 2 weeks. I can make a different game for you. I can deliver a different experience. But if you want a Pokemon Go clone, A, you need to have that kind of time, and B, you need to invest that kind of energies and monies. So, but having said that, I mean, brands are experimenting with mobile gaming, right? They are looking at esports. So it's a matter of time before it goes into the AR VR domain. Globally, yes, a lot of brands, Nike is doing a lot of things. Gucci has its own virtual store, which has a gamified experience in the metaverse. So I think we typically as an economy also, especially from gaming, we follow the West quite a bit. So once devices get more mass market, we will see that trend coming into it. We have done a bit of adware gaming, as it calls, in both in AR, VR, in mobile gaming as well at Reliance Games. So it's catching up, I would say. You just need to wait it out.
Sure, thanks. I think I'll take the next one to Pushpak. I mean, it's been slightly skewed. I'm sorry, but these are the challenges of being remote, okay?
Yeah.
We are coming back to in-person conferences and events.
I've been, thoroughly enjoying listening to the different views from Ninad and Sid. So yeah, and I echo with them. So it's all in the same. We feel we are all connected in our thoughts, and because we share the similar experiences. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, another concern I think that I think hear a lot, and I've experienced it as well. Something to go to with the wearables. The fact that you play for an hour, and after that you need to take a break. So the gadgets and the wearables are so heavy. So I mean, what are we looking at? Are we looking at maybe lighter wearables, smarter wearables, the other ways of doing it?
Yeah. So my experience always related to the way I started using computers. Those were bulky computers. Those big monitors used to fit on our computer table. And then they slowly started becoming smaller, and then you no more need a computer. My computer is in my mobile phone. So basically, the VR headset started as a research gadget. The 2015 version, 16, 17 versions are still in the research in motion. I usually call these gadgets. So there are going to be those difficulties for the early adopters, but eventually these are going to be sleeker, more comfortable, and you could. I kind of envision the VR to get mixed with AR and VR together. It's ultimately you don't have to put a AR glass and a VR glass separately. So that's going to be the ultimate future of the wearable. So I'm sure in the next 5 years we're going to see not just the big players like the Apple and the Meta coming with the hardware HTC, but plenty of companies out of India, which might come out just like we started, mobile phones, there were only Ericsson and maybe very few companies. Now you have 20 or 30 options to buy a mobile phone. So VR is going in that direction.
Cool. Thanks. The next one I think is got to do with around how expensive AR and VR can be. I mean, is there a way, since I sincerely ask this because India being a market as it is, and if we want to go down to maybe looking at tapping into the large number and pool of gamers in India.
I could kind of give an example of how we started using internet. In the earlier days, we had to buy the modem. And in the last 10 years, you never buy a modem because it's been provided by the internet service provider. It's the same way you want to have a Tata Sky connection or a Videocon connection, you don't buy those modems anymore. They started supplying it. The same way, there are going to be organizations like the OTTs, which could start sending the VR headsets. So it's like, they might send you a VR headset home and then you pay for using the data or the kind of content you want to watch on the VR headset. That's where people will start slowly seeing that it becomes very affordable. So that is one part which I see in the longer future, but I'm sure if you're talking about $399, it's going to hit $199 and $99 in the next 2 to 3 years. Talking about the difference of pricing from VR to AR, first we need to understand there are two types of AR. The very affordable mobile AR or the wearable AR. There's a huge difference. The mobile AR, we don't need to ask, everybody has a smartphone. But a wearable AR comes with a minimum price tag of $2,000, which, they're still a research in motion. So there's a huge gap between the VR entry from $299 to the AR $2,000, and in between you have the mobile, which you don't have to spend anything. If I want to create a content for the mobile AR,
sure,
I can distribute it. So there's
Sure.
no need for a consumer to buy any hardware.
Sure, Pushpak, thanks. I get it, subscription model, but in pandemic language, it will be disinfected wearables, which you can get home. Cool, thanks.
Actually, to your point, Dipankar, 2020, Mojo debuted their micro LED lenses concept, right? So, I don't think it's going to be heavy for very long. And I think anytime now we are expecting an announcement from Apple, and whatever the Apple Glass is going to be like, goggles are going to be like, I don't know what they're going to call it, but I'm pretty sure that it's not going to be bulky or heavy because that's not Apple's style, right? So it's going to change the market. I mean, we are at that inflection point, I feel, where these things are going to get a lot more comfortable, a lot more cool, and I think a lot more affordable, as Pushpak was saying as well.
Cool, cool. I don't know. I mean, I think it's never enough time when you want to talk about gaming, okay? But I think it's come to a point where we need to wind up. And I think the Indian market and the subcontinent, I think, is looking with bated breath at this large audience and this huge pool of talent. Thank you all for joining in, Siddharth, Pushpak, and Shrey and Ninad. Thanks so much. Been a pleasure hosting you all. I hope you guys had fun.
Thank you.
Thanks all.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. All right, thank you so much for this session. Let's move on to our next panel discussion titled Casual Gaming and Its Rise. In this session, panelists will explore the potential of the casual gaming segment and where does India stand. For this session, we have Sharan Tulsiani, co-founder, Jetapult, Kirti Singh, co-founder and VP Growth, Octothorpe Web Consultants, Mohit Sureka, founder and CEO, Spiel Studios, Gaurav Agarwal, co-founder, GameZop, Lakshmi Khanolkar, co-founder and CEO, Apar Games. And to moderate this session, we have Mr. Roshan Pavaiya, editor, FE Digital. So can we have our panelists on stage, please? I'd request Mr. Roshan to now please come on stage. We are starting with with Casual Gaming and Its Rise. So request Sharan, Kirti, Mohit, Gaurav, and Lakshmi, everyone, to just please join us on stage. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. and I hope you've been having quite a few interesting sessions here at India Gaming Summit. And this discussion is around casual gaming. Now, before I start, I just want, by a show of hands, how many of you, when you're on a flight, play some game or the other on your phone to kill time? Show of hands. Okay, that's almost 50, 60% of the people in the crowd. So, yeah, so casual gaming, I think, is one, a source of entertainment, a way to, pass time. And from there is where it begins to get a little serious. And today I have with me, Kirti is joining us virtually. And hi, Kirti. I hope you can see us and hear us well. And I have with me on the panel, I have Lakshmi Khanolkar from Apar Games, Mohit from Spiel Studios, and Gaurav from GameSop as well. Thanks for joining us. So just a quick question to start with. Did you see, I'm going to ask each one of you this, that during the pandemic, did more people take to gaming, casual gaming? Gaurav, to start with you. Or, yeah, Mohit.
Yeah, so during pandemic, everyone had a lot of free time and entertainment was less. What do you do? How much TV can you watch? How much you cannot go out, you cannot do anything. So start downloading games. So what we saw is, we saw multiplication in amount of downloads that were happening globally, I would say. Not only in India, but globally. And everyone saw that the number of downloads had suddenly increased. And the good thing is, the people who joined in during pandemic, I would say at least 50% are still playing those games. So we've not lost those users, and the rate of growth has definitely reduced compared to pandemic, but the number of people who joined, 50% are still there. So it's definitely helped for the gaming industry as such.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I would agree. What we saw during the pandemic was perhaps the highest rate at which non-gamers converted to casual gamers, right? And it just so happened that during that point in time, games became so popular. In different parts of the world, different games became popular, and people started taking to games with their families, with their friends, etc. Because there honestly wasn't much to do. You didn't have many more avenues for entertainment. That even today, what we've seen is that the number of non-gamers that are converting to casual gamers is a pretty decent number. Maybe the rate at which non-gamers were converting to casual gamers was at its peak during the pandemic, and that rate may have slowed down. But apparently the casual gaming companies during that point in time did a good job, Mohit's company included, such that those gamers have stayed stuck to the platform, right? And that's something that I think is a fact to reckon with.
Lakshmi?
Correct. I mean, they've already said what happened. I would just add to that. So with Apar Games, we use games and help brands to solve their problems like retention, loyalty, or whatsoever. We started getting more inquiries of that kind. So that definitely shows that there has been a positive impact, that everybody wants to make use of the newer user base that is joining to this gaming world.
Right. Kirti, with Hit Wicket being a very popular, cricket-based game, what kind of reactions did you see during the pandemic? And I think we also have Sharon joining us now online.
Hey, hi. I hope you guys can hear me. I apologize. Connectivity issues when traveling around India. So.
Okay. Yeah. Kirti, if you could just answer that first.
Yeah. Hi everyone. Nice to meet everyone. I hope I was there physically, but nonetheless, glad to be part of the panel. Talking about the pandemic, I think everyone has rightly pointed out that it was something that got people onto the platform. People who would otherwise not try out games, for them, it ended up creating a situation where they played the game. And I think the effect is more like what Geo had done a couple of years back, it got people hooked on to using internet. And once they were using internet with mobile data, there was no turning back. And I think that's something very similar that has happened with the pandemic and gaming. And I would say that, it's a bit of a learning curve where people start with hyper casual gaming and then casual gaming. And then obviously the expectations of the gamers will increase when they see that, what kind of immersion entertainment they're expecting. So in Hitwicket Superstars, what we saw was that a lot of people started converting into paying users. And that was a moment where it was like, entertainment is something that people were open to spend on. It's just like any other entertainment avenue.
Yeah.
So I think it's not just the growth in people getting onto the gaming platform, but even the propensity to pay. That has increased a lot, I would say, in the last 1.5 years.
Okay. Sharon, I think we've lost connectivity again. No, Sharon's there. Sharon?
No, yeah, sorry.
Yeah. If I was to ask you, do you think now people are more open to multiplayer team games, interacting socially through gaming than, maybe 2 years before?
That is a very interesting question because it's actually a lot more layered than people think. In my previous avatar, I led games for Google Play for India and a few other markets and was able to be part of the rise of social gaming, social experiences like PUBG and Free Fire and a lot of that. And we saw this evolution of people moving away from what they thought they liked doing, which is, I want to get a phone, I want to play a game and, get done with the experience, to moving to saying, hey, I want to be part of something that keeps me entertained for a few hours, but I also make friends and have an emotional connection to. I think that the answer is, post the pandemic, people do want to play more social games. However, I think it's more about the fact that the access, the sort of games available, and of course the infrastructure in India, has helped them realize that this is something that they wanted all along. That they wanted the human connection as the primary experience, and the entertainment is layered on top, right? I think that's been, shown really clearly, not just by the incredibly successful games that, developers from outside India have brought in, but even something as fundamental as Ludo, where we see some fantastic numbers of players playing not single-player Ludo, but wanting to play with their friends and family, whether on the same device or whether, across cities, families connecting, especially over COVID. I think that's been a fundamental change, and there's no doubt that that is the direction gaming as an industry is going in.
Right. Now that you have such a engaged gaming audience, and as we were speaking a little while earlier, this is an opportunity for a lot of brands now to come in and directly engage with these audiences. So how do you see that opportunity playing out, and do you think this is an even bigger opportunity than kind of advertising on, say, a web series or in the middle of a movie or in product placement in some film or something like that?
Certainly, because games are so predominant difference between the other mediums where they can advertise and games is that games is an interactive medium, right? So first of all, so that adds to the engagement part of it. So the brands can actually leverage the attention span of the user, and it's quantifiable as well as brand knows that, okay, the user is 100% attentive towards whatever they're showing. So they definitely have more opportunities to tell their story in a more immersive way with games coming in. So, and it doesn't have to be really a passive story that otherwise a video would play.
Right.
Yeah, I think there are two things that we've seen brands doing a lot. One is, like Lakshmi was saying, advertising within games. It's interesting because if you come to think of it, there are about 4 billion gamers around the world today. Casual, hyper casual, mid-core, put everything together, there are about 4 billion people who engage with games, who are active gamers. If you look at that number, probably that's the most diverse group on the internet itself. right? You don't have so many people who listen to music. You certainly don't have so many people who watch movies. But there are so many people around the world that play games. When you have the most diverse group on the internet, and it's not a thin sliver that you want to target, every brand wants to find its next user, its next customer from amongst gamers, because it's such a large and diverse group. When you are a large group, there's one added advantage that no matter how niche your own targeting has to be, if literally every second person on the planet, maybe more than every second person on the planet is playing games, no matter who you wish to target, you could probably find them within a game or two, right? When you have such a large and diverse group at your disposal, naturally brands and advertisers are going to latch onto that opportunity, and they're going to want to target or find their next user or customer from amongst games. That's one use case from brands being an advertiser perspective. Now, there's also the other use case of brands actually integrating games within their own products, right? So let's say a brand like Amazon, not Amazon the advertiser, but Amazon the product. Today, you'd find games within Amazon, you'd find games within Netflix, you'd find games within Tata Play. They've just announced games, within their product. Why do they do it? They do it because games add that extra element of engagement within their product, which otherwise the core functionality cannot provide, right? So somebody like Amazon, which is otherwise an e-commerce platform, adding games would mean that after somebody's been on their product for long enough and explored products, you almost want to give them a short, fun break in the form of a game, drive engagement, and hopefully using that also drive commerce at some point in time, right? OTT platforms, utility products, even weather applications for that matter. We power games inside 5,000 products around the world, and we have astrology apps, we have weather apps, and so on and so forth, so we understand. The core motive is to use games and drive engagement and monetization in some form or fashion. So I think these are the two clear use cases that brands have come up with, and perhaps, like we were initially discussing, the pandemic has triggered interest levels even further.
Right. Mohit, do you agree? Do you see the same point of view?
Yeah, I think Gaurav has covered most of the points, and we all agree, brands are using games for advertising, for integration into the app, and that's going to continue. We see a lot of traction. Say, for example, you are watching Stranger Things, and suddenly after you finish the whole series, you are made to play a game of Stranger Things. So you're going to see a lot of traction. People are just going to latch on to that, and it's going to explode further.
Right. Kirti, has to come to you. The opportunity for brands, within games. Now, cricket as a game in India is like almost a religion, and there's so much of advertising that anyway happens around cricket in the physical game. Do you see brands coming to you in the virtual space as well, in the gaming space?
Yeah, I think as a lot of people have rightly pointed out also, that the kind of diverse audience that you get in mobile gaming and the sheer number itself is like humongous. So I think it's probably one of the best opportunities for brands to engage with people. And a lot of the people is the youth, right? Which is only going to increase. And as cricket, yes, it is a mass market product. So there is so many more opportunities of tighter integrations where it's not just about in-game ads, right? Even sponsorships of esports events or, the player jerseys. I mean, how developed the entire branding and sponsorship market is out there in developed countries. I think the same trend is going to be seen in India as well.
Okay. Sharon, your views on this?
Right. So, look, at this level, I think that any brand manager worth their salt, any marketing leader worth their salt, if they're still asking the question that this industry that has 4 billion people playing it, is that something that brands should integrate with and how they should go about it? I think they're already well behind the curve. I mean, we're not talking about 400 million or 40 million. We're saying more than half of the population of the planet, including those that don't own TVs, play mobile games, play games. So I think the question should be thrown back to the industry, and I hate to ruffle feathers. No, I'm lying here. I love to ruffle feathers, but is that how are they approaching games in a way that makes sense for the user and not for, you know, uh, internal brand presentations to their clients and things like that. Because having been in both at the advertising side for 10 years and then gaming for 10 years, the sort of distant approach that I see brand managers trying to build with gaming is often very, very non-creative. It's like they're trying to engage with gaming like they engage with TV, which is, you know, got 40 years of industry behind it. So there's a lot of potential to be unlocked. I hope that the next generation will be able to unlock that value.
Right. So I think the stickiness with which brands can engage with casual gamers is far more compared to, say, if you're watching something on the internet or on YouTube, or if you're watching a movie on Netflix. You either have an ad before or after, or something like that. Here, there are places where you cannot skip the ad, so the retention is far more. So, do you think, I mean, right now, gaming is what, maybe about 4 billion people playing games, but not all of them are as engaged. So, when do you think gaming would probably become a little, maybe even bigger than the entertainment space for brands?
So interestingly, globally, games make more revenue than music and movies combined today.
Yeah.
But that's because of key markets like the US and China, right? The other point you made around stickiness is vital. Now, why is it that these games within non-gaming products are able to drive stickiness of the product? It's because casual or hyper-casual games do not require much commitment. If you were to play a mid-core game, it's going to take you some time before you understand the mechanics of the game, before you get better at it. If you start watching a web series, the moment you start watching one, you know that there's commitment written all over it. But casual games, they have high degree of substitutability, which means you could play one casual game today while you are waiting for your cab to arrive. Understand the mechanics quickly. The idea is you are supposed to get that casual game wrong the first couple of times you play it. But then in those snacky moments when you have some time to spare, these casual games can come in very handy, right? So I think that's the reason why the stickiness that you've so mentioned within non-gaming products are being driven well by games. And yeah, the numbers are daunting, but if you put the gaming industry together, I think it already surpasses most of the rest of entertainment put together.
And also, I think, ad revenue is one of the reasons why casual gaming is rising, because advertisers want to put money in casual games rather than, mid or AAA games, because the attention span for a casual gamer is much less, and they can watch rewarded videos, interstitial ads, a lot of ad placements you can do in a casual or a hyper-casual game than what you can probably do in a AAA or a mid-A game. So even the advertisers are willing to pay in money for casual and hyper-casual games.
Correct, and as everyone is saying, so casual game has, so when someone has fun is when they learn something new, like anything it can be, right? Like how to open this bottle also, that can give me fun. Oh, I could figure out how to open the bottle. And casual game design itself is around this, that you, every time in that short duration, you're learning something new. Noticing how the ball is falling, noticing how I swipe and I make some change to the screen. So this is actually giving the fun in under 3 seconds, and that is what makes you explore more that medium. And that's why the stickiness or the wanting to interact more with the casual games comes up.
Okay. Now, in terms of monetizing games, like, I mean, all of you all develop various games, and you must be looking at different avenues for monetizing it. One is, of course, advertisers coming in and providing the ads, and so the user who doesn't want to pay for the game is forced to watch the ad. But do you see at some point of time that users do not want to spend that 30 seconds watching an ad, and hence will then pay for the game, and that becomes the second revenue stream for you all, or maybe a better revenue stream?
I think so. Yeah, definitely. And you're right. I think ultimately it boils down to the choice that the user may want to make, right? sure, you cannot monetize every user by assuming that they'd be willing to pay, right? So I think as Mohit's company does, or as a lot of other game developers do, they sometimes try and keep ad monetization as the primary revenue stream in developing markets where users don't have a high propensity to pay. But a game may have a slightly different variant where for developed markets where the propensity to pay might be higher. But make no mistake that to get the user to pay, whether it's in India or in any other part of the world, is not an easy task. Your game has to be that engaging. It has to, it has to make the user really convince himself or herself at that point in time when you are at the payment gateway to go ahead and make that payment, right? Otherwise, there's the option of watching ads, but one ad doesn't equal one payment. Naturally, you may have to watch a lot of ads and gather a lot of XPs or points or whatever may be needed on that particular game, depending upon the game's economics, to go ahead and get to that next level.
Another thing I've noticed is many casual gamers actually then figured they could make a career out of gaming, maybe not by getting into esports, but by just streaming their gameplay. And I think that also during the pandemic became one way of making money sitting at home by just streaming the gameplay. And you had people contributing on Super Chat and all these things on YouTube. You think that's something that you all thought would become big? I'll ask Lakshmi this.
Yeah, in my opinion, so to be able to stream, the game needs to have that much amount of depth in the gameplay, which means that the session that the player is going to have minimum has to be a good amount of session duration for engagement, and then that does not, by the current definition of casual game, that does not qualify as a casual game. Then it becomes a slightly more immersive experience. So, but yes, what you're saying that if we design the experience as casual, so you can stop at any time, but then, there is an opportunity to continue and increase your session duration, then that could be one of the thing that casual gamers also can bring in as a content for the streamers to play and show the tricks of solving. Well, puzzle genre does have this because they can show the tips and tricks to that. And that has potential, but not if you generalize the casual games or the hyper-casual games.
Okay. We have another 4-5 minutes. I want to take a few questions from the audience around casual gaming. Anybody?
Actually, I just wanted to add a few points.
Yeah,
yeah, so I wanted to mention that the monetization potential of India in terms of pure IAPs, that's been very underrated. And I think that is where the actual gaming challenge lies. You have a game like PUBG coming and generating $100 million from Indian users. Yeah. Now, this was money in the wallet
much more than that. Much more than that, by the way.
Right? It was money in the wallet of Indian consumers, and a game developer managed to crack it through IAPs. And that's where I think the real challenge lies. And I vouch with what Sharan had also mentioned, that advertising is not, that like a traditional thing you're advertising. It has to be immersive, it has to be creative, and that is where the real potential will unlock. If you see that, when it comes to cricket or even movie industries, they're so big in India. India is no longer a developed country, right? The numbers are phenomenal. And that is what gaming can be in India, where we need to understand that, yes, people are willing to pay. It's going to be a function of our content, and that is where all game developers need to take that challenge.
Yeah. Just to add, Kirti, people are already paying. It's just that Indian developers right now don't have the data to see how much they're paying. Again, I can't say specifics because I've been on the other side, but what I can say is that the number is ridiculous. Indian developers, and I've worked with a lot of them, I mentor a lot of them, Kirti knows, she's been part of my accelerator in the past, is that the data is very clear. Indian users are spending money. Indian game developers yet have not figured out how to crack that mathematics of it, the science of it, not the art. We are very artistic people. and a lot of foreign developers have, right? That revenue is huge. It's scaling. It's projected to be $5 billion outside of the real money gaming industry in a few years, right? And that could be for the Indian industry. But I apologize for interrupting. Please continue.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to see if we had any audience questions before we wrap this up. Yeah, we have a question here. Mike. Can we get a mic here, please?
Yeah. So, Amajay. So my question is, it's not related to business, but it's regarding getting skill sets or the talent from the Indian software industry as such, because both are interlinked. So how do you see the link between, because as we said and discussed in the last discussion, that playing a game is not the same as having the right skill set to develop a game, as an engineer maybe, or maybe as an artist. So how do you think there is a link between being the casual games becoming trendy in Indian market, or it goes for other games also, game categories also, and eventually going ahead to AAA game titles? So how those, like what I personally feel that Google, why people aspire to go to Google or Amazon or Facebook? Because they are touching millions of people. They are touching lives, billions of people in fact. So that's why people aspire to work for those organizations, and they are engaging amazing technologies. So do you think that same kind of link can be there in terms of getting engineering aspirations into this industry vis-a-vis the engagement of becoming more engagement of players?
Okay, his question's more on the side of, I mean, rather than playing the game, would people want to develop games? Would this encourage people to develop games?
Anyone want to take it? So are you saying that how does a engineer become a game developer, or you're saying that why aren't they actually choosing that as a career? Sure. So I can say, because I personally, or all Mohit and us, whoever started way earlier than what today's world is, we learned on the job. We actually learned by trial and error. It's exactly like how you play the game and how you learn the game. You actually fail a level to understand how to solve a level. And that's what you need to do, that you have to actually start developing the game to start understanding the nuances of it, which are very agile. So it's very, very different from traditional software development or app development, because there are steps to follow to reach to a particular results. But here in games, even if you follow the steps, the results can be 10 or 20 kinds of result might be yielded by the same kind of program.
I think, see, I'd just like to draw a parallel from something very different, right? And you know, the one skill set you need to become a good writer is to be a great reader. Now, why am I saying this? I'm saying this because before you can start developing games, perhaps, you know, one has to spend time playing enough games, right? So you can't jump into game development. While you said that playing games is different from developing games, I completely agree with you. But a good game developer, in all likelihood, also is going to be a good gamer, right? Who's played enough time, who's played enough number of titles, played enough games, etc. I think then beyond the point, it will have to boil down to that individual. If he or she is an engineer, whether he or she wants to still go to a Google or an Amazon, which by the way is not a bad career option at all, or whether that individual is such a passionate gamer that he or she wants to do more for the industry and wants to come onto the bright side and start developing games themselves, right? But the passion needs to come in from that person being a gamer first. So while playing a game is not the same as developing a game, if you don't play a game, perhaps you aren't going to be developing one either.
I think we are out of time right now, and I think we can take the rest of the questions offline. So I just quickly want to thank Sharan and Kirti for joining us. virtually. I know it's it's been a difficult day to travel, so thanks for joining us. And thanks, Mohit, Gaurav, Lakshmi. Thank you for being on this panel. Thank you so much.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot, Roshan. Thank you so much. With that, we now move on to our last panel of the day, which is Metaverse, NFT, and Future of Gaming. And for this, I'd like to call on stage Farheen Ahmed, founder and CEO, Interality, Dev Bajaj, Chief Strategy Officer, Dream Sports, Saurabh Gupta, co-founder, Tamasha, Robbie John, co-founder, Super Gaming, and Tigro, Saloni Sehgal, founding general partner, Lumikai Fund, and to moderate this session, we have Chandrasekhar Mantha, partner, Deloitte India.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Chandrasekhar. I'm a partner with Deloitte. Pleasure to be moderating this session. Just wanted to give a little bit of a context to the session before we get into the session actually and get into the subject. The pandemic pulled us back in many ways. Having said that, it also propelled us to adopt technology much sooner than what we would have expected otherwise. If I were to say India pushed the fast forward button on their digital journey during the pandemic, and be it internet adoption, be it data consumption, be it our smartphone adopters, there has been a significant increase in all of this. In addition to that, there has also been significant progress on Metaverse, Web3, NFTs, and all the future age technologies that we keep hearing about. This kind of puts us in a very good situation that there are many opportunities that can be explored. And the industry which is the most, which is expected to be potentially the first use case, first relevant use case application is supposedly gaming. And gaming is well poised to kind of explore this opportunity. It will be interesting to understand how this will impact the gaming industry, how these new age technologies will actually create opportunities for the gaming industry, and who else than the expert panel that I have with me can address that and help us understand that better. So without without no ado, I will start the session with with Dev. And my first question to Dev is on how will Web3 or Metaverse create more monetization opportunities for the gaming companies? And what are the current use cases of Metaverse that you are aware of?
Thanks for having me here. It feels like we're in the Metaverse already when I'm here having a one-to-one chat with you with people in the back. Listen, I think for us, obviously, people are waiting for Metaverse and Web3 to convert into real models, I'd say right now. There are a few examples in the West. I don't need to name anyone, but there are only a few examples of companies that have broken out and scaled. We at Dream Sports are a sports company first, right? And we think about everything from a sports angle. So we definitely see those breakout companies be successful in a use case which is sports, right? So there's an example of Dapper, which is focused on collectibles. There's an example of Sorare, which is building a strategy game using NFTs. may or may not be in the metaverse. I think Web3 and the metaverse have to be treated separately, right? Metaverse is an environment where people interact with utilities. Web3 is something that powers ownership of assets that can be used in those utilities. So they're two different, I guess, but they go hand in hand when things get defined. But coming back to us, I can't comment for whether blockchain or Web3 will play a role in other industries. It's promising, I think it will. But in sports, it definitely will, and I'll give you an example. We've made a large investment in a company called Radio. We did that, earlier this year. We wanted to give cricket fans, or we wanted to work with Radio to give cricket fans another utility to show off their knowledge, to be able to buy assets and use them in an engaging strategy game. About 2 months ago, we announced that we were launching D3.club, which was a club for people to buy NFTs and play a strategy game. That has seen a great response, even relative to our expectations. And this is all inspired by what we've seen in global sports NFTs. So I think we're off. People view Web3 with a lot of skepticism, as they should, because it's a new technology. People view the internet with a lot of skepticism. But in our sports world, it's already off to the races.
True. And do you see India panning out any differently from the rest of the world?
India will always pan out differently. We will get inspired by the West. But you have to customize and localize for India in the buying behavior in India, as Radio is doing for D3 as well. So, I mean, it'll be different in you may not get the ARPUs that you expect, but I think that's also very encouraging. People are coming in, buying in a big way, much higher ARPUs compared to, let's say, Web 2. But that could be the native Web 3 market that's buying first. So you'll see that as utility scale or game scale, ARPUs will come down and masses will come in. And just like in Web 2, where Free Fire localized for India, there will be localization and how people buy and what they buy. So there will be uniqueness, but it will be inspired by the West.
Sure. I'll bring in Fareen here and request for her comments on this one.
Yes, so I'll be able to speak more from the Metaverse context, because what we do is related to Metaverse, and how I see this is that Metaverse opens up the gaming industry to a much wider, newer and a diverse audience. And because of its interoperability and cross-platform compatibility, it's made it possible for it to have more sort of connections, interactions, and integrations with ecosystems outside of it. And we're seeing that across social, e-commerce, and entertainment. If you look at games, like most of the games that are played in India are hyper casual or fantasy esports or massively multiplayer online games, which are very closed ecosystems in terms of their market design, their mechanism design, and their economy. And they're also very isolated experiences. Like when you're playing a game, you are cut off from the world. But when you take into consideration Metaverse and the experience when you have navigating inside a more immersive and interactive environment, it combines digital and physical reality. So, and commerce is a big integration in it. So, and we're seeing this trend worldwide where there are top companies across the world that are setting up their virtual stores and now being able to offer not only Metaverse to retail, but also turning their IPs into branded virtual experiences and branded virtual assets that not only drive more engagement, but they serve as newer monetization avenues.
Sure, Fareen. Thanks for that. Would you be able to share some examples or use cases on Metaverse that you are aware of?
Yes, it's commerce. That's also something that we are focusing on. So entertainment is one part and commerce is another. So we've seen brands integrating and putting their 3D version of their products inside metaverses. So users are able to play games which are simpler in their gameplays and able to purchase products while they are playing those games. And those can be in the form of real products that are shipped to them after they fulfill that order, or it could be just branded assets. And I mean, I cannot name the companies that
we are working with in India, but the ones that are international, they're multiple, like Forever 21. There's multiple others who have set up their virtual stores and are offering these branded assets and collectibles, and users play those games, win different virtual currencies that are redeemable to collect these collectibles and products.
Sure. Thanks. I think the important part here is also to look at the economics. Like, does the cost of acquisition make it viable, when you compare it with the ARPUs or the LTVs? So I'm going to bring in Saurabh here to share his views on how companies or how gaming companies are balancing these two objectives.
Hi. So, I'll talk about a bit about, give an example about real money gaming industry, like, because we are also, part of it. So every industry goes through a cycle, right? Where there is a player comes in, he builds the market, right? And over the time, a lot of player comes in and with a lot of VC money, and they start spending or bidding for the same user, right? And the CAC goes up, right? But in the end, the answer to this is that innovation is the only thing that solves this, right? And that innovation can be either in the business process, either in the product, or even in the marketing, right? If you can figure out a marketing model that can basically lower the CAC, that could also be a very interesting way to solve that problem. So continuous innovation is very critical, specifically for a gaming industry where it's a pure consumer play. You're not basically solving a problem of efficiency, or you're not building a tool. You're building an engagement platform. So there, innovation is very, very important. So we'll take let's say, taking our example. We have created a creator-led gaming platform, right? Where we are enabling these small creators, YouTubers, to basically utilize their, community to monetize through real money gaming, right? So basically what we are doing is we are bringing some kind of innovation in the acquisition model. And similarly, we are bringing some innovation in the engagement model, where we are enabling them through community engagement, audio rooms, to build better communities, through leaderboards, community-based leaderboards, and things like that. So similarly, if you talk about any space, so Metaverse, I think, is a very, very, so it's a buzzword that has got really popular, but we are still few years away from there. And we still have to see companies that will spend some time in creating a market for it. Right now, there is no product where we are spending time, in a virtual land or a virtual product. So the companies with a very strong fundamental, who stays in the market for next 5-6 years, would stay, and would be able to crack the CAC through network effect, right?
Sure. Robbie, would you want to add there?
Hi, everybody. Just to kind of add to what Saurabh mentioned, I'll actually start with a story and tell you why I'm actually doing Web3, or why I'm doing Metaverse projects, and why I kind of founded a separate company to kind of focus on it called Tegro. So essentially, in the lockdown, we were kind of getting out of the lockdown. My 8-year-old son comes up to me and I tell him that, hey, now, and he's wearing 500 rupee Crocs or 800 rupee Crocs. And I ask him, do you want new Crocs this time? Or he says, I don't need it. I only go down for 30 minutes. So he comes back to me 30 minutes later and he actually tells me, but hey, can I get those $65 Roblox, Nike NFTs for my avatar inside of it? I ask him, hey, you just said that you don't want shoes and you're only doing that for 30 minutes. He says, no, but my Roblox avatar wears it for 8 hours in a day. Long story short, it's not just the innovation area. I also think about acquisition in terms of who are you trying to acquire. So just the TG inside of it is really what I think is very different from a Metaverse audience. What people call the iPad natives generation growing up is a whole new market space that's kind of opened out for us. And with that, that's really how I think about how ARPUs and CACs or LTVs need to be thought about differently from how do you target, what do you kind of build inside of it. The typical, splash everywhere, large campaigns that you're running on UA might not be the way that we've thought about it. The way that we've kind of thought about it, mostly from a ARPU, LTV, CAC perspective, is to kind of think about building the function, building your game, building your universe, your metaverse, as a function of trust and brand. If people can kind of come, play, and have a great experience inside of it, that's really how you thought about it. Build it from grassroots, started from scratch. Build your community from the ground up, a community that trusts you, trusts the product that you do, enjoys the experience, rates it highly, Then you kind of add on layering on top of it. You might add association using brands, celebrities, influencers, KOLs. And on top of it, then you maybe scale using UA through all new channels. That's kind of the way that we've kind of taken it. And we've kind of mostly seen a lot of success inside of it. Both in terms of, if I was to kind of tell you about two specific examples, we launched our first Web3 game called Ethereum on September 16th. And we have about 500,000 users that signed up. But, while the users signing up was, incredible because we only expected 50,000. For us, it was mostly the work that we done before. This was a game that's well known, well played. People kind of, 25 million people have kind of played our previous version inside of it. So when we went to Web3, we were skeptical in terms of what people will think about it. We built all the functions inside of it, started building the community from zero, and today we have about 500,000 users playing in less than a week. And I think that's kind of one big piece inside of it. Similarly, one of the games that I learned from is actually one of the oldest games in crypto that's been running. It runs on the super platform called Crop Bytes. It's literally crypto Farmville. And I think that the way that the community built inside of it is, this is a game that's been running for 4 years. So kudos to that team. We only started working with them in February this year. But high level, what we saw was community successes. People inside of it, to cut the long story short, there have been people who've sold a virtual farm and bought a real farm in life. Somebody who spent, the equivalent of 2 lakh rupees and kind of exited at 75 lakh rupees. I think those kind of successes have kind of enabled you to kind of think about ARPU, LTV in a whole different light with what the metaverse enables.
Sure. Some very interesting thoughts on identifying the right group, engaging with them, being innovative about it. I think that's what will drive the ARPUs, that what will drive the LTVs ultimately, and then justify the CACs. So, thinking of that and thinking of investments, I think it's important to understand an investor's perspective. What do investors look at when they are investing in online gaming companies? I'll bring in Saloni here and request for her thoughts on that.
Sure. So I think, look, fundamentally, gaming in India has emerged as a very interesting asset class where we started to see a lot of interest from financial investors, from strategic investors, both from a global and a domestic perspective, right? This wasn't the case, let's say, about 18 or 24 months back. This has been a phenomenon of the last, let's say, two years or so. And over the last 2 years, we've now seen, the India market cross over $2.5 billion. It's growing at a, 30-40% CAGR. We've seen India and Indians emerging as the fastest new paying user growth across the world. And fundamentally, the way the market has been sliced and the way we look at the market from an investor perspective is the fact that there's emerging depth and breadth to it that was previously unexplored. And when we think about that emerging breadth and depth, we look at platforms essentially, whether that can be RMG platforms, game streaming, social gaming platforms, it can be content plays, gaming studios. It also means tools, tech, infrastructure, can be creator economy, can be SDKs, can be engines, game publishers. And of course, then there's the element of frontier tech, which is Web3 and some of the metaverse metaverse that, the panel's already talked about. But the way investors should look at gaming as an asset class is fundamentally different from other sectors, right? Gaming, in essence, is essentially a hit-driven business. So the way you look at building investments in gaming is to mitigate that by building a portfolio. And the way to build that portfolio is to have a certain amount of depth and breadth into it, right? The second is when games companies do well, they can be incredibly profitable and they can also be incredibly capital efficient. So it's very important to get in very early at the stage of backing gaming companies. You've got Dave on stage, and he'll probably fundamentally agree with that as well. Another very close, maybe little kept secret is that fundamentally the gaming industry is also incredibly acquisitive. Nearly 90% of exits in gaming happen via M&A. This is largely because there are global strategics with very large coffers and who are always constantly on the lookout for new opportunities, new tech, across the board, whether it can be frontier tech or whether it's a desire to acquire or consolidate assets or positions or access to new markets, fundamentally meaning that the ability to create liquidity is much higher in this sector in a much shorter period of time than, let's say, in even broader tech. And we're seeing that more and more even in India, right? We've seen the emergence of strategic capital come in and acquire assets. At the same time, we're seeing foreign investors pump in tremendous amount of money across the board, across opportunities. It started with RMG, it has expanded into platforms. We're also seeing parallelly investments happen in content plays as well as tangentially happening in tools tech and frontier tech, right? So fundamentally, the sector in India has emerged in a very interesting way. And at Lumikai, we believe that the exits of 2030s are being incubated today. So this is an incredibly interesting vintage for us to operate in as a fund.
Just a follow-up question on that, Saloni. As an investor, what is the level of patience you would need to have to see all of this fructify, right? I mean, you said that you would want to get involved with these companies right at the beginning, but then the monetization is that much far. So as an investor, how would you approach this aspect?
Yeah, that's a great question. We've 85% of our capital is institutional, right? So very, very large publicly listed, privately listed strategic and financial institutions back us at the moment. So we have the ability as a fund to be very patient. Now, that being said, when we entered the market 2 years back, we heard a lot of narratives from the market in terms of the gaming industry, right? Indians don't play games, Indians don't pay for games, Indian will never monetize, there will never be a listed gaming company, there will never be profitable gaming companies. All of that in the last 2 years has been belied, right? We have time and time again, the industry has now shown us that that's not a reality, right? India has the fastest new paying user growth of anywhere in the world, right? IAPs have grown at 30% year on year over the last 2 years, right? Indians are monetizing far faster than expected, and there is early signs of novel monetization like virtual gifting and tipping, which was previously unheard of. We have seen ample strategic activity. We have seen the listing of Nazara Games, and despite the current funding environment and despite the current public market sentiments, we're seeing that stock do well. So there is certain amount of resilience in it, which the public and the retail market seems to be pricing in. And as a fund, we've looked at 1,000+ opportunities in the last 2 years. In an asset class which previously people thought that there were barely any companies being built. So I feel like there is a lot of unexplored gems in the ecosystem. You're seeing more and more, and I'm seeing some of these some of the founders already sitting here and talking about the future of the games industry. Robbie's obviously been in the industry for a much longer time, but you're seeing more and more founders come into the ecosystem with very bold, ambitious visions of where they envision the gaming industry to go, and the market data seems to support that there is a previously untapped monetization capacity which will play out over the next 3, 5, 7 years.
Sure. Thanks, Saloni. I would also want Fareen to kind of express her views on this from an investee point of view. Do you see a lot more interest from investors when you talk about metaverse products or when you talk about NFTs and the new age, solutions?
Yes, so there is a huge opportunity in the way the digital and the physical worlds are merging, and we see several things that are happening that makes us believe that the inflection point is here. Like, we're seeing how computing is progressing rapidly. We're seeing gaming which is already a biggest form of entertainment, people spending more time and more money into gaming. We are an extension of ourselves on social media, and we are increasingly digitalizing ourselves our spaces, the things that are dear to us, and the messages we want to send. And with the coming of Web3, specifically NFTs, we are now able to own things on the internet. So this overall tells us that it's not just about metaverse, but everything that it leads to in terms of the end consumer platforms benefiting from it. So we have, for example, we have funds like A16Z allocating $600 million towards Web3 gaming, and they focus on games, they focus on gaming studios and consumer, a mix of consumer and gaming, because they know that that sort of translates into other activities as well, especially microtransactions. So there is interest, but I'd like to say, especially in India, people, especially investors, have started focusing on more after the Meta announcement, which signifies more adoption, more awareness, and almost this metaverse reality, us being in more immersive and interactive environments, being an almost absolute default way of being, rather than a good to have feature.
Sure, thanks. Thinking of NFTs, I wanted to bring in Dave here and seek his views on how NFTs will help, create that engagement with the fans. Are there value propositions that can be scaled up, and will this support the whole growth story for the online gaming market?
Yeah, so first of all, you asked a question from an investor's perspective. I think we should give you a point of view from Dream Capital's point of view as well. I think we've been investing quite heavily in the ecosystem, probably one of the largest investors in gaming. I fully agree with Saloni that the ecosystem is maturing. There's a lot of green shoots in the industry. That 30% growth of IAP that she highlighted year on year is a very encouraging sign, right? So when we started Dream Capital 2 years ago, they were, there was interaction there was a lot of gamers playing cricket games, but there was hardly any monetization. PUBG was probably getting started. Free Fire came in. But up until the bans, there were about 100 million monthly active users, playing Battle Royale games, which are essentially imported formats. Again, inspired by the West and the East, but not an Indian format. Give or take $100 million a monthly in-app purchases on these games. That is significant numbers, right? So I think India's definitely arrived in terms of users wanting quality gaming content. And it's on us, both as investors and entrepreneurs, to deliver high quality content. I think, so to go into your most recent question, Web3 and NFT is an evolution of gaming. And I think we've taken a stab at it. We invested in a $110 million round. We led a $90 million investment in radio. That's a pretty large number when you think about an investment into an Indian company, because we believed in the sports NFT case that I talked about. We believed that eventually people will buy these NFTs and they will use them to play a strategy game. They'll use them to play an action game. They'll use them for various reasons because they want to own these assets. NFTs are just basically assets that you would buy in a Web 2 game. There would be no NFTs there. You would spend money on a publisher or game developer's platform. Now you're able to buy those assets and use them across different games, right? So that's the utility for the gamer. Totally interoperable. Robbie is building something, which is something like FTs, which are unlimited in supply, but they can be used across games. So there's a utility for it. So I think already in gaming, we've seen radios launched their first utility, which is called D3.club. It's live already. In a couple of months, we've seen amazing traction that I talked about. Now the question is, those NFTs that get sold for D3.club, will they get purchased by users just for that utility, or will be used across the board? I see other gaming companies coming and using offering other utilities on the same NFTs, which is why I'm here, right? I wanted to just, at least make it known that our investment in radio is not just into one company. The idea is to help radio get the rights required to have to mint those NFTs. D3.club will hopefully become a success. But while that is happening, any entrepreneur who wants to build a cricket game, a cricket metaverse, or whatever it is, can come out, partner with radio, and develop a game that is a utility partner for radio. So it could be a different genre, strategy, like I said, or action, or whatever it is. This is one way to democratize gaming. So not everyone has the capital like radio did to go and get those rights. But Web3 allows that to happen, where assets can be shared across. So I definitely feel that, to your question, NFTs are here to stay. And they actually pass the leverage back to the user, because he can choose what games he wants to play. Some Web2 companies may not like that, because they control the economy. But what we're seeing in the West is that Web2 companies are also learning that there is no way to hide from this, and they're also transitioning to offer their games in the Web3 ecosystem. So yeah, it's inevitable.
So consumer seems to be having the last right. I'll also bring in Robbie here, also touch upon FTs a little bit because of your significant expertise on that subject, and your views on NFTs as well.
I'll take a step back and kind of explain, what we think about from a Web3 perspective on what NFTs, FTs all fit into. It's really the economy. And for me, I think a good example, one of my mentors, he actually said that, hey, Ravi, 10 years ago, 14 years ago, you struggled to kind of bring in physics into a mobile game. Today, physics is a commodity inside of a mobile game. Today, what I think about Web3 is to kind of bring in real world economy to a digital economy. Like connecting the two economies is really what we're seeing this interface of Web3 at. So there'll always be that initial struggle. If you look at the NFT economy and it's not done too well, it's kind of lost a lot of value over the last 12 months, in the last 4 to 6 months at least. The critical part of it is to kind of think about it right from a pyramid or from a first principle perspective, from a Maslow's hierarchy. I learned this from Sid, who's my co-founder in Tegro. And the 3 ways to kind of think about a real world economy was to think about the bottom layer as being need, then want, and then ownership or achievement on the top. Like if you were to think about transportation, then I would say the need is to kind of rent a taxi, rent a rickshaw, rent a car maybe. Then ownership or want is kind of own your own car because it'll be a lot more convenient. Ultimately kind of going up to the achievement layer, which is saying own the Lamborghini or the Ferraris because they signify a different ownership level. I think NFTs are great and they've kind of opened out our market, but they're top of the pyramid. They signify ownership. They might even be the speculation layer. The reason that we've kind of thought about a good combination of FT and NFT is that in any real world economy, it'll be a combination of utility and vanity. It will not be only utility or only vanity. It's not one or the other. We've kind of constructed every game that we're building in Web3 as the top of the pyramid, maybe 5-7% to start with, is our NFT economy, heroes that you kind of buy, speculate on, and kind of sell in secondary markets. But the bottom of the economy, like free-to-play games are, they're actually built on consumables, commodity markets, which kind of add and kind of be the thing that people are kind of doing every day. So kind of constructing a healthy economy builds a sustainable game. And that's why we've kind of chosen to build our whole economy, our whole pieces inside of this whole area of games or this generation of games that we call Tegronomics, in which we're kind of cascading and saying that, hey, NFT only games might not be the best idea. You use a combination of FT and NFT. That's the first generation. You kind of then get to predictable supply, in which you're kind of seeing supply and demand curves kind of get generated, till you ultimately hit a service economy where you have what are called jobs, play to earn, play and earn, all of these layers, till you ultimately have economic governance. And this was not a theory. This is what we learned from operating a game called Crop Bites, which has kind of been live for 4 years, went through 2 bear cycles, kind of learned by starting off by, initially doing the vanity NFT layer, then kind of thought about adding utility, then kind of build fungible technology or fungible tokens inside of it, which are traded by everybody else, to ultimately surviving the bear markets. And today it's not crashed like the rest of the games. It's seeing the decline that you're seeing in the crypto market, but not a crash. And there's a sustainable, large community behind it, which is really kind of, signifying a balanced view of saying that, hey, NFTs are here to stay. Only figure out how to use them well by balancing out a combination of utility and vanity.
Thank you. My next question is, to Saloni on the startups, right? I mean, a startup requires time to breathe. A startup requires, a certain ecosystem to survive and stay sustainable in the long run. What is that you think that the Indian online gaming industry requires, startup industry requires to remain sustainable in the long run?
Sure. Yeah, I think what we've realized, and I've been a former founder in the space as well, is that, there are fundamentally, 4 or 5 very key things that founders, especially in gaming, as the sector develops, really require to thrive, right? The first is access to talent. Especially when founders are starting out in the gaming industry, and as they start hitting scale, they soon hit a point where there is scarcity of talent, right? Especially experienced talent. And that's something that can be solved with the combination of both public-private sector partnerships. Right now, you've got the INB Ministry announcing a Center of Excellence in collaboration with IIT Bombay for video game development courses. And that's incredibly useful, right? We need to have more talent encouraged into the ecosystem at the education at the STEM level to make game tech and game design more mainstream options for people who are looking to pursue careers in gaming. And it's also at the same time equally important to be able to attract talent from overseas, right? The Chinese game development industry grew amazingly well between the years of 2007 to 2010, largely by exporting its talent. There was incredible amount of talent that went from the Western markets to set up Gumi offices in China, to Vivendi acquired studios, Walt Disney acquired studios. You had NetEase and Perfect World and Dina, and all of these guys brought in talent from overseas to be able to incubate and train and build their domestic teams. And that, I think, is incredibly important for the game development ecosystem to thrive in India. At the same time, you need a supportive game publishing network, right? Also to be able to work and encourage these games, and how to do user acquisition, how to think about doing live ops, because again, game development is an art as well as a science, and it requires end-to-end knowledge of teams to be able to ship and monetize games successfully. The second is obviously financing. We've seen a tremendous amount of capital come in over the last 2 years. We've seen north of $2 billion enter into the market in the last 2 years. That's more capital than the industry's ever seen across the last 10 years. But it has definitely been concentrated into, let's say, RMG. Now, capital is also diversifying, and it's going beyond just RMG platforms. It's going into content, into platform, tools, tech, as we start to build more awareness of the ecosystem depth. But there's also an element of public level participation and financing, right? All successful game development ecosystem in the world have very powerful public sector financing options, right? The UK has video games tax relief. Finland has a Creative Finland program. Germany has their business federal games industry funding program, where funding is provided to young startups as a non-payable grant. All of these are incredibly useful to be able to incubate talent when private sector participation is still wary. All of that is changing, but that's also a fundamental driver, right? Then, of course, you've got access to global best practices. Now, we have a deep network at Lumika of some most iconic global games and media strategics. We like to help facilitate more knowledge exchange, more access to best practices, whether it's term of design, data science, and analytics. That can become a lot more prolific if there is a lot more, I guess, again, public-private participation. And then the last is, building from India for the world. There is clearly an opportunity where Indian companies can seize the global opportunity, right? Founders and capital providers have seen this playbook play out in SaaS, in B2B enterprise, and EdTech. It is only a matter of time that we start exporting at least our culture, our entertainment, and our content to the rest of the world. So, it requires the support of everybody in the ecosystem to make events like an IGDC to become like a world-class event like a Gamescom or a China Joy, which are hugely promoted, right? And the IGDC is the India Games Development Conference, right? So I think it's a combination of the ecosystem coming together and a combination of both public and private sector participation to really help the ecosystem thrive.
Interesting. Saurabh, you being part of the startup ecosystem, what is your view on this?
I think we have come a long way as an industry, in terms of gaming for the last few years when, there was a time when in India, most of the gaming companies were just IT companies, right? They were providing services to, gaming products outside India, right? But right now we are seeing unicorns coming out of India, like product companies coming out of India, especially in gaming. But I think, especially for a startup, the most critical thing which I feel is ease of operation. Because when you start early, you don't have so many resources, you don't have so many connections and things like that. So, and specifically for an industry like gaming and Web3, they are an emerging industry and there are no rules set, and that is valid because when industry is emerging on a daily basis, something new is coming, right? And overall, the government has to move fast, the regulations has to evolve and emerge at that pace, right? It is very important because from like starting from setting up a bank account to looking for a payment partner to like all the entire process. A lot of gaming founders early in the journey face a lot of problems, right? So if there is if the industry moves that quickly, if the regulations and everything moves really quickly, I think the industry would evolve that way. Like recently we have seen that Dubai has become an emerging place for a lot of Web3 companies because of those kind of flexibility that country has provided. So I think India should also encourage these young entrepreneurs and startup founders to build something new and innovate. Yeah. So that's my thought.
Thanks, Saurabh. We have some more time. I'm just gonna invite some questions from the audience. If there are questions, we can address them.
Which I would like to hear from you all.
Sure. Dave, you want to
I hope my question is clear, otherwise I would like to repeat.
You'll just have to tell me again what you're building as students.
Okay. So right now, as you guys were discussing about students developing the games and a lot of interesting ideas coming out. So in this aspects, we have already in the process of that, and we have a lot of games in that areas. But the problem is students' ideas are not able to mature because lack of funds. That is one thing. And the second thing is they're trying to identify the right people to take these games forward. So what is your ideas? What is your suggestions on that space, which I'd like to hear from you guys?
Look, I'm going to pass this on to Saloni because she goes a little bit earlier than we do. But
okay.
The only comment I wanted to make is patience is needed because every investor is looking for return on investment, right? And there are different stages at which you need to go to different investors. For example, we will come in unless something we understand really, really well, like we understood radio and Dream Game Studios, which had to do with NFTs in sports and cricket gaming. There we can take a leap of faith at a stage when the product is pre-product market fit. But I'm going to pass it on to Saloni because Lumika actually, I believe, goes in earlier and they don't have to wait for that kind of traction.
Yeah.
Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. I didn't quite catch the full question, but essentially what I understand is that you're a founder building your game studio and seeking funding at the early stage, essentially.
Yeah, I think, Saloni, that's the question. How do students get access to funding?
How do investors evaluate it? I think, and how do, as founders, how you should think about it. Look, I think it's a function of a couple of things. One is obviously, what you're building and how big is that market. So, when you're approaching an investor, it's really important to have crafted a pitch and have done your research on the market opportunity, about the addressable market and being able to showcase a really unique insight that you have as a studio or as a company about why you're building the way you're building and who you're building for. I think the second, awareness which is important to have also is about, are you building a business which is built for venture scale or not? Because sometimes, you founders come to us who are looking for capital for projects which perhaps could be hobby projects or perhaps are projects that they don't necessarily want to really scale but are looking to sustain their lifestyle on. Those projects become very difficult for venture investors to back because typically there is a return threshold which all of us investors have where the opportunity needs to fit a certain at least size and a certain scale to be able to drive that kind of return, especially on an illiquid asset class, right? So often fundamentally, founders need to ask themselves the questions that are you building an opportunity and a company in a space which can derive that venture return? And it is a certain, treadmill of building a venture capital company, which not every founder is prepared for. And that is an awareness that I think probably comes from founders as well. And the third is at the very early stages about the quality and the caliber of the team. Investors will over-index on that in the absence of any meaningful traction. Now, I don't know whether that's the case in your case. However, the quality of the founding team, the backgrounds, the experience would always be an extra, and your ability to showcase execution would always be an extra added advantage while you pitch investors. So I don't know whether I addressed your question fully. I'm sorry I didn't catch it, but yeah, this is essentially what investors look at the very early stage.
Thanks, Saloni. We are over time, but we just take one more question. Yeah.
Check. Yeah. Good evening, all. So when we talk about Metaverse, it's more meaningful when we are talking about immersive experience, right? And in a country like India, when we do not have that kind of ecosystem, particularly I'm talking about hardware. So for Metaverse, we need Oculus Quest or HTC Vive kind of hardware. On the other hand, if we talk about a smartphone, there is no interactive solutions. So we are a startup and we are basically trying to solve that problem. And we came up with one of the hardware which integrates with the smartphone and gives you immersive interactive experience so that you can interact with 6 degrees of freedom. So you can make those interactive games where your controller becomes a gun. You can also play various games like, you are trapped inside a room, so you can basically interact with virtual content. So my question is that such kind of companies which are basically finding some such kind of hardware solutions, they are basically stuck in this problem that what should they do? How do they should go ahead with this hardware? Because one set of experts are suggesting us to come up with their own set of titles, which we launch into market and get some traction. But that is again different ball game. And second set of experts are suggesting that we should partner with content creators so that we can launch our joint product. But again, for a startup, both the things are challenging.
Yeah, so it is a dilemma, but I think what you're doing is actually great, right? Oculus started about 8 years ago. Only in the last couple of years, in a country like the US where disposable income is high, has it become mainstream. And how, right? I think we've heard in the US, at least from what we see, people are using Oculus and it's becoming a part of mainstream gaming, right? And I think it's basically going in one direction where there will be widespread adoption. You're solving a real problem. And the dilemma for you is whether you want to focus on the hardware and the applications of it or to build your games where people will get immersed within the hardware, within the tools that you provide. I'm a big believer as an investor that startups can only do one thing well at one time, right? If your skill is in hardware and using it, for different applications to make the experience more immersive, do that, right? If you do it well, you have multiple options to make that hardware extremely, usable. You can do that by partnering with a global gaming studio that's building an amazing AR, VR game, or have that game, plug in with your hardware. You can do that by partnering with a bunch of young studios in India that are building the metaverse. I believe there's a couple sitting right here. who can, so you shouldn't do hardware and content at the same time. Maybe it'll evolve into your strategy over time, but right now, you should think about making I think it's the right way, starting with smartphones, making it accessible, making it affordable, and then going from there. That would be my advice.
Thank you.
Thanks. On that note, I think we'll end this session. I'll just take this opportunity to thank all the panelists, and it was great discussion. I hope the audience found it engaging as well. All we gathered is that the future tech is here, and it is here to stay.
Thank you so much for that session. And with this, we close the third edition of India Gaming Summit 2022. We would like to thank our presenting partner, Dream Sports, our bronze partner, Western Digital. We would also like to thank our associate partner, GameZop, and exhibitor, Zenlair and Meteonic Innovation. Thank you so much for coming, and drive safe.